Chapter 427. Detoxification. Yixian took it and looked at it. He recognized this pill. It was made from a mixture of 3 different poisons. It was something that old Monster Hong had given to him as a reward. It just so happened that he was immune to all 3 poisons. Then, in public, under the eyes of more than 10 4th-tier Imperial Qi experts, he put the poison pill into his mouth. He even deliberately put it between his 2 rows of teeth and swallowed it. Ding, the host is immune to the poison. Ding, the host is immune to the poison. Ding, the host is immune to the poison. 3 notifications sounded in succession. This poison pill was like a piece of chocolate to Yixian. It had no effect at all. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. This pill was an acute poison. Any martial artist below 3rd level Imperial Qi who took it would definitely die within 2 seconds. And Yixian, who was only 250 dragons, lasted for 3 seconds. No, it was already 4 seconds. Everyone was shocked. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't see how Yixian had detoxified the poison. How did you do it? Great Elder asked in shock. Yixian knew that he would ask this question, so he explained, I once ate a magical fruit. After that, I became immune to all poisons. I've also taken those 6 poisons before, but they had no effect on me. So, as long as you use my blood, you can detoxify those 6 poisons. Are you sure? Great Elder frowned and asked again. I'm sure. Yixian nodded. Elder Wu suddenly remembered that Yixian could survive under the effects of the heartbreak pill. It was indeed strange. Now that he heard Yixian reveal the secret himself, he suddenly realized. However, he didn't completely believe it. He immediately shouted angrily, Bastard, if you can really save the young sect master, then you'll be the benefactor of our 100 Poisons sect. If you have any other ideas, I'll twist your head off. He had 430 dragons of strength, while Yixian only had 250 dragons. The difference in strength was huge. He could crush Yixian to death with one hand. The Great Elder glanced at him and said to Yixian, Come with me. There was no time to lose, and the Great Elder had no time to hesitate. His conservative estimate was 2 hours, but he was not omnipotent. There were times when he made a wrong estimate. If he was a second late, the 100 Poisons princess might die. Yixian hurriedly shot forward and entered the pavilion with the Great Elder. When they reached the 2nd floor of the pavilion, they discovered that the 2nd floor was actually a sea of flowers. This time they weren't poisonous flowers. What an abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Is he relying on this to suppress the poison? Yixian glanced over and discovered that there was an open space in the middle of the sea of flowers. As for the 100 Poison princess, she was lying on that open space. At this moment, her skin had already turned black. Although she didn't have consciousness, she would occasionally cough up a mouthful of black blood. The Great Elder walked over with Yixian. The latter did not waste any time and directly cut his wrist. Then, he opened Princess Blackface's mouth and poured his blood in. The Great Elder stared at him to prevent him from doing anything. After all, Princess Blackface was currently unconscious. Yixian could easily cut off her head with a casual swing of his sword. But at this time, Princess Blackface suddenly coughed, and Yixian's blood was directly coughed out. Seeing this, the Great Elder quickly went over and cut open Princess Blackface's wrist. He used his true qi to suppress her blood, then put Yixian's wrist in. I hope your blood is effective. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. The Great Elder's eyes flickered. Yixian's face was gloomy. He also hoped that this time the poison would be successfully detoxified. Otherwise, he was dead meat. The Great Elder's realm was at least 450 dragons, so it was enough to kill him instantly. At this moment, time seemed to have been slowed down by 10 times. Yixian's heart was beating rapidly as he stared at Princess Blackface's face. However, 3 seconds after their wrists were connected, Princess Blackface's complexion miraculously began to recover. In less than 2 seconds, she returned to normal. But because she had vomited a lot of blood, her face was slightly pale. It actually worked? The Great Elder was also very shocked. He quickly checked Princess Baidu's breath and found that it was relatively stable. Immediately, he took out a purple pill and stuffed it into Princess Baidu's mouth. This was the antidote for the 7th poison, poison-breaking orchid. Then, he took out another pill. Just as he was about to stuff it into Princess Baidu's mouth, he found that Princess Baidu opened her eyes. Yixian's blood not only had the effect of detoxification, but it was also equivalent to a holy healing medicine. Therefore, Princess Baidu's injuries had healed a lot. Princess Baidu opened her hazy eyes and was shocked to find a strange man so close to her. She immediately struck out with her palm. Bang! This palm hit Yixian's chest. The strength of 450 dragons gushed out and instantly sent Yixian flying. Yixian was stunned and was sent flying before he could react. He cursed Princess Baidu in his heart for being heartless and unscrupulous. The Great Elder didn't care about Yixian and immediately asked, "Young sect master, you're awake. How do you feel?" Princess Baidu glanced at him and sat up to feel her body. Then she said in shock, "My poison. Young sect master, your poison should be completely detoxified, right?" The Great Elder inquired. "Yes. Even my injuries are mostly healed." Princess Baidu nodded. When the Great Elder heard this, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yixian's blood to be able to heal injuries. He hurriedly said, "Young sect master, the poison in your body was detoxified by him." After he finished speaking, he turned to Yixian. Although Princess Baidu's palm was a size smaller than Yixian's, the strength of her palm was far greater than Yixian's. Fortunately, she didn't use any martial arts. Otherwise, Yixian wouldn't just have a few broken ribs. He would probably die in an instant. Princess Baidu took a closer look and realized that she knew Yixian. She had asked Yixian to take care of the Black Scorpion King. Her eyes were still a little blurry, so she didn't recognize him. Now that she knew that it was Yixian, she felt a little guilty. "My poison was newly developed by Yang Ming. Even I can't detoxify it. How did you do it?" Princess Baidu asked in astonishment. Without waiting for Yixian to speak, the Great Elder explained once more. After hearing this, Princess Baidu was stunned for 2 seconds. Not only could blood detoxify, it could also heal injuries. In the next moment, the 100 Poison Princess's bright eyes flashed with a strange light. She took out a Qian Kuan ring and said, "Thank you very much this time. This is the Qian Kuan ring of the 5 Poison Sect's young master, junior brother Yangming. Treat it as a thank you gift for saving me and an apology for accidentally slapping you." Seeing this, Yixian took a big stride forward and took the interspatial ring with shining eyes. Chapter 428. The Savior Kid, what's your name? At this time, the first elder suddenly asked. Yixian. Yixian replied. Very good, you've done a great service this time. Although you're Elder Wu's drug tester, I can make the decision to let you join my 100 Poison sect and directly become an inner sect disciple. The first elder of the 100 Poison sect said. Hearing this, Yixian immediately thanked. Thank you, first elder. Now he was finally out of danger and would not continue to be caught by others to be drug testers. Then the first elder asked again. Young sect master, what's going on this time? The 100 Poison Princess coldly snorted and said, I was originally invited by that Yang Ming to poison a 5th level Imperial Chi Saint Beast, but found out it was a trap, so I desperately ran back. Isn't the relationship between the 5 Poison sect and our 100 Poison sect not bad? Why did that Yang Ming want to make a move on you? The first elder asked in astonishment. Humph. At the mention of this Yang Ming, the 100 Poison Princess's expression abruptly changed. She coldly snorted and said, A while ago, when my 100 Poison sect and 5 Poison sect's disciples were traveling outside, they discovered an extremely large poisonous grass plantation. Therefore, our 2 sects decided to use the method of disciple battle to determine the ownership of this plantation. Since they found it at the same time, then it's fine to divide it equally. Why? The first elder was very puzzled. My 100 Poison sect thought so, but the size of this plantation exceeded our estimation, and the 5 Poison sect's ambition is very big, wanting to monopolize this land. The 100 Poison Princess explained. Then the content of the competition is? The first elder inquired. Poisoning, detoxification, and poison death, 2 out of 3 wins. The 100 Poison Princess replied. Poisoning, detoxification, poison death, these 3 terms were very familiar to the first elder, because this was a fair competition within the Ghost Tomb Poison King sect's territory. The poisoning competition was to test the two people's poisoning ability, to see who could silently poison the opponent. Simply speaking, this was a life and death battle to see who killed the opponent first. In the detoxification competition, both sides took out a poison pill for the opponent to consume, and also took out treasures that could be used to create the antidote. Of course, he could use more to confuse the other party, but he could not use more than 5 of them. At the same time, this kind of poison had to keep the opponent alive for 3 minutes. Therefore, both sides had 3 minutes to concoct the antidote. If one of them died from the poison within 3 minutes, the opponent would lose. If both of them could detoxify the poison within 3 minutes, then it would be a draw and a battle of life and death would be used to determine the winner. This battle was extremely difficult. If the other party sent out a low-level suicide squad and the dosage of the poison was wrong, then the suicide squad would die instantly and their side would be judged to have lost. The poison competition was a competition where both sides would take out 5 types of poisonous herbs and use these 10 to concoct a poison. Then they would force the other side to consume the poison and see which side would die first. This competition was also very cruel because they were not allowed to cure the poison. Only when one of them died would they be considered to have won, and then the poison would be cured. 3 matches and at least 3 people had to die. This was the atmosphere of the Ghost Tomb region. They didn't care about human lives. That 5 poison sex Yangming only has 430 dragons, and his poison skills are inferior to the young heads. He'll definitely let us win the first round. But the second and third rounds will depend on luck. The head elder frowned. On the side, Yixian quickly thought it over. The second round of the poison competition was actually the most difficult. If they wanted to win, they would have to ensure that their opponent died within 3 minutes. This would depend on their eyesight and detoxification skills. In the second round of the poison competition, there were often situations where one side won but one person died. Because the poison was the opponent, it was extremely difficult to find a winner for the second round. As for the third round, it would depend on what kind of poisonous herbs each side brought out. Head elder, I originally thought that my 100 poison sect only had a 70% chance of winning, but now I'm 100% sure. Princess 100 Poisons declared. Young head, you mean? The head elder was a bit surprised, but he followed Princess 100 Poisons' gaze to finally land on Yixian. The head elder immediately reacted. Yixian had such a unique constitution. He was the poison sect's nemesis. If Yixian participated, he would definitely win the second and third round. Damn, why do I keep getting into trouble? Yixian was already drunk. He was beginning to wonder if he was a jinx, bringing trouble wherever he went. What's your name? Princess 100 Poisons asked. Yixian. If you can help me, I'll have my father take you as a disciple. Princess 100 Poisons continued. The head elder was shocked. Princess 100 Poisons' father was the head of the 100 Poisons sect. At the same time, it also showed how big and precious that piece of land was. Shit, you're trying to tempt me with the offer of a disciple again. That old fogey elder Wu said the same thing, but he immediately let it go like a fart. Yixian thought to himself, then said, Many thanks, young head, but I think it's better to give me some rare treasures. You don't want to be my father's disciple? Princess 100 Poisons was shocked. Her father was a 6th-rank Yunqi expert, but that was fine too. Yixian didn't even have 300 dragons. It would be too embarrassing for him to be her junior brother. Princess 100 Poisons asked, Speaking of which, do you know how to refine poisons? Yes, Yixian answered without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? What was the devouring system for? It could refine poisons in an instant as long as it was given raw materials. Princess 100 Poisons was a little skeptical. The 100 Poisons sect specialized in poisons. Yixian's claim to know how to refine poisons was at most a beginner's level. Thus, she took out 5 types of poisonous plants. Then used these to refine a poison for me to see. Yixian took the plants and pretended to take out a cauldron. He also recognized these poisonous herbs. He quickly searched in his mind to see what kind of poison he could use these poisonous herbs to refine. Now that he had more devouring crystals than he could spend, he had no use for them at the moment, so he made a big trade. Then he found a suitable poison pill formula. He took a little of each of the 5 plants and put them into the cauldron. Then he closed the lid and poured his qi into the cauldron to begin refining. In fact, he wasn't refining at all. He was just pretending. He used the angle and the cover of the cauldron to put a poison pill inside. More than 10 seconds later, steam rushed out of the cauldron and the refining was complete. The great elder opened the lid and found that there really was a scarlet pill lying inside. He picked it up and smelled it and said in shock, "This is the blood-devouring pill." Chapter 429. Sect Leader of 100 Poisons Sect. Not bad. You have reached the level of an inner disciple. However, if you want to win, your ability is still not enough. For the next month you will learn from me. 100 Poisons Princess said. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. If the disciples of 100 Poisons Sect were here, they would definitely be envious. 100 Poisons Sect had countless poisons, but they could not come into contact with many of them. To be able to be taught by the number 1 genius of 100 Poisons Sect, this was something that could not be bought with money. However, at this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, "Young sect leader, great elder, actually I was still hiding something from you. My body is immune to poison, but I am still not immune to some rare poisons. However, as long as I have eaten it before, then the second time I eat it, it will not have any effect. That is why I need a large amount of poisonous plants." Oh, 100 Poisons Princess and Great Elder looked at each other. This body was actually so mysterious. If that is the case, then we will give up on the detoxification competition. I will use the poison and you will use the poison to kill. 2 out of 3 wins, then our 100 Poisons Sect will win. Great Elder, immediately prepare a portion of all the poisonous plants and flowers. 100 Poisons Princess ordered. Although this was only a branch of 100 Poisons Sect, there were still many poisonous plants and flowers. Adding the ones on 100 Poisons Princess, it was more or less enough. After all, during the poison competition, the 100 Poisons Sect and the 5 Poisons Sect each took out 5 types of poison grass. If Yi Xian had eaten all 5 types of poison grass from the 5 Poisons Sect, then they would have won by half. The other half was to let Yi Xian learn how to refine poisons and kill his opponent in 3 minutes. Immediately after, 100 Poisons Princess led Yi Xian and Great Elder out of the pavilion. The elders and disciples waiting outside the pavilion felt as if their hearts were being stabbed by knives. After seeing 100 Poisons Princess, they immediately cried out in alarm. He is out, the young sect leader is actually fine. Heavens, that brat's blood can actually detoxify poisons. This is our 100 Poisons Sect's nemesis. So what if he is our nemesis? He only has 250 dragon power. I can crush him with one hand. Sure, that brat is the savior of the 100 Poison Princess. Do you want to die? The disciples were all dumbstruck. The poison that even the 100 Poison Princess was helpless against was actually neutralized by a layman with 250 dragon power. This was truly a miracle. Not only that, but the elders as well. That kid actually did it? Both Elder Wu and young Master Shi had the same thought. They were very conflicted. Firstly, they didn't want Princess Baidu to die. Secondly, they wanted to see Yi Xian die. At this time, the 100 Poisons Princess suddenly shouted, "From today onwards, Yi Xian will be an inner disciple of our 100 Poisons main sect, and his status will be the same as the branch sect's direct disciples. Furthermore, I hope that all of you will keep your mouth shut about what happened today. If anyone is discovered to be talking about it or spreading the news, they will all be deemed as traitors to the 100 Poisons Sect." Go. When these words fell into everyone's ears, their bodies trembled. An inner disciple of the sect? Betray the 100 Poisons Sect? It seemed that Yi Xian really did save the 100 Poisons Princess. You all heard the young master's words. All of you shut your mouths and don't go out during this time. Especially about Yi Xian. If anyone dares to talk about it again, kill without mercy. First Elder added. Although this was making a mountain out of a molehill, this matter was of great importance. If the 5 Poisons Sect found out, then it would be troublesome. Although the 100 Poisons Princess didn't say it, he could hear that this competition was very important. That piece of land was extraordinarily precious to them. Next, the 100 Poisons Princess also left with Yi Xian and the Black Scorpion King, and went to a hidden place in the 100 Poisons Valley for special training. First Elder also brought a large amount of poisonous grass, including the newly planted ones. Yixian began to test one by one to increase his poison resistance. At the same time, he used the excuse of his physique to consume the interspatial ring and the other poisonous grass. 300 dragon power. That interspatial ring and the poisonous grass that First Elder and the 100 Poisons Princess took out allowed him to reach 300 dragon power, reaching the third level of the Qi-controlling realm. The 100 Poisons Princess was also very surprised. She thought that if nurtured well, Yixian might be able to become one of the 100 Poisons sect's secret weapons. In this month she imparted a lot of knowledge to Yixian, and also gave Yixian quite a few poison pill recipes. At the same time, Yixian also learned of her name, Fengyaqing. Yixian couldn't understand. Such a nice name, such a beautiful girl. But she emitted a dangerous aura from head to toe. Her hair, shoulders, and even her lips were poisonous. If one accidentally touched it, they wouldn't even know how they died. This made Yixian very surprised. He guessed that Fengyaqing definitely had a lot of poison on her, maybe even there. He was very suspicious. Was Fengyaqing really an 18-year-old girl? Could it be that she wasn't a 100-year-old poison witch? Fengyaqing's poison had already become a habit. If she were to marry in the future, would she accidentally poison her husband to death? After a month of special training, Yixian's poison resistance was much higher, and he was completely immune to the 100 Poison sect's poison pills. In 3 days it would be the competition between the 100 Poison sect and the 5 Poison sect. Therefore, Fengyaqing directly brought Yixian and some of the 100 Poison sect's branch elders to meet up with the main sect. 3 days later, the branch and main sect's teams finally met up. Father. After seeing the main sect's team, Fengyaqing also directly went up to them. The 100 Poison sect's sect leader, Fengshan, was a seemingly easygoing middle-aged man. After seeing Fengyaqing, he also smiled and said, "How was it? Did you get anything this time?" "Father, that Yangming and the 5 Poison sect are not good people. They invited me to poison a 5th-level Qi-controlling realm sacred beast, but secretly set up an ambush. I almost died in that Yangming's hands," Fengyaqing hurriedly said. When the 100 Poison sect's sect leader heard this, his expression suddenly changed. "What is going on? Yangming is your fiancé, why would he want to kill you?" "Maybe it's because of this plantation. That day, I killed a bloody path to return to the branch. Even I couldn't do anything about that Yangming's poison. Fortunately, he saved me." After Fengyaqing finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Yixian, who was beside the Black Scorpion King. Fengshan turned his head to look at Yixian and said in a low voice, "Tell me the whole story." This matter was of great importance. The 100 Poison sect and the 5 Poison sect had a good relationship. The 100 Poison sect's young sect leader, Fengyaqing, and the 5 Poison sect's young sect leader, Yangming, were engaged. It was also because of this that Fengyaqing went to attend the meeting alone. But who would have thought that Yangming actually secretly set up an ambush to kill Fengyaqing? Perhaps only the 5 Poison sect knew the reason behind this. Chapter 430. Forfeit? Could it be that the plantation has a secret we don't know? This was the guess of the 100 Poison sect's upper echelon. The 100 Poison sect had a good relationship with the 5 Poison sect. Even if the plantation was precious, the 5 Poison sect would not fall out with the 100 Poison sect over it. Therefore, the plantation must have other secrets. No matter what, since the 5 Poison sect wants to kill Yaqing, then they have broken off relations with the 100 Poison sect. Everyone be careful, there may be a hard battle later. Fengshan reminded them, then turned to look at Yixian and asked, "Yaqing, you said just now that you want him to participate in the poison competition?" "Yes, he is already immune to a large amount of poison. Father, if you give him some rare ones, we should be able to win this round." Fengyaqing nodded. "I originally wanted to let your second senior brother go, but if he is really as magical as you say, then let him go. I still have some poisonous grass that the main sect has just cultivated, go give it to him," Fengshan said. "Okay." Fengyaqing nodded, then took the things and walked towards Yixian. Fengshan and the other upper echelon of the 100 Poison sect also followed. Then Yixian swallowed the poisonous grass in front of them, increasing his poison resistance again. It is indeed magical. These poisonous grass are enough to kill a level 5 Imperial Qi expert. Fengshan was very surprised. "I also passed him some of the poison pill formulas you passed to me. Father, try to use these poisonous grass in the poison competition later. Feng Yaqing reminded. Yes, I know. Feng Shan nodded. Then he led the others to the side for a meeting, obviously suspicious of the five poison sect's actions, but Feng Yaqing was Feng Shan's daughter, she could not be lying. Therefore, there must be something wrong with the five poison sect. This time the 100 poison sect did not bring many people, other than Feng Shan, who was level 6 Imperial Qi expert. There were only 4 level 5 Imperial Qi experts. A level 5 Imperial Qi expert came from the sect, so there were 5 of them. Next, there were more than 10 level 4 Imperial Qi experts and dozens of direct disciples who came to see the world. When it was about time, they would organize their teams and head to the agreed location. This time they were actually barging into a tiger's den because this could be another ambush. However, it was impossible for them not to go. So the members of the 100 Poison sect were prepared to give it their all. A day later, the 100 Poison sect group finally arrived at the agreed location, a place called the Dark Swamp. The people from the 5 Poison sect had already arrived a step earlier. Their people were about the same as the 100 Poison sect, roughly 50. Haha, Brother Feng, long time no see. After seeing the people from the 100 Poison sect, the sect leader of the 5 Poison sect, Tang Huaiji, also smiled and cupped his fists. Long time no see, Brother Tang. Feng Shan squeezed out a smile and pretended that nothing had happened. Tang Huaiji and the others were stunned. At the same time, they cast a glance at Feng Yaqing, who was in the group from 100 Poisons, and noticed that she was glaring at them as if she wanted to eat them alive. What's going on? This girl isn't poisoned to death? Tang Huaiji was very surprised, and so was Yang Ming from the 5 Poison sect. Although Feng Yaqing broke through the encirclement and escaped the pursuit, she was poisoned and didn't have long to live. But who knew that Feng Yaqing was actually still alive? Since Feng Yaqing was still alive, then what was going on with Feng Shan? Why would he greet them? Brother Feng, since you're here, then let's start right away? Tang Huaiji said with a smile. Okay. Feng Shan didn't waste time. The two of them began to draw lots. There were 3 rounds in the competition, but it didn't mean that they would follow the order of poisoning, detoxification, and poisoning. Soon the order of the 3 rounds was decided. The first round, detoxification. The second round, poisoning. The third round, poisoning. In the detoxification competition, each side would take out a poison and give it to the other side. At the same time, they would take out the heaven and earth treasure to make the antidote. The poison had to keep the opponent alive for 3 minutes. If the opponent died within 3 minutes, then the side would lose. If both sides were detoxified within 3 minutes, then it would be a draw, and the winner would be decided in a life and death battle. In this round, luck played a huge role, and no one had the confidence to win. Brother Feng, my 5 Poison sect will send him out, Tang Huaiji said, looking at one person in the team. But this disciple hadn't walked out yet when Feng Shan interrupted. No need, my 100 Poison sect forfeits the detoxification competition. Once the 3 matches began, one of them had to die. However, before the competition started, one could still forfeit. Forfeit. When the people from the 5 Poison sect heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. They didn't expect to win 1 round at the beginning. Next, as long as they won 1 more round, they would win. That disciple from the 5 Poison sect also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to die. The second round was poisoning. In the poisoning competition, each side would send out 1 person, and at the same time, each side would take out 5 types of poisonous grass. Then the 2 people would use these 10 types of poisonous grass to make poison on the spot, and let the opponent consume it to see which side's participant would die first. Yuchi Su, you're up, Tang Huaiji said. Yuchi Su was a direct disciple of the 5 Poison sect. His strength had just reached the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm, and his knowledge of poisonous grass was extremely wide. He was also very skilled in refining poisons, and was second only to Yang Ming in the 5 Poison sect. After seeing him, the faces of the people from the 100 Poison sect all sank, and then all of them gathered on a young man. Yi Xian was locked on by dozens of gazes, and knew that it was time for him to go out. After taking a deep breath, he walked out. Who is this? Seeing that Yi Xian was a little unfamiliar, the people from the 5 Poison sect all looked at each other. But Yi Xian didn't reveal his strength, So they didn't know that Yixian was just a trash who had just entered the 3rd level of the Imperial Qi realm. Both of you, take off your interspatial rings. Fengshan shouted. Yixian and Yuqisu both took off their interspatial rings and put them away. This round was to refine poisons on the spot, so they weren't allowed to wear interspatial rings. Then Fengshan and Tang Huaiji each took out 5 types of poisonous grass, 2 of each type. They divided the 10 types of poisonous grass into 2 batches, and gave them to Yixian and Yuqisu. There are 2 types of poisonous grass that are unknown, Fengshan said in his heart, thinking that these must be newly cultivated poisonous grass by the 5 Poisons sect. Tang Huaiji also thought so, because of the 5 types of poisonous grass that Fengshan took out. There were 2 that he hadn't seen before. However, the 5 types of poisonous grass that Fengshan took out were all specified by Yixian. He could use these 5 types of poisonous grass to refine a super poison to send his opponent to the next world. At this time, Yixian and Yuqisu both took out a cauldron. Brat, the poison that Yuqisu refined can poison you to death in less than 10 seconds. Yuqisu couldn't help but mock. Before the start, he wanted to pressure Yixian mentally. Chapter 431. Not competing anymore? Are you done with your last words? Yixian said without raising his head. What a sharp-tongued brat. Yuqisu snorted. Tang Huaiji glanced at the 2 of them and shouted, You have half a minute to refine. If you don't succeed in half a minute, the time starts now. When the voice sounded out, Yixian and Yuqisu attacked at the same time. Yuqisu chose 5 poisonous herbs, which were the ones Tang Huaiji took out. As for the ones Fengshan took out, he didn't touch them. However, Yixian was different. Not only did he use Fengshan's 5 poisonous herbs, but he also used 2 of Tang Huaiji's. A total of 7. What is this brat doing? Didn't he say he was going to refine the heart-devouring pill? Why did he add yin-yang lotus and black water root? Fengshan and the others behind Yixian were shocked. The 5 types of poisonous herbs that Fengshan had just taken out were just enough to refine a heart-devouring pill. But now Yixian had added 2 more. What was he trying to do? 7 types of poison wasn't something that an ordinary person could successfully refine. Yixian was only a layman who'd learned it for a month. How could he possibly succeed? Time passed bit by bit. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. In 25 seconds, Yuqisu had succeeded in refining it. He immediately looked towards Yixian with a gloating expression. In another 5 seconds, if Yixian didn't succeed in refining it, then the 100 Poisons sect would lose. 26 seconds. 27 seconds. 28 seconds. Finally, at the 29th second, Yixian's cauldron let out a roar of steam. Success! Phew! The people from 100 Poisons sect heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a success, they still had to see whether it was successful or not. Then they would compete to see whose poison was stronger. Yixian had only completed the first step. Open the cauldron! Tang Huaiji shouted with a strange look on his face. Yixian and Yuqisu opened the lid of the cauldron at the same time, and each took out a poison pill. Yuqisu's poison was black in color. It was very common. There were no patterns and no fragrance. It looked very powerful. As for Yixian's black pill, it emitted a strange fragrance that smelled pretty good. Humph, you can't even cover your scent. You're dead meat. Yuqisu was full of disdain. Exchange pills. As Tang Huaiji's voice rang out, the 2 of them threw the poison pills in their hands at each other. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was also very tense. There was not the slightest bit of unnecessary noise. At this time, Yixian suddenly revealed a confident smile to Fengshan and the others behind him. This was a reminder because after this battle, the 5 Poisons sect would very likely act. Alright, swallow the pill. Tang Huaiji said impatiently. Yixian and Yuqisu simultaneously sent each other's pills into the inn before swallowing them. Yixian's current poison resistance was unusually strong. He was immune to the 5 types of poison grass that Fengshan took out. Even the 3 types of poison grass that Tang Huaiji took out had no effect on him. Therefore, what Yixian swallowed was actually a mixture of 2 types of poison grass. And what Yuqisu swallowed was 7 types. Humph, it can't even cover its fragrance. This pill must be a waste pill. It doesn't have much poison. Yuqisu thought in his heart. A waste pill was a failed refinement pill. He thought that Yixian's mixing of 7 types of poison grass was a failed refinement. Fighting poison with poison. When 7 types of poison grass were mixed together, if the dosage and refinement method were not right, many times it would become ineffective and not have much poison. However, Yuchisu was wrong. Just as he swallowed the pill refined by Yixian, his expression changed. He felt the qi and blood in his entire body churn. Then he lost all feeling in his hands, followed by his legs, shoulders, stomach, and even his face. In everyone's eyes, Yuchisu's face turned red, and his entire body seemed to be frozen in place. At this time a cold wind blew, and Yuchisu's body fell head-first into the mud, lifeless. Everyone was shocked. How many king seconds had it been? Immediately, a person from the 100 Poison sect rushed over and checked Yuchisu's pulse. No pulse, all the qi and blood in his body have been frozen. He's dead. The 100 Poison sect elder reported. Tang Huaiji's eyes widened as he moved closer. Just as the elder said, Yuchisu was already dead. Heavens! Yuchisu was a genius of the 4th level Imperial Qi realm. He actually died after taking this pill in less than 2 seconds? Wasn't this poison a bit too strong? Suddenly Yixian, who was not far away, snorted coldly, proving that he was still alive. The outcome of this battle was very clear. The 100 Poison sect won. What kind of mixed poison is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Fengshan stared with wide eyes. At this time, Yixian also detoxified the other 2 poisons and retreated to the 100 Poison sect camp. What kind of pill is that? Feng Yaqing asked curiously. The surrounding 100 Poison sect elders all pricked up their ears. It was obvious that they were very interested. Blood coagulation pill. If a 4th level Imperial Qi realm martial artist takes it, all the blood in his body will instantly freeze. If the blood coagulation pill is crushed into powder and sprinkled on the enemy's wound, there will be the same effect. Yixian explained. Now his mission was complete, and he did not let down those treasures of heaven and earth that he accepted. Next there might be a big battle. When that time comes, he must take advantage of the chaos to escape. He did not dare to participate in a battle of this scale. He could only cower this time. Because he saw that the 5 Poison sect had about the same number of people as the 100 Poison sect, there must be more ambushes in the surroundings. Feng Yaqing wanted to ask more, but Tang Huaiji said loudly, Brother Feng is really strong. We admit defeat this time. Since that is the case, then let's start the detoxification competition. Fengshan said with a smile. The detoxification competition was actually a battle of life and death. The 100 Poison sect naturally sent out their strongest disciple, Feng Yaqing. And the 5 Poison sect could be Yangming. Yangming was Feng Yaqing's fiancée, but after that incident, they had long since become irreconcilable. Feng Yaqing was stronger than Yangming in terms of both her ability to use poison and her cultivation. Therefore, Feng Yaqing was certain to win this 3rd detoxification competition. Wait! Tang Huaiji suddenly called out. Brother Feng, let's not compete in this 3rd round. Fengshan narrowed his eyes. You're forfeiting? No, Brother Feng, why don't you give that plantation to me? I'm willing to buy it at market price. Tang Huaiji said in a low voice. Buy. A strange look flashed through Fengshan's eyes. That plantation was really something else. Brother Tang, why are you so insistent on that plantation? Fengshan asked. This. Chapter 432. Baigu Group. Brother Feng, don't ask so many questions. I can buy it at a high price. You definitely won't lose out. Fengshan's face suddenly darkened when he heard that. He snorted coldly. Then my daughter was poisoned for nothing? You. Tang Huaiji's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, Fengshan suddenly launched a sneak attack. Bam! With lightning speed, Fengshan struck out with his palm and sent Tang Huaiji flying. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Tang Huaiji Yangming wanted to poison Yaqing. Don't tell me you didn't order him to. Fengshan shouted. Hearing that, the 5 Poison sect members all drew their weapons. At first, they thought that Feng Yaqing did not tell Fengshan about it. Now that they thought about it, they were really stupid. Feng Yaqing was almost poisoned to death. How could such a huge matter be hidden in one's heart and not told others? So you guys already knew. I thought it was impossible. Tang Huaiji stabilized himself and said coldly, Tang Huaiji, why did you order Yangming to poison Yaqing? Fengshan asked. Since the matter has been exposed, then I won't hide it anymore. I guess you guys have already guessed that the plantation is not an ordinary place. Tang Huaiji sneered and said, as for how special it is, I'll tell you after you die. Then you're prepared to fight to the death? Or you've already ambushed others in the dark swamp? Fengshan continued to ask. The strength that was revealed now was still slightly stronger than the 100 Poisons sect. However, Fengshan was not stupid enough to think that the 5 Poisons sect only sent these people. Since things have come to this, then you guys can come out, Tang Huaiji shouted. The people from the 100 Poisons sect watched on anxiously. Soon after, they saw a figure emerge from the dark swamp. Tang Huaiji, you exposed me so quickly? A middle-aged man walked out with a strange voice. Behind him was a snow-white skeleton wielding a sword. After seeing this person, Fengshan and the others' eyes almost popped out. Baigu group. Fengshan exclaimed. That's right. I'm the guardian of the Baigu group, Gu Qi. The middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile. Baigu group. Most of the people present had heard that this was a sect within the territory of the Ghost Tomb region's corpse-controlling sect. They could control corpses. And this person called Gu Qi was the protector of the Baigu group, which meant that he was at least at the 6th level of the Royal Air Force. The skeleton behind him was probably not much different. This time 100 Poisons sect was in danger. This is bad. This Tang Huaiji is also in the Imperial Qi level 6. Including this Gu Qi, there are 3 of them. And I am the only one in the Imperial Qi level 6. Fengshan's face was especially gloomy, as if he had already smelled the scent of death. Fengshan, we might have spared your life if you had just obediently given up the plantation. But you're digging your own grave. Tang Huaiji gloated. You tried to poison Yaqing. Do you want me to pretend that nothing happened and let Yaqing marry Yangming? Fengshan retorted. I only poisoned this girl because of our old relationship. She's the only one who will die. Otherwise, why would I compete with you guys? Tang Huaiji's eyes were cold. If it weren't for the good relationship between the two sects, he would have shed all pretense of cordiality and asked Gu Qi to come out and destroy 100 Poisons sect. In that case, I have nothing to say. But before that, I want to know the secret of that plantation, Fengshan said. Tang Huaiji glanced at Gu Qi. Then Gu Qi said, actually, it's nothing much. I suspect that the plantation is the place where a senior of the Baigu group died. Now Fengshan understood. It turned out that Tang Huaiji didn't want the plantation but Gu Qi. Since it was the place where the senior died, there might be the corpse of the senior. And the white bone puppet of the Baigu group needed corpses. I see. You're also afraid of being found out by the Poison King sect, so you're keeping a low profile. Fengshan said in realization. In the Ghost Tomb, the Corpse Master sect, the Fallen Spirit sect, and the Poison King sect were the 3 major powers. At the same time, the 3 major powers didn't allow people from the other 2 major powers to enter their territory. The Baigu group was a sect under the Corpse Master sect, so Gu Qi didn't dare to act in a high-profile manner. As for why he didn't go to the plantation first, it was because the Poison King sect and the 100 Poisons sect had set up 2 defensive arrays so he couldn't enter. Let's cut the crap. Since I'm here, I won't let any of you go. Sect leader Tang, let's do it. The middle-aged man let out an unpleasant laugh and directly controlled the skeleton behind him to attack the 100 Poisons sect. At the same time, he joined forces with Tang Huaiji and rushed toward Fengshan. Retreat! Fengshan shouted and faced them head-on. If it was any other time, everyone would listen to his orders. However, at this critical moment, the group of elders behind him didn't retreat. Sect leader, we'll just fight to the death and kill them all together. Yes, the 5 Poisons sect is F***ed up. They actually set their sights on us. Poison them to death. Let's go all out. Even if we're all annihilated, we'll make them suffer heavy casualties. The 100 Poisons sect's morale suddenly surged, and they charged back. Of course, there were still a few disciples and elders who were afraid of death who ran away. As for Yi Xian, he was also hesitating in his heart. Hurry up and leave. You only have 300 dragon power. You won't be of much help here, Feng Yaqing reminded him. Yi Xian stood there quietly, thinking in his heart. Right now, he indeed only had 300 dragon power, but if he used Beast King's Rage, he could reach 400. In addition to his agility advancement, his speed would reach 470 dragon power. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to level up. He couldn't miss it. Shio! At that moment he rushed out in an instant. Feng Yaqing was speechless. A mere 300 dragon power dared to enter. He was simply courting death. However, she didn't have time to think so much. The battle had already begun, and she had to quickly join the battle. The elders of the 100 Poison sect and the 5 Poison sect were already fighting, and the disciples were naturally no exception. Both sects used poison, so the battlefield was immediately surrounded by a cloud of poisonous powder. From time to time, people would fall to the ground and vomit blood, and some people's heads would turn into a pool of blood. However, at this time there was a person who was freely moving through the poisonous powder. This was a young man who was close to level 4 Imperial Qi. He was Yi Xian. Ding, the host has broken through to 306 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 310 dragon power. Chapter 433. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. The 5 Poison sect's true disciples' strength was between 350 and 400 dragons, and the 100 Poison sects was about the same. In Yi Xian's eyes, this kind of strength was simply a benefit. At this time, the number of dragons flying around Yi Xian had already exceeded 410. His realm was low, and the 5 Poison sect's disciples were not poor, so they leveled up quickly. In the blink of an eye, his speed had increased to 320 dragons. Adding on the Beast King's Rage and the addition of agility, his speed had already exceeded 500 dragons. So strong, he was actually playing the pig to eat the tiger? In the battle between the disciples, Feng Yaqing was somewhat shocked. She had always thought that Yi Xian was not good to look at, but she did not expect him to have such a powerful martial art. Instantly increasing to 100 dragons, this was too heaven-defying. At this time, a person suddenly rushed in front of her and slashed out with his sword. Yangming? I didn't go find you and you dare to come find me? Feng Yaqing angrily blocked the sword. Stinking woman, we were engaged for a year, and you didn't even let me touch your hand. Last time I was lucky to let you escape. Today I will take your lowly life. Yangming shouted. With the help of 2 5 Poison sect's disciples, he began to madly attack Feng Yaqing, completely not understanding the current situation. The two sides had already been fighting for close to 10 seconds. If comparing the casualties, the 5 Poison sect had already lost more than 20 people, while the 100 Poison sect had only lost a dozen people. Ever since Yi Xian entered the battle, the 5 Poison sect's death toll had rapidly increased. With Yi Xian's speed exceeding 500 dragons, killing these people was like killing chickens. Although he only killed the 5 Poison sect's people, he could also take the 100 Poison sect's people's universe rings, so his realm increased rapidly. At this time Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he discovered Yangming's trio besieging Feng Yaqing. 5 Poison sect's young sect master, you must be very rich, tsk. Yi Xian leaned over with a smirk. Previously, Feng Yaqing was besieged by 4 people, but at that time, Yangming was not fully prepared, and the 3 helpers were not strong. Even though there were only 2 people helping, both of them had over 400 dragon force, which was why they were able to suppress Feng Yaqing. Feng Yaqing's expression became increasingly heavy because she saw that her father was being suppressed by Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi. The elders were also being utterly defeated by the 5 Poison sect's elders and the White Skeleton. If this continued, the 100 Poison sect would still be destroyed. Right at this moment, suddenly a figure flew over. Underworld swordsmanship. Sword descends to the underworld. Yi Xian coldly swept out his sword, and a disciple at the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm was beheaded. This disciple just happened to be one of the 3 people besieging Feng Yaqing. What? The 5 Poison sect's eldest senior brother Yangming stared blankly for a moment, then casually took out a bag of poison powder and scattered it towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not seem to care in the slightest, actually charging straight through the poison powder. Hiss! The other disciple of the 5 Poison sect was also beheaded by Yi Xian. Not good, retreat. Yangming's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated, shouting at the same time, "Elder Hu, save me!" Seeing this, the 5 poison sect elder who was nearby immediately turned around and rushed over. "Even if someone saves you, you're dead meat." Yi Xian glanced at the elder, then swallowed the 2 universe rings in his hands. Ding, the host has broken through to 330 dragon force. This elder had 450 dragon force, and the movement technique he cultivated was of a higher level than Yi Xian's silver feather movement technique. He had also reached 100% mastery, and his strength was not bad. Even so, he could not protect Yang Ming. "You even dare to kill your own fiancé? I'll send you to meet the king of hell." Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he took out a mid-grade heaven artifact. At the same time, 8 sharp blades swiftly swept out, blocking Yang Ming's path of retreat. Under the double attack, Yang Ming's defense instantly collapsed. Pooh! Yang Ming's eyes widened. He only saw a cold flash in front of his eyes, and his chest was hit by a sword. This sword had even pierced through his heart. The 5 poison sect's young master Yang Ming died. Before this elder could attack, Yi Xian quickly took off Yang Ming's universe ring. 340 dragon force. Now Yi Xian ignored the single digits. In fact, he had increased to 343 dragon force. Adding on the Beast King's rage, Yi Xian's realm was not inferior to this 5 poison sect elder. Although the 8 desolate sword had an increase, it was only in terms of attack. As for the silver feather movement technique, it still needed to rely on 20% of agility to advance. "You actually killed Yang Ming, die for me." This elder was furious. With a sword in one hand and a bag of unknown poison powder in the other, he madly ran towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not afraid of the disciple's poison powder, but this was refined by the elder, so he had to remind himself. Fighting with this level of person, Yi Xian could not use a double attack. After all, he still needed the 8 desolate swords chi to increase. Clang! Pung! Boom! The 2 had just come into contact, and they were already attacking with full force. This elder was slightly surprised. Yi Xian was able to fight with him at such a young age, which was really rare. His left hand had been hidden, preparing to use his best poison powder to give Yi Xian a fatal blow. However, he did not expect that another person would enter the battle. Yi Xian was stunned. He discovered that the person who came to help was actually Feng Yaqing. Only then did he realize that Feng Yaqing also had 450 dragon force. Being able to quickly kill an elder was a great help to the entire situation. Although Feng Yaqing had 450 dragon force, her strength was clearly not as strong as this 5 poison sect elder. However, due to her participation, this elder was immediately beaten into retreat. Ding! The underworld sword technique's proficiency level has increased. Current level is 100%. Its power has doubled. Suddenly, a notification sound caused Yi Xian's battle strength to increase by a large margin. Just now, Yi Xian could only fight to a draw with this elder. However, now, even without Feng Yaqing's help, he could still suppress his opponent. Not good. This elder felt Yi Xian's sudden increase in attack power. His face immediately darkened. If this continued, he would be in danger. "You 2 brats, go to hell." This elder finally could not hold it in and prepared to sprinkle the poison on his left hand. However, in the next moment he discovered that his left hand could not move. He glanced from the corner of his eye and discovered that a small bloody hole had appeared on his left arm. What? The elder's eyes widened. He discovered a thin needle. This needle had already been smeared with poison. Amazing! Yi Xian also sighed. He did not notice when Feng Yaqing threw the needle. The 100 Poisons Princess was indeed extraordinary. Taking advantage of the moment when the 5 Poisons sect elder was distracted, Yi Xian shot forward and slashed down with his sword. Clang! The opponent blocked the sword. However, he discovered that Yi Xian's weapon had changed. The one in his hand was not the simple longsword. Chapter 434. Escape. 8 muffled sounds rang out in a row as 8 sharp blades pierced into the elder's body. Even Xiao Zhao's neck and head were pierced by 2 blades each. Dead. Yi Xian quickly caught up and took off the elder's interspatial ring. He would not give this thing to Feng Yaqing. Moreover, Feng Yaqing was not in the mood to take the interspatial ring now. Ding, the host has broken through to 350 dragon power. Yixian's realm increased again. At the same time with Beast King Rampage, he had reached 460 dragon power, which was even higher than Feng Yaqing. However, Beast King Rampage's duration was just over, and he immediately dropped to 350 dragon power. Feng Yaqing witnessed all this and was very surprised. However, she was only surprised for a moment before looking at the other battlefield. There were a total of 3 battlefields here. The first was the battle between the disciples, the second was the battle between the elders, and the third was the battle between Tang Huaizhi, Gu Qi, and Feng Shan. In the third battle, Feng Shan was defeated by the combined forces of the two. The situation in the second battle was not very good either. Because there was a white skeleton at level 6 of the Imperial Qi realm, several elders of the 100 Poison sect had already been killed. Yaqing, leave quickly. At this moment, Feng Shan suddenly shouted in the third battle. Father! Feng Yaqing shouted. Leave quickly, we have no hope. Quickly return to the 100 Poison sect and inform the other elders. Feng Shan shouted as he held on. He also understood that he probably could not hold on for long. Feng Yaqing's face was full of worry, but she could also see the current situation. The elders of the 100 Poison sect were already being held back, and there was even a white skeleton. It was only a matter of time before the 100 Poison sect was completely wiped out. Yixian, who was on the side, was also quickly calculating in his heart. Right now, he had 350 dragon strength. Even if he obtained the universe rings of the elders, it wouldn't be of any use. If that white skeleton of the Imperial Qi stage were to target him, he would be dead for sure. This battle was already a foregone conclusion. Let's go. If we all die here, your 100 Poison sect might. Yixian reminded him. If everyone was completely annihilated, then the people of the 5 Poison sect could pretend to visit afterwards, and then slaughter the people of the 100 Poison sect. At that time, those that would die would not only be these people. Brat, take her away and spread the news. Feng Shan shouted. The Baigu group had actually entered the Poison King sect's territory. If others found out, Gu Qi would definitely be killed. Little White, go and kill them. Gu Qi commanded in a strange voice. Immediately, the skeleton turned to look at Yixian and rushed over. Not good. Yixian was shocked. What he was worried about had happened. He hurriedly used Beast King Rampage again, increasing his strength to 460 dragons. He then grabbed Feng Yaqing and turned to run. Fortunately, this skeleton was different from the Qi Lian Overlord. It couldn't use true Qi, which meant that it couldn't fly and couldn't use martial arts, so it couldn't catch up with Yixian. After chasing for a while, it lost track of Yixian and the other two, then turned around and returned. Gu Qi definitely wouldn't have thought that Yixian could burst out with a speed comparable to the 6th level of the Royal Qi realm. This surprised him. Yixian left with Feng Yaqing at an extremely fast speed. He didn't stop until the time of Beast King Rampage passed. He felt very regretful, because if he didn't have Gu Qi, he might have been able to increase his strength to 400 dragons this time. Your father will be fine. Yixian let go of Feng Yaqing's wrist and comforted her. However, he didn't think so in his heart. Feng Shan was 630 dragons. Tang Huaizhi and Gu Qi were both 620 dragons. With the two of them working together, Feng Shan already felt great pressure. That white skeleton had just joined the battle between the elders. Now that most of the elders were dead, the elders of the 5 Poison sect were enough to suppress the elders of the 100 Poison sect. Thus, the white skeleton could definitely kill its way back. If that white skeleton joined the battle again, Feng Shan would be hacked to death in less than 10 seconds. You don't have to comfort me, Feng Yaqing said with red eyes. She was an 18-year-old girl, but she was strong. At this time, she was still able to hold back her tears, which was worthy of praise. After all, the Black Scorpion King that she had brought up since she was young was also killed by the other party in the battle just now. Let's go, Feng Yaqing said after a while. Wait! Yixian suddenly called out to her. Feng Yaqing turned her head strangely and looked at Yixian. Now, the battle over there might have already ended. Even if there is no battle with their speed, it will not be difficult to catch up. If we go directly to your 100 Poison sect, they will definitely catch up, Yixian said. After his reminder, Feng Yaqing also instantly understood. They were now going straight back to the 100 Poison sect, and behind them were experts of the 6th level of Imperial Qi. They could not outrun them. Then what should we do? Feng Yaqing frowned. Think about it. Is there any other place where we can ask for help? Or are there any other sects nearby? Yixian asked again. Feng Yaqing thought about it carefully and found that there really was a sect in the vicinity. There is a flying scorpion pavilion nearby. One of my senior sisters married here. Although their strength is not 1/10 of my 100 Poison Valleys, they still have experts of the 5th level of Imperial Qi, which is equivalent to the main sect. Feng Yaqing said. Then let's go there first. Ask them to send an expert to inform the 100 Poison sect. Yixian nodded. Okay. Immediately, they headed in the direction of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Based on Feng Yaqing's speed, they only needed 1 day to reach the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. But if they were going back to the 100 Poison sect, they would need at least 3 days. Although Feng Yaqing had never been to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, they fortunately had a map. This time, Yixian also played the role of a flower protector. Although his mission was completed, he felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement. After all, when the time came, he might be able to use the 100 Poison sect's banner to destroy the 5 Poison sect. The Flying Scorpion Pavilion was built on the edge of a cliff, and this cliff was where the Flying Scorpion Pavilion raised its flying scorpions. Yixian and Feng Yaqing ran for a day, and finally saw this cliff. However, at this moment, ha ha! You two little guys really want to come to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion to ask for help. Suddenly a hearty laugh sounded. 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, intercepting Yixian and Feng Yaqing. Feng Yaqing's expression changed drastically. She did not expect to be intercepted on the way to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. She looked carefully and found that the weakest of the two had 470 dragons, while the other had 480 dragons. And she only had 450 dragons of power. Against a 5 Poison sect elder, it was a bit of a stretch. This was troublesome. Chapter 435. Interception. TSK little girl, our sect leader and Gucci have already gone to the 100 Poison sect to capture people. As long as the formation is broken, your 100 Poison sect will definitely be bathed in blood. A fat old man grinned. Why are you telling her so much? If the Poison King sect finds out that we are working with the Baigu group, the entire 5 Poison sect will be annihilated. The small-eyed middle-aged man reminded. It doesn't matter. Could it be that these two still want to live in front of us? That kid must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed that day. He looks normal now but is actually very weak. The fat old man looked like victory was in sight. Yixian and Feng Yaqing looked at each other, and the latter immediately asked, How are my father and the others? Besides your father, the others are all dead. But your father is a tough bone and refused to remove the formation of the plantation. So we sent people to the 100 Poison sect. As the fat old man spoke, he suddenly remembered something and said, Oh right, those corpses of your 100 Poison sect were all taken away by Gucci. It won't be long before they all become white bone battle puppets. Feng Yaqing clenched her teeth, but she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, because her father was not dead yet. However, she had to get through this crisis first. All right, don't talk too much with them. Leave these two to me. The small-eyed middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile on his face. I heard that Yang Ming was killed by you, and the sect master wants your body. However, before you hand it over, let me first. Xiu! Before he could finish his sentence, several thin needles flew out of his hand. Insignificant skill. The small-eyed middle-aged man coldly snorted. He turned his head to look at Yixian and said, Brat, you can come as well. Don't worry, I won't kill you because I want to ask you about that martial art. If that's the case, then I'll accept. Yixian's mouth slightly curled, and he took out the Bahuang sword. Previously, his underworld sword technique had reached 100% mastery, and after a day of hurrying, his silver feather movement technique had also reached 90% mastery. Moreover, after killing the elder, Yixian's strength increased by 10 dragons. Therefore, with his current level, it was more than enough to kill these two people. You go first, I'll deal with these two. After Yixian finished speaking, he directly rushed out. Feng Yaqing was shocked, but she controlled herself because she felt that Yixian should be able to handle it. She immediately made a turn and charged toward the flying scorpion pavilion. Good kid, I want this martial art, this old fatty, help. The small-eyed middle-aged man knew that Yi Xian's strength hadn't decreased. He also knew that he couldn't defeat Yi Xian by himself, so he hurriedly shouted. All right, the fat old man replied. He ignored Feng Yaqing and directly charged towards Yi Xian. What was the Five Poisons sect? Even if the Five Poisons sect was destroyed, they could change their names and seek refuge elsewhere. If they could obtain Yi Xian's supreme martial art that could increase their strength by 100 dragons, they would be rich. In an instant, the two of them erupted with all their strength. The chubby old man had 480 dragons, and the small-eyed middle-aged man had 470 dragons. The two of them were also experts of the sect. Under their combined strength, they could even fight an expert with 490 dragons. After all, they were members of the Five Poisons sect. However, they were not facing an ordinary warrior but Yi Xian. Beast King Rage. 350 dragons instantly increased to 460 dragons, which was not much different from the two of them. But don't forget, Yi Xian had the Bahuang sword, agility advancement, and the Sword Saint bloodline. Even the outdated boxer bloodline could increase his attack speed by 30%. Underworld sword technique. Yi Xian's eyes were cold, and he did not say a word as he madly attacked. Such a powerful sword technique. It's definitely at 100% mastery. The 10,000 Poison Sect's experts immediately felt a huge pressure. Even if they joined forces, it was very difficult to block. However, this made their desire for Yi Xian's Beast King Rage even stronger. I must get this martial art. The two of them thought at the same time. From the beginning, Yi Xian had the upper hand. If he was given some time, the two of them would definitely be killed by his Bahuang sword. However, he felt uneasy in his heart. It had been like this ever since Feng Yaqing left. Yi Xian looked at Feng Yaqing's back and suddenly made a decision to end this quickly. Kid, take this. At this time, the 10,000 Poison Sect's experts suddenly threw out a handful of white powder. In Yi Xian's eyes, the poison powder was more terrifying than the poison pill, just like the powder that melted his arm that day. If he was not careful, his head would be melted, and that would be the end of him. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. After cleverly dodging, he rushed in front of the 10,000 Poison Sect's expert. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Yi Xian dodged the poison powder, the 10,000 Poison Sect's expert stabbed his sword. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to take advantage of this opportunity and counter. Rip! The long sword pierced through Yi Xian's shoulder. At the same time, Yi Xian's left hand tightly clasped the 10,000 Poison Sect's expert's wrist. Underworld sword technique. Sword descends to the underworld. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He swept out his sword and instantly cut the 10,000 Poison Sect's expert in half. Humph! Yi Xian snorted and took the 10,000 Poison Sect's expert's ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 360 dragon power. His cultivation level had increased again. At this time, the 10,000 Poison Sect's expert attacked. Bastard, go to hell! The 10,000 Poison Sect's expert was actually careful. He could have attacked earlier, but in order to monopolize this martial art, he killed the 10,000 Poison Sect's expert. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Beginning detoxification. Ding! The poison has been detoxified. 2 notifications sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This was the poison smeared on the 10,000 Poison Sect's long sword. Could paralyze Yi Xian for a while. However, this poison only lasted for a moment before it was detoxified by the Sacred Tree of Life bloodline. Underworld sword technique. Sword descends to the underworld. Rip! The 10,000 Poison Sect's expert's head flew off. He did not expect Yi Xian to be able to move. He had to admit that the Sacred Tree of Life bloodline was really good. Yi Xian's heart was pounding. He quickly put away the 10,000 Poison Sect's interspatial ring and the 2 corpses. Then, he quickly left the place because he had a strange feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Ding! The host has broken through to 370 dragon power. After devouring the 10,000 Poison Sect's interspatial ring, Yi Xian's cultivation level increased again. After devouring the 10,000 Poison Sect's interspatial ring, He actually had 363 dragon power and increased by 13 dragons. This time it was exactly 370 dragons. Chapter 436. Feng Yaqing hostage. Yi Xian hid in the clouds high up in the sky for a while before he saw 3 figures flying over. He had seen these 3 people before in the team battle. However, they were all elders of the 5 Poison sect. As expected, they arrived at the Flying Scorpion Pavilion first and waited for us. Now they should be holding the 100 Poison Princess hostage, preparing to blackmail the 100 Poison sect leader to remove the formation. Yi Xian pondered in the sky. He took a look and found that among the 3 people below, one was a level 5 Imperial Qi expert, while the other 2 were also at 490 dragons. They were very strong. Looks like we need to plan for the long term. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The 2 with 490 dragons were still manageable, but he had no confidence in dealing with the level 5 Imperial Qi expert. Moreover, the 5 Poison sect probably used the excuse of visiting to visit the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, so the Flying Scorpion Pavilion might not know that the 5 Poison sect was in cahoots with the Baigu group. Therefore Yi Xian thought of a good idea. He watched from high up in the sky. After the 3 people below circled around, they returned to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. I don't know if the Flying Scorpion Pavilion colluded with the 5 Poison sect, or if they were deceived by the 5 Poison sect. However, Feng Yaqing should have been captured. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The 5 Poison sect could have many reasons for Feng Yaqing's capture, such as Feng Yaqing running away from the wedding and so on. Then Yi Xian took out a pen and paper and wrote dozens of letters. The letters talked about the 5 Poison sect colluding with the Baigu group, then tied them to dozens of long swords. He wanted to tell the Flying Scorpion Pavilion about this and let them know what happened. Perhaps they could save Feng Yaqing. Although this might put Feng Yaqing in danger, if Feng Yaqing was used to threaten Feng Shan, the 2 of them would definitely be eliminated after this. Therefore Yi Xian could only gamble once. He flew above the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Coincidentally, a group of people also walked out of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. It was the 5 Poison sect elder who had captured Feng Yaqing, bidding farewell to the people of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. They had only caught Feng Yaqing alone. The 2 people who were on guard outside were nowhere to be seen, leaving only traces of blood. This inevitably made them vigilant, so they had to leave immediately. The 4 elders of the 5 Poison sect seized Feng Yaqing and quickly left. At the same time Yi Xian also began to move. Swish! Dozens of weapons were fired at the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Enemy attack! The disciples of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion hurriedly pulled out their weapons, but they realized that the targets of these hidden weapons were not them. Furthermore, the weapons all carried letters. When the disciples saw the contents of the letter, their expressions changed. Then, they followed the pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Not long after, a group of people from the Flying Scorpion Pavilion chased after the 5 Poison sect elder. Their speed was very fast. If Yi Xian did not use Beast King Rampage, he would not be able to catch up. As his realm increased, the Saint Beast corpses in the Devouring space were only enough to use Beast King Rampage once. Yi Xian did not want to waste it. He followed behind the Flying Scorpion Pavilion group with all his strength, hoping that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion could intercept the 4 elders of the 5 Poison sect. When he saw the group sent by the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, he immediately understood that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion should have been deceived. Otherwise, they only needed to send one person to escape. There was no need to send a group of experts. Bang! 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 After Yi Xian hurried for a while, a series of explosions came from the front. It seemed that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion group was fighting with the 5 Poison sect group. There were 4 people from the 5 Poison sect. 2 of them were at the 5th level of the Imperial Qi realm and 2 were at the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm with 490 dragons. And this Flying Scorpion Pavilion group only had 1 level 5 Imperial Qi and 4 level 4 Imperial Qi. In terms of numbers, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion had the advantage, but the 5 Poison sect had 2 5th level Imperial Qi cultivators. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win or lose, although the 5 Poison sect still needed to send out a person to guard Feng Yaqing. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he found that one of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion people had already died. Now it was 3 against 4. After all, The Flying Scorpion Pavilion is not a large sect like the 100 Poison Sect or the 5 Poison Sect. They do not have enough battle power. If they continue to fight, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion will definitely be wiped out. In the air, Yi Xian had already seen through the situation. He also knew that it was time for him to make a move. Facing a level 5 Imperial Qi expert, he did not have confidence. But if the Flying Scorpion experts were added, it would be different. At that moment he used Beast King Rampage. His 370 dragon power instantly increased to 480 dragon power. Then he quickly landed on the ground. In order to avoid trouble, he still used Beast King Rampage first before killing his way out, in case the Flying Scorpion Pavilion also coveted Beast King Rampage. With 480 dragon power, adding on the speed bonus, his speed could reach 580. Adding on the 90% silver feather movement technique, it was already enough to contend against the 510 Dragon Elder of the 5 Poison Sect. Rip! A head flew up. There were finally casualties on the 5 Poison Sect side, because Yi Xian's location was right behind Feng Yaqing. The person who died was the 5 Poison Sect Elder, who was in charge of guarding Feng Yaqing. 490 Dragon Strength. Ding! The host has broken through to 375 Dragon Power. Yi Xian instantly devoured the universe ring. When the two sides discovered Yi Xian, his flying dragons had already increased to 488. Retreat! Yi Xian released the restraints on Feng Yaqing's body. After giving a low shout, he charged out again. This speed made even the 510th Dragon Elder of the 5 Poison Sect feel his heart palpitate. So fast. The eyes of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion people brightened. Very clearly Yi Xian came to help. The 5 Poison Sect's Imperial Qi level 5. One had 510 dragons, the other had 500 dragons. After Yi Xian joined the battle, he immediately went to find trouble with the 500 Dragon Elder. Although in terms of movement technique, Yi Xian's silver feather movement technique was much weaker than the 5 Poison Sect Elders. The Beast King agility advancement allowed his speed to be much faster than the opponent. It's you, this brat, who killed Yangming. Die! The 500 Dragon Elder shouted loudly. He took out a bag of poison powder and sprinkled it at Yi Xian. Rotting corpse powder? Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. He had eaten this poison powder before, so this thing was completely useless to him. Charge! He directly charged over while enduring the rotting corpse powder, catching the elder off guard. Underworld swordsmanship, underworld burial. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. With a swing of his sword, countless wind blades flew up, cutting the elder's body until there was not an inch of skin left. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. This was comprehended after the underworld swordsmanship was raised to 100%. It was a bit similar to the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation, but the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation was unable to be strengthened by the 8 Desolation Sword. Actually, the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation was very powerful. It was just that Yi Xian was always challenging those above his level, so he was almost eliminated by him. Underworld Swordsmanship. Sword descends to the underworld. Chapter 437. Breaking the formation. Rip. The elder's neck was cut open and his head flew up. Blood splattered 3 meters into the air. 5th level Imperial Qi dead. Ding, the host has broken through to 382 dragon strength. His realm increased again. Before Yi Xian appeared, this elder's opponents were 2 martial artists with 490 dragon strength. Yi Xian's method of instantly killing a 5th level Imperial Qi deeply impressed them. Now the 5 Poison Sect only had 2 people left. One was a 4th level Imperial Qi, and the other was an elder with 510 dragon strength. It's you again. You're disturbing my 5 Poison Sect's business. The sect leader will definitely not let you go. The 510 dragon strength elder shouted loudly. So what? I only know that you're going to die today. Yi Xian replied coldly and attacked again. In less than 3 seconds this elder also died. The universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding, the host has broken through to 390 dragon strength. After Yi Xian swallowed the universe ring, the last 4th level Imperial Qi of the 5 Poison Sect was also stabbed to death by the Flying Scorpion Pavilion's experts. Now, the 5 Poison Sect's team was completely annihilated, but the Flying Scorpion Pavilion also lost a member. Thank you for your help, little brother. The middle-aged leader of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion hurriedly walked over. This time, if not for Yixian's help, they would have been in danger. Yixian nodded slightly and looked at Feng Yaqing. They used me running away from the marriage as an excuse to hold me hostage. Feng Yaqing directly said what happened. Only now did the middle-aged man understand that Yixian was with Feng Yaqing. He hurriedly said guiltily, Miss Feng, I'm very sorry. We were also deceived by the Five Poison sect. This time they had fallen into their own trap. If they had not listened to the Five Poison sect's elder when Feng Yaqing came in, they probably would not have lost a member now. Feng Yaqing and Yixian looked at each other. Originally, they wanted to ask for help from the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion was an expert with 550 dragon power. Although he could not save the 100 Poison sect, he could spread the news. Senior, please spread the news. Feng Yaqing requested. Of course, the Baigu group actually dared to wander around our territory. How audacious. I'll get someone to send the order to the Blood Crow sect. They'll definitely send experts. However, I don't know if I can make it in time. The middle-aged man frowned. The pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion only had 550 dragon power, and he was not in the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, so they could not help. Feng Yaqing furrowed her brows. It seemed that the 100 Poison sect would not be able to escape this calamity. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, You stay here. I'll go take a look at your 100 Poison sect. You. Feng Yaqing raised her head in surprise. Although Yixian could kill Royal Air Tier 5, there were Royal Air Tier 6 going to the 100 Poison sect, and there were even 3 of them. Going there was just courting death. I'm just going to ask around for information. You just wait here. Yixian did not give Feng Yaqing a chance to refuse and quickly left. He and Feng Yaqing had only met in poverty and could not even be considered friends. He had already completed what Feng Yaqing wanted him to do, and he had not even given her the reward. Yixian helping this time was actually just to find an excuse to kill. He would not foolishly go against the Five Poison sect. Before he had the strength, he would not appear. His speed was still a bit too slow. When he spent more than a day to reach the 100 Poison sect, the 100 Poison sect had already been massacred. Not a single one of the upper echelons of the 100 Poison sect was left. The remaining people did not exceed 400 dragon power. According to the sect disciples, the 5 Poison sect people were heading towards the branch sections. The 100 Poison sect people were not willing to break the formation, so they set their sights on the branch sects. Yixian thought in his heart. Other than the head elder who had already died in battle, the 100 Poison's branch sects still had a sect master with 540 dragon power, as well as a few elders with over 400 dragon power. Perhaps they also knew how to break the formation. Although it was called a formation, it was actually a large pile of traps. Even the 5 Poison sect, who were on the same side, did not dare to rashly enter. Therefore, this plantation had to be broken by the 5 Poison sect and the 100 Poison sect together. Although Tang Huaiji and the others had gone to the 100 Poison's branch sects, perhaps this would be another bloodbath. Therefore, Yixian simply did not return to the 100 Poison's branch sects, and instead headed straight for that plantation. That plantation had been set up with a poison formation, but Yixian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Perhaps he could directly break the formation and enter? Moreover, Feng Yaqing had previously told him the location of the plantation. If he could enter and find the bones of that 8th level Imperial Qi cultivator, he would be able to make all of Gu Qi's efforts go to waste. Immediately, he madly dashed in one direction. He had to enter the plantation before the 5 Poison sect. This plantation was not far from the 100 Poison sect, but with Yixian's speed, it would still take him 2 days to reach it. 2 days later, he found this plantation located in a large canyon. However, he was still one step too slow. At this time, there were already quite a few people around this plantation. Tang Huaiji, Gu Qi, and his white-boned battle puppet. Yixian looked around. The 3 great 6th level Imperial Qi cultivators were among them. In addition, there were the elders of the 5 Poison sect and the people of the 100 Poison sect. However, he did not find Feng Shan. He did not know if he had been imprisoned elsewhere, or if he had already been killed. Elder Wu, young master, sure? High in the air, Yi Xian could not help but be startled. Looking at the situation, it should be the people of the 100 Poisons sect who had betrayed them, switching sides to the 5 Poisons sect. They were truly opportunists. This time, all the elders of the 100 Poisons sect had come, and there were even quite a few true disciples. At this time, Tang Huaiji Guqi and the other experts were following behind a middle-aged man, entering the poison array. This plantation was very large, and there were a total of 2 layers of poison arrays. The inner layer was set up by the 5 Poisons sect, and the outer layer was set up by the 100 Poisons sect. This poison array was actually a dangerous area where a maze, poisonous fog, poisonous grass, and poisonous creatures were mixed together. If one entered from the air, they would be attacked by the poisonous creatures in the air. Using fire to burn them would not work either. After all, these things could not be burned by ordinary flames. If the poisonous grass was chopped off, that would be even more impossible. If the sap and poisonous powder spread, the danger would only increase. Therefore, the only way was to break the array. Moreover, the plantation was likely to be even more dangerous. Tang Huaiji and the others needed the correct location to find the place where the elder of the Baigu group had fallen. As for the middle-aged man who led Tang Huaiji Guqi and the other experts in, he was the leader of the 100 Poisons sect. Chapter 438. Ambush. Based on the clothes they were wearing, these two were about the same as the ones Yi Xian had killed outside the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, at most 520 dragon power. Although Yi Xian had used up his last Beast King rampage outside the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, he had gained quite a lot of dragon power afterwards. In addition to the killings he had done along the way, he could still use it one more time. At this time he was hesitating whether to kill these people outside, then charge into the poison array and kill the 100 Poisons sect branch leader as well. Forget it, I'll go all out. I have all kinds of bloodlines. As long as I kill the branch leader, I might be able to trap them inside then. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he quietly descended and approached the group of guards outside. Beast King Rampage. Yi Xian suddenly increased his strength and directly charged in. In the blink of an eye, several heads flew, all of them belonging to the 100 Poisons sect branch leader. What? The 5 Poisons sect elders were shocked. By the time they reacted, half of the team had already been slaughtered. Yi Xian's speed exceeded 600 dragon power, shuttling through the crowd. With a single slash of his sword, he could kill several people. Young Master Shi, TSK. Elder Wu, you should report to hell as well. Yi Xian was a vengeful person. Now, he had already taken 2/3 of his revenge. Only Steward Qiu was left. In less than 3 seconds, other than the 5 Poison sect's 5th stage Imperial Qi elders, everyone else was killed by Yi Xian. This time, not only did he obtain a large number of yin and yang rings, but his martial arts had also improved. His silver feather movement technique had finally reached 100% mastery. Haha, the heavens are helping me. You too can go to hell as well. Yi Xian's morale was high. His speed suddenly increased and in 2 moves, he cut off the heads of the 2 elders. The improvement of his martial arts had come at just the right time. Ding, the host has broken through to 400 dragon power. The items from these dozens of people allowed Yi Xian to break through to the 4th level of the Imperial Qi branch leader. Yi Xian did not feel complacent because of this, because he still had to complete an important mission, which was to kill the branch leader of the 100 Poisons sect. Thus he charged into the poison array. As expected, the poison mist had no effect on him, so he could pass through it without obstruction. This poison array can only be dispelled by the sect master. I wonder where they went. Yi Xian began to move around the poison array. Although he couldn't see, he could sense everything within 1,000 meters. Moreover, even if it was the branch sect leader of the 100 Poisons sect, it wouldn't be that easy to break through this formation. Therefore, Yi Xian reckoned that their speed wouldn't be fast. Sure enough, 10 seconds after Yi Xian entered the poison array, he found that group of people. 6 Poisons 5 Poisons sect. A poison ons a 5 Poisons sect. 10 of them were naturally the elders of the 5 Poisons sect. As for the last one, he was definitely the branch head of the 100 Poisons sect. Found you. I'll kill you in one blow. Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of murderous intent as he quietly approached them. At this moment, some people in the team also felt that something was wrong. There's movement. It's very fast. Gu Qi, who was walking in second place, frowned and said in a neutral voice, "Don't worry, Guardian Gu. It should be a sacred beast that accidentally entered the poison array. If it dares to come, we'll kill it," Tang Huaiji explained. "No, it's the sound of human footsteps." Gu Qi shook his head. Although his cultivation level was the same as Tang Huaiji's, his strength was stronger than Tang Huaiji's. He heard it clearly. It was the sound of 2 feet on the ground. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out of the poison mist. This figure was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it swept past them. Everyone was startled as they discovered that there was something out of the ordinary moving towards them. "It's poison powder. Be careful." Tang Huaiji cried out in alarm. This pile of poison powder was not small. This was the most powerful poison powder that Yixian could currently refine. It was enough to kill a level 5 Imperial Qi expert. He ran too fast this time, so the poison powder didn't kill a single person. It only corroded a few pieces of flesh from their hands. However, he had achieved his goal. When Tang Huaiji and the others dispersed the poison powder, they found that the sect leader of the 100 Poison sect, who was walking in front of the team, had disappeared. Yes, he had disappeared. On the ground there was a pool of blood. Everyone present smelled the scent of blood. Damn it, he was killed. Tang Huaiji cursed. The first poison array was set up by the 100 Poison sect. They finally found someone to break it, but he was killed. What were they going to do next? He's already dead. Since that's the case, let's break the array by force, Gu Qi said. Just now he did not react in time. That was why Yixian ran away. Okay, we'll break the array by force. Everyone be careful. That person may appear again. Tang Huaiji gritted his teeth and shouted. They continued to move forward very carefully. At this time, Yixian was hiding in a poisonous flower garden. There's a poisonous beehive in front of them. I'll make a move when they are attacked by the poisonous beehive. This plantation originally had nothing, but after the 2 poison arrays were set up, many poisonous creatures moved in. Although these poisonous creatures were not strong, their toxicity was so strong that even the experts of the 5 Poison sect had to be cautious. Yixian quietly followed behind this group of people. He was calculating the distance between this group of people and the poisonous beehive in his mind. At the same time, he was calculating the duration of the Beast King's rage. He only had one chance to make a move. If he did not replenish the sacred beast corpses, he would not be able to resist anymore. There was only one chance. He had to grasp it. The 5 Poison sect team continued to move forward. They were only 300 meters away from the poisonous beehive. 200 meters. 100 meters. This time, whoosh! A slash broke through the poisonous fog and instantly cut the poisonous beehive that was bigger than a clothes rack in half. In an instant, countless thumb-sized poisonous bees swept out. Each of them had the ability to poison 300 dragon power martial artists to death. Not good. Everyone be careful. Tang Huaiji shouted. This poisonous bee swarm covered the sky and the earth as it swept towards this team. There were more than 1,000 of them. This time, Tang Huaiji and the others were in trouble. However, these people were at least level 5 Imperial Qi. Even if there were 1,000 poisonous bees, they would not be able to do much to them. Therefore, Yixian made a move. He, who was not afraid of the poisonous grass, rushed towards Tang Huaiji and the others. Be careful. Tang Huaiji heard the hurried footsteps and reminded them again. However, it was already too late. A series of screams sounded. The elders behind Tang Huaiji let out miserable cries. Some of them had already fallen to the ground. Underworld sword technique, underworld burial. A wave of chaotic and disorderly qi swept out, instantly killing a 5th level Imperial Qi realm elder who was resisting the poisonous wasps. Chapter 439. A strange poison array. It's that brat. Go kill him. Gu Qi immediately ordered. At that moment, his white bone battle puppet quickly flew out, stepping on the poisonous flowers and grass as it charged towards Yixian. Yixian could not beat him now, so he quickly fled. He then circled around the corpses and took all their interspatial rings. These elders had massacred the 100 Poison sect, so they must have many good things on them. Ding, the host has broken through to 410 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 420 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 430 dragon power. The 4 corpses allowed Yi Xian to gain 30 dragon power. At this time, most of the poison bees were killed, and Yi Xian's Beast King rampage was about to end, so he quickly fled. The skeletal war puppet could not find him, so it turned back. Damn it! When Tang Huaiji killed the last wave of poison bees, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and his hair stood on end. He recognized Yi Xian. Last time he could have wiped out the 100 poisons sect in one fell swoop, but Yi Xian suddenly appeared, causing Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing to escape. This time Yi Xian disturbed him again, and even killed 4 elders of the 5 poisons sect. Now, other than the 3 of them who were at level 6 of the Imperial Qi realm, there were only 6 elders who were at level 5 of the Imperial Qi realm. Sect leader, what do we do now? An elder asked after removing the poison from his body. Continue to break the array. Tang Huaiji gritted his teeth. The last time we were here, there was only some white bone grass planted on the ground, so we set up a poison array and scattered some seeds. But we did not expect it to become so dangerous in such a short time. I feel. What do you feel? Tang Huaiji asked coldly. The changes here are beyond our expectations. There may be a powerful poisonous creature here. The elder said. In fact, Tang Huaiji had also felt it. This was only the first layer of the poison array, and there were already over 1,000 poisonous wasps. If they reached the poison array set up by the 5 poison sect, it would most likely be even more dangerous. Not to mention the plantation that was surrounded by 2 layers of poison arrays. Don't worry, as long as we find those white bone grass, I will be able to find my senior's bones. At that time I will not mistreat you, Gu Qi said in a sarcastic tone. The white bone grass was the symbol of the fall of the experts of the Baigu group. Previously, the people of the 5 poison sect had coincidentally seen the white bone grass and reported the matter to Tang Huaiji. Wherever there was white bone grass, one had to be careful. All the sects in the Corpse Master sect's territory practiced similar cultivation methods, which would change their physiques. After they died, their corpses might mutate. If they recklessly dug up the white bone grass, they would be in big trouble. But this elder still wanted to say something. Tang Huaiji directly interrupted him. No buts. As long as we help Gu Qi find the corpses, we will go our separate ways. The remains of a level 8 Imperial Qi expert is enough for each of us to establish a faction comparable to the 5 poison sect. Now that 4 people have died, we will split even more. In fact, he and Gu Qi had a private agreement. As long as they found the corpses, then he would join forces with Gu Qi to eradicate these 5 poison sect elders. After all, there were too many people. And he was not afraid of Gu Qi betraying him because Gu Qi was his brother. It was just that these elders did not know. The remaining 6 elders looked at each other and all nodded. They were still convinced. The remains of a level 8 Imperial Qi expert, even if it was divided among 10 people, it was still enough. This group continued forward. The 4 people who died just now were not of high realms, while the remaining 6 people had all reached 550 dragons. The strongest was 580 dragons. If the 6 of them joined forces, they could even fight a level 6 Imperial Qi expert. Yi Xian did not hear their words. He was too far away. They continue forward again. Let's wait until they find the corpses first. Yi Xian, who was hiding not far away, thought so in his heart. Just now he had obtained 4 corpses. He had made a huge profit, and even replenished the corpses of sacred beasts. Because these 5 poison sect elders had previously killed the 100 poison sect elders, and then charged into the 100 poison sect to loot, it would be strange if their pockets were not full. Yi Xian estimated that if he killed the remaining 6 people, he could at least break through to 450 dragons. Next, he followed behind these people, advancing bit by bit. Tang Huaiji in the front group said in a low voice, "That kid is still following us. How did he avoid these dangers?" "Don't worry about it. Just now, when my white bone battle hoe was chasing him, its foot stepped on the poison powder. If another accident happens, it will be troublesome," Gu Qi replied in a low voice. Fortunately, the 100 poison sect branch leader had just explained the method to break the formation, so they were not blindly breaking the formation. After about 5 minutes, They came out of the 100 poison sects poison formation. Next, it was the 5 poison sects own poison formation. This is my 5 poison sects 100 poison devouring great formation. Other than the 100 types of poisonous grasses, we also sprinkled a large amount of bloodthirsty flying scorpions and other poisonous creatures' larvae. After so long, they should be able to threaten us. Everyone follow me closely. Be careful. Tang Huaiji still walked in the front, and then entered this 10,000 poison devouring great formation. There was only one way to break this formation, and he remembered it very clearly. As long as there were no accidents, they could easily break this formation. At this time, Yi Xian also walked out of the 100 poison sects poison formation. He could not help but sigh. People who used poison were truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had the sacred tree of life's bloodline, otherwise, he would have died 100 times already. Previously, old Monster Hong went to a lower-level territory to plant, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. And this plantation was in the Ghost Tomb territory. The 100 poison sect and 5 poison sect were afraid that the poisonous grasses they painstakingly planted would be taken advantage of by others, so they developed 2 poison formations. In these few months, Yi Xian had learned quite a bit about poisonous grasses. Whenever he saw something he did not recognize on the road, he would quietly pluck a leaf and then increase his resistance to poison. This poison formation was large and complicated. Some of the poisonous grasses grew even taller than Yi Xian. At the same time, there were often things flying through the air. Yi Xian followed very carefully, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters from the front. This time, the 5 poison sects team was very fast. They walked out in less than 3 minutes. We're finally out. Tang Huaiji frowned slightly, because the plantation in front of him had already grown into a forest. There really is something here. Just based on the seeds I scattered, it's impossible for them to grow like this. There must be a powerful poisonous creature entrenched here. I wonder what realm it is. It's at least Royal Qi level 5, maybe Royal Qi level 6. The 6 elders were a little worried. Stop talking. Hurry up and find the white bone grass, then leave. Elder Chun, you lead the way. Tang Huaiji said. Yes. Let me tell you a joke. I'm the author of this super devouring system. Can you give me a drumstick? Get lost. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. What author, idiot? I can use a manuscript in exchange. Chapter 440. Poison Dragon. Yes. A 5 poison sect elder walked to the front. Previously, he was the one who personally laid down the poison formation. He was also the one who personally saw the white bone grass. Following his memories, they should be able to find the white bone grass. The group went straight into the forest. Not long after, Yi Xian also came out of the second poison array. The poisonous fog in this type of plantation was thinner, so he had to be more careful. The 2 groups of people walked in the poisonous forest. During this time, Tang Huaiji and the others also saw many new poisonous creatures and plants. This made them even more convinced that there was definitely a powerful creature here. However, their goal was the white bone grass. As long as they found the white bone grass, they would immediately leave. As long as they obtained the remains of a royal heir level 8 powerhouse, who would care about this plantation? The leader, Elder Chan, searched for 5 minutes before he finally found the white bone grass. The leaves of the white bone grass were the same shape as human bones. They were white and there were 8 of them in total. When Gu Qi saw the white bone grass, his eyes lit up. 8 stalks of white bone grass growing from the same root. As expected, this is the place where the senior from the Baigu group died. Gu Qi murmured. At this time, Tang Huaiji suddenly pointed ahead and said, Look over there, there's a cave. The poison here was very thin, and they could barely see things a few hundred meters away. Everyone followed Tang Huaiji's finger and found a large cave. This was a canyon, so it wasn't strange for caves to appear. However, everyone discovered that there was a huge claw mark at the edge of the cave. Sure enough, there's a big guy. Everyone, keep your voices down. Don't make too much noise. Tang Huaiji whispered. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. They still didn't know what this big guy was, nor did they know how strong its realm was. If it was only at the 5th level of the Royal Qi, it would be fine, but if it was at the 6th level of the Royal Qi, then it would be troublesome. For those of us who cultivate death-type techniques, It's extremely easy for our corpses to mutate after we die. There should be a strong deathly aura under those 8 stalks of white bone grass. I need to absorb this deathly aura before I can dig out the corpses, Gu Qi said as he took out 3 hollow bones that were 4 to 5 meters long. Then, he personally carried the 3 bones to the white bone grass and stabbed them into the ground in a triangular formation. The bones were only half a person's height above the ground. Then, he began to form hand seals and set up a spirit formation. This was a method of slowly releasing the death chi underground. If the death chi underground was not released, there would definitely be a death chi explosion. It didn't matter if the explosion killed him, but it would be a tragedy if the universe ring and his corpse were destroyed. When Gu Qi finished setting up the formation, the 3 long bones began to emit white smoke. If the corpse of a royal Qi level 8 expert were to explode with death energy, how powerful would it be? An elder could not help but ask. The death energy explosion of a royal air level 8, if we were nearby, we would definitely be blown up into nothingness. This plantation, along with the 2 poison arrays outside, would also be completely destroyed. Bone 7 replied. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. How could this explosion of death chi be so powerful? However, when they thought about how long this expert had been dead, they calmed down. This expert from the Baigu group had been dead for many years. Only a corpse that had been dead for so long could accumulate so much death chi. The death chi spiraled up. After about 2 minutes, Gu Qi put away the 3 long bones. Don't move. I'll dig. Gu Qi ordered the white bone puppet to dig with him. To him, the corpse of a royal Qi level 8 expert was much more important than the universe ring. As long as he could obtain this corpse, he could refine another white bone puppet. Its strength might be reduced, but it would still be much stronger than him. Gu Qi dug very carefully, but it didn't take long for him to dig out a bunch of bones. Finger bones, hand bones, sternum and ribs were dug out one by one. Gu Qi calculated silently in his heart. However, after digging for a long time, he still couldn't find an interspatial ring, which made him very surprised. That's strange. Even the hand bones are out. Where is the universe ring? Tang Huaiji asked in surprise. Could it be that the universe ring has been taken away long ago? An elder murmured. If that was the case, it was too much of a scam. They risked their lives to come here. Were they going to return empty-handed? Gu Qi didn't believe it either. Although he thought the corpse was more important, if he could get the universe ring, he wouldn't lack cultivation resources at Royal Qi level 7 or even level 8. He didn't believe it and dug for a while, but still couldn't find the universe ring. At this time, even the skull of the corpse had been dug out. Damn it! It has been taken away long ago. Gu Qi couldn't help cursing. Tang Huaiji and the remaining 6 elders were helpless. They also rushed forward and began to dig crazily. With so many people working together, it was inevitable that they would make some noise. At this time, at a place 1,000 meters away from them. Is that the place where the Royal Qi level 8 expert died? Haven't the corpse been dug out? Is there no universe ring? With his strong perception, Yi Xian could sense the movements of these people. Previously, he was still thinking that if he found the interspatial ring, these people might have internal strife and then fight each other. At that time, he would be able to take advantage of the chaos. But now, without the cosmos ring, his fantasy was ruined. However, at this time, boom! Suddenly, a loud noise fell into everyone's ears. Tang Huaiji and the others looked up at the cave in the distance and found a huge black shadow slowly walking out. Oh no, stop! Tang Huaiji hurriedly said. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look. Although they were digging together, the sound couldn't be heard so far away. This big guy must have come out by itself. Although the poisonous substance here was thin, they could only see a huge figure. Roar! This big guy stood at the entrance of the cave and roared. Then it spread its wings and flew up. It was a flying dragon. Oh no, it's flying toward us! Tang Huaiji shouted in a low voice. Only then did they see the appearance of this flying dragon. This was not an ordinary flying dragon, but a poisonous dragon. This poisonous dragon had a layer of black scales on its skin, which was constantly emitting clouds of poisonous gas. Its washbasin-sized eyes stared and fell on Tang Huaiji and the others. Although warriors could hide their breath, some creatures' perception was not weak. Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi were both Royal Qi level 6. The moment the poisonous dragon came out of the cave, they were discovered. It's just a poisonous dragon of Royal Chi level 6. Kill. Chapter 441. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio. The final battle. Although it was Tang Huaiji's first time seeing a flying dragon, he reckoned that the poison dragon was not much stronger than it. Hence he attacked without hesitation. It was the same for Gu Qi and the Whitebone battle puppet. As long as they killed the poison dragon, they could dig up the entire area. Who knew, the interspatial ring might have fallen somewhere else. However, when their attacks landed on the poison dragon's body, they were completely ineffective. How is this possible? Our vital energy was weakened by more than half by the poisonous gas. My attacks can't even break through its scales? An elder exclaimed. He was in the realm of 560 dragons. If he used his martial arts, he could kill a level 6 sacred beast of the Imperial Qi realm. He was not the only one. The other 5 elders were the same. Furthermore, even Tang Huaiji, who was in the realm of 620 dragons, could not break through the poison dragon's scales. The poison dragon flew above the 6 of them. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of green venom. An elder's shoulder was accidentally touched by a few drops of venom. His entire shoulder was melted. If he had been hit by the entire pool of venom, his entire body would have melted into a pool of blood. What a strong venom! Be careful. Tang Huaiji reminded them again. The flying dragon flew in the sky and kept spitting venom. Hence, Gu Qi's Whitebone battle puppet was completely useless. Furthermore, the group of people below could only use long-range attacks. However, none of them could break through the poison dragon's scales, including Gu Qi. Damn it! Gu Qi cursed angrily. He took out a bone sword from his interspatial ring and attacked again. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. The poison dragon finally broke through the poison dragon's scales. However, this was merely breaking through the poison dragon's scales. The poison dragon was also a little surprised. However, it only glanced at Gu Qi with its noble head before continuing to attack the elders. It also understood that it had to pick the weakest persimmon. Its venom was very large. The elders had a hard time dodging it. After all, they had to be careful not to step on any corrosive poisonous grass or flowers. This battle seemed to be evenly matched. However, as time went on, the poison dragon was gaining the upper hand. That was because the venom it spat out had already melted the poisonous flowers and plants and seeped into the soil. An elder accidentally stepped on it, and his entire foot melted. Then he fell on top of it and died miserably. Only then did Tang Huaiji realize that they were no match for this poison dragon. They had to retreat. Let's go! Tang Huaiji shouted. At that moment he and Gu Qi turned around and left. The remaining 5 elders did the same. Seeing this, the poison dragon roared at the sky and chased after him. If this was only a wyvern, the 6 of them would have been able to kill it. Unfortunately, this was a poison dragon, which was much stronger than ordinary wyverns. Moreover, this poison dragon's realm was higher than all of them, so the 5 elders couldn't escape and were dissolved by the poison. Only Gu Qi and Tang Huaiji managed to leave. The poison dragon was too lazy to chase after them and returned to the plantation. At this time there was only one human left in this plantation. That was Yixian, who had been hiding and holding his breath. When the poison dragon was chasing after Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi, he happened to take away the 6 elders' interspatial rings. The interspatial rings were made of the same material as mid-level heaven artifacts, so the poison dragon could still melt them. At the same time, Yixian tested the poison himself. Sure enough, his hand was melted once. However, the second time, his skin had developed a resistance to the poison. The poison no longer had any effect on him. The 6 interspatial rings allowed Yixian's realm to break through from 430 dragons to 460 dragons. If he used Beast King Rampage now, he could soar to 600 dragons of power. At this time he already had the strength to fight with Gu Qi, and the other 2 rank 6 Imperial Qi cultivators. While the poison dragon was returning to its nest, Yixian also left this plantation. This time he had gained a lot. At this time he left the plantation to find if Gu Qi and Tang Huaiji were still there. Gu Qi and Tang Huaiji, who had been chased away by the poison dragon, also hid far away. Fortunately, the poison dragon did not chase after them, otherwise, they would have run separately. Big brother, did you really not find the interspatial ring? Now that only Tang Huaiji and Guqi were left, Tang Huaiji directly called the latter big brother. I really didn't. However, the corpses of the seniors of the Baigu group are all here. Just give me some time and I will refine them into a white bone battle puppet. Then we can kill that poison dragon. Guqi glanced at the white bone battle puppet beside him. This white bone battle puppet had been with him for more than 10 years. It had only recently been refined to rank 6 imperial qi, and had spent a lot of treasures to improve the strength of its bones. Now it was time to change. There are still 6 interspatial rings. Tang Huaiji reminded. It did not matter that the 6 elders were dead, but the people they had killed before had been distributed. The 6 interspatial rings added up to a lot of things, and he was a little reluctant to part with them. Don't worry. Wait until I refine this new white bone battle puppet, then we will kill our way in, Guqi said with a grin. But that kid might still be alive. Tang Huaiji thought of Yixian, the unknown factor who could kill the 100 Poison Sect's sub-leader right in front of him. That kid must have spread the news that I am here. Since the poison dragon has retreated, let's wait outside. Guqi was also very resentful of Yixian, so he immediately went back the way he came. Although they did not know why Yixian was able to do whatever he wanted in there, it was meaningless. Their goal was the interspatial rings. Guqi and Tang Huaiji arrived outside the poison array again. Guqi looked at the corpses on the ground and could not help but say, "This kid is really ruthless. He even killed his own fellow disciples." The fellow disciples he was referring to were the 100 Poison Sect's sub-disciples and elders who had defected to the 5 Poison Sect. Of course, from the beginning, Tang Huaiji and his brother did not want to share the loot with others. They wanted to keep it all to themselves. Tang Huaiji hesitated for a long time because he had built the 5 Poison Sect with great difficulty. However, just as they walked to the entrance of the poison array, they suddenly heard a commotion coming from inside the poison array. Footsteps, it's that kid. The two of them immediately reacted. A total of 13 people entered the poison array, including the white bone battle puppet. If they excluded Guqi and Tang Huaiji, there were only 11 people left. Among these 11 people, the 100 Poison Sect's sub-leader was the first to die, followed by the 4 elders, and finally the 6 elders who were sprayed to death by the poison dragon. Although the 100 Poison Sect's sub-leader did not die in front of them, they guessed that he was dead too. Chapter 442. 1 against 3. Sure enough, it was as they had expected. When they saw the figure slowly walking out of the poison array, they couldn't help but be moved. This brat was truly capable of shuttling between the 2 poison arrays. Good boy, you actually dare to come out from here? Tang Huaiji said with some surprise. Haha. Yixian grinned. He was also a little surprised. He didn't think that these 2 people would choose to return here to guard him instead of continuing to flee. Those Qin Kuan rings are all on you? Tang Huaiji didn't give Yixian a chance to speak and asked directly. Not a single one. Yixian nodded and asked in return. Did you kill the sect leader of the 100 Poison Sect, Fengshan? No, I sent people to escort him back to the 5 Poison Sect. Why, you still want to save him? Tang Huaiji narrowed his eyes. You don't need to worry about that. I'm just curious, did you get that senior's Qin Kuan ring? Yixian asked again. Tang Huaiji revealed a cold smile. Did you think I would tell you? Then you didn't. Otherwise, you would have already fought. Yixian guessed. Tang Huaiji and Guqi looked at each other. It seemed that Yixian wasn't stupid. He was much smarter than the 5 Poison Sect elders. At this time, Guqi suddenly said, Kid, you're quite talented. Are you interested in joining our Baigu group? Haha, you want my martial art that can suddenly increase the strength of 100 dragons, right? Yixian smiled. That's right. Since you've already learned it, isn't it natural to hand it over to Master? As long as you're willing to hand it over, I'll give Little White to you after I've successfully refined that white bone battle puppet. Guqi said as he glanced at the level 6 white bone battle puppet beside him. Martial arts could be taught, but Beast King's rampage wasn't a martial art. Yixian couldn't teach it even if he wanted to. Moreover, these 2 were ruthless and had actually massacred the 100 Poison Sect. Even if Yixian didn't avenge Feng Yaqing, he still had to consider his own strength. I'm very interested in the method of controlling white bones, Yixian said. So you agree? Gu Qi's eyes brightened. Greed and murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let him accept Yixian as his disciple? What a joke. He wanted to get Beast King Berserk first before killing Yixian. The reason why the two of them hadn't made a move yet was because they didn't know if Yixian had the Beast King Rampage secret manual in his yin and yang ring. Therefore Yixian could not be killed yet. However, Yixian was not that stupid. No, I guess you want to kill me after obtaining this martial art, right? Yixian said as he took out the Bahuang sword. He had said enough nonsense and it was time to start fighting. Humph. A guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Then I'll capture you first and interrogate you. Gu Qi snorted coldly and took out the bone sword. Tang Huaiji did the same. That day, Yixian was able to escape from under their noses. They didn't dare to be careless when he passed through the poison array at will. The battle prowess of the three great Imperial Qi Tier 6 surrounded Yixian in the middle. Yixian held the Bahuang sword and watched coldly. He had already ranked the strength of the three in his mind. The weakest was of course the white bone puppet, followed by Tang Huaiji. Gu Qi was stronger than Tang Huaiji, and the bone sword in his hand was better than Tang Huaiji's, so he was the strongest. In this situation, Yixian only had one way to fight, and that was to kill the white bone puppet first and quickly reduce the opponent's combat strength. The cold wind blew but the four figures didn't move. At this time Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi looked at each other and attacked at the same time. But when they looked at each other, Yixian also used Beast King Rampage. Bam! Yixian's strength instantly increased to 600 dragons. In terms of realm, although he was weaker than Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi by more than 20 dragons, he still had agility advancement. His speed had already surpassed 700 dragons. So fast. Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi were stunned, because Yixian's speed was much faster than when he killed the 100 Poison Sect's subsect leader in the poison array. Yixian's main target was the white bone puppet. Gu Qi knew that the white bone puppet was no match for Yixian, so he hurriedly controlled the white bone puppet to run in his direction. However, Yixian intercepted the white bone puppet midway. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Yixian directly used his ultimate move on the white bone puppet. The white bone puppet wasn't an ordinary skeleton. Its joints were connected by a silver substance, so as long as this joint was destroyed, the white bone puppet would be crippled. Underworld burial sent out waves of qi to attack the white bone puppet. The white bone puppet reacted slower and was swept up in an instant. Kacha! Kacha! In an instant, the white bone puppet's sword-wielding arm fell to the ground. The enemy's combat strength was instantly weakened. Damn it! Gu Qi cursed. He didn't expect Yixian's realm to rise so quickly. He was almost catching up to them. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Yixian slashed out once again. This time he crippled the white bone battle puppet's left leg. Now the white bone puppet posed no threat to Yixian at all. 3 against 1 instantly became 2 against 1. Die kid! Gu Qihua was furious. He had spent a lot of materials and time on this white bone puppet. Previously, when chasing Yixian, the white bone puppet had stepped on poisonous powder, which corroded its feet and reduced its movement speed. Now the joints of its arms and legs were destroyed, so he had to spend a lot of materials to repair it. Yixian's expression darkened as he formed the Dragon Slayer sword. Facing a pincer attack from 2 people, he had to put some distance between them. The Dragon Slayer sword was more than 2 meters long, so the distance was just right. Clang! 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 Although there were 2 opponents, Yixian's speed was astonishing, so he could handle them. The 3 people attacked quickly, but Yixian was even faster. He pushed his bloodline to the limit, and used the underworld sword style and silver feather movement style to the peak. However, it would take some time to kill 2 6th-level Qi controlling realm masters like this. At this moment, Yixian's heart skipped a beat. What? What did you say? You want me to cut off the white bone puppet's neck? Then you can participate in the battle? Yixian was a little surprised. This was the message that Wei Zhentian sent him. Okay, I'll trust you this time. He didn't care about anything else. He instantly increased his speed to the peak and put some distance between himself and the 2 people. Then he suddenly turned back. Underworld sword style. Sword descends to the underworld. A slash pierced through the air and instantly cut off the white bone puppet's head. Then Wei Zhentian, who had been waiting in Yixian's storage space, suddenly appeared and rushed toward the white bone puppet. Chapter 443. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Dragon Slang. What the hell is that? Gu Qi and Tang Huaizhi were both stunned. The white bone puppet was no longer a threat. The two of them didn't understand why Yixian would take the time to destroy the white bone puppet, nor did they understand what that green thing was. Gu Qi was even more surprised because he was the one who made the skeletal war puppet. Only he knew that the skeletal war puppet's neck was its weakness. Bam! Wei Zhentian turned into a pile of mud and landed on the skeletal war puppet. Then it disappeared bit by bit and seeped into the bones. The next moment, the white bone puppet fighter stood up again. What? Gu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw with his own eyes that the skeletal war puppet's arms and legs were destroyed and its head was cut off. But now it was back to normal. No, it was not back to normal. There was a puddle of silver liquid on the ground. Wei Zhentian had removed the connection points and used its own body to reassemble the skeletal war puppet. That's impossible, Gu Qi exclaimed. Even Yixian did not expect this. He glanced at Wei Zhentian's interface and saw that it had reached level 6 of the Royal Air Realm, 605 dragons. Wei Zhentian originally had 300 dragons. Now that it had merged with the skeletal war puppet, it had increased to 605 dragons. Good, you've really given me a surprise. A strange light flashed through Yixian's eyes. Clang! 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 The white bone battle puppet instantly switched sides to Yixian's side and joined the battle with its sword in hand. It, who was comparable to a rank 6 Imperial Qi cultivator, joined forces with Yixian and instantly suppressed Gu Qi and Tang Huaizhi to the point of retreating step by step. It's time for the two of you to die. Yixian's morale was high because the skeletal war puppet was holding Tang Huaizhi back. His opponent was Tang Huaizhi. Damn it! Tang Huaizhi cursed in his heart. They were originally neck and neck with Yixian, but with the addition of a level 6 skeletal war puppet, the situation was reversed. Swish! A cold light flashed, and a large chunk of flesh was cut off from Tang Huaizhi's shoulder. Even his neck was grazed and blood flowed out. Tang Huaizhi knew that he was finished. He, the Grand Sect Master of the Five Poisons Sect, had actually been reduced to such a state by a brat. Truly a disgrace. Brat, I will die, but so will you. Suddenly, Tang Huaizhi shouted. Then, his body began to turn green, as if he was constipated. When Yixian saw this, he sensed that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Bang! Tang Huaizhi's body exploded and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, countless black powder spread out. Poison hidden in his body? Yixian was shocked. This lord of the ghost tomb was indeed powerful. Tang Huaizhi actually hid poison in his body. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, his speed was faster, and he was already 100 meters away, so the poison powder did not fall on him. Second brother. Gu Qi's eyes turned red when he saw his brother explode. They are actually brothers. When Yixian heard the shout, he was slightly surprised, but in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, you are going to accompany him soon. He quickly rushed out and shook off the poison powder with a few palm strikes. Then he obtained Tang Huaizhi's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 480 dragon power. His realm instantly skyrocketed. Now, his speed had reached 750 dragon power. Whoosh! He did not delay at all and quickly rushed out. Gu Qi was already prepared to die, but he did not want to die just like that. He had to drag Yixian down with him. He took out a jade bottle and poured it into his mouth. This jade bottle was not liquid but gas. Death Qi. Death Qi infusion bone explosion. Gu Qi looked at Yixian, who was rushing over and self-exploded like Tang Huaizhi. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered, and bone powder was instantly blasted 100 meters away. Yixian's reaction was a little slower, and he was hit by the shockwave and flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had more than 600 dragon power at this time. Otherwise, he would have died under this attack. This is too scary. One has poison in his body, and the other has even exploded his bones. This Ghoul Tomb Lord is really not to be underestimated. Yi Xian stood up with difficulty, and in the next moment, he quickly rushed over. Just now Wei Zhentian was around Gu Qi. Little Tian? Yi Xian shouted. The white bone battle puppet was already in a mess, and its specially refined hard bones were also shattered. However, Wei Zhentian was hiding in the bones of the white bone war puppet, so it survived. It crawled out and reformed into a small bird that landed on Yi Xian's shoulder. Huff huff, it's good that you are fine. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that Wei Zhentian had recovered 300 dragon power. It seemed that this had something to do with the skeleton it was residing in. Don't worry. This white bone war puppet is destroyed, but there is still a rank 8 Qi resisting warrior in his interspatial ring. When the time comes, I will learn how to refine a white bone war puppet, and I will refine a stronger one for you. Yi Xian comforted. Then he walked over and picked up Gu Qi's interspatial ring. Gu Qi's bone sword was good, so he put it into his interspatial ring. He would give it to Wei Zhentian when the time came. He sank his consciousness into the interspatial ring. Instead of devouring everything, he first began to search. Found it. The White Bone Secret Manual. Yi Xian took out a white book and put it into the devouring system. After learning the White Bone Secret Manual, there was no proficiency, so he had learned it completely. Not only that, but he also found a good body movement martial art. Ding! The host has learned the Netherworld Ghost Steps. The current level is 10%. In the battle just now, Yinyu's body movement was much weaker than the Netherworld Ghost Steps, which led to a stalemate. If Yi Xian had learned the Netherworld Ghost Steps earlier, Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi would have been vulnerable in his eyes. Well, I've learned how to control the white bone puppet and how to refine it. But in Gu Qi's interspatial ring, there are not enough materials to refine a white bone puppet of Qi controlling level 8. Seems that I have to collect them. Wei Zhentian, you use this white bone puppet first. As Yi Xian spoke, he took out another white bone war puppet. This was Gu Qi's spare white bone war puppet, which only had 560 dragons. Yi Xian broke all the connection points on its body, then let Wei Zhentian merge with the white bone war puppet. Then, he started to devour the things that were not in the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 500 dragon power. Gu Qi was a guardian of the Baigu group, and he had benefited the most from the massacre of the 100 Poison sect. He had directly helped Yi Xian break through to 500 dragon power. Now, the matter had come to an end, but Yi Xian was not in a hurry to go to the 5 Poison sect. Instead, he returned to the Poison Array. This time he wanted to slay dragons. Chapter 444. Chapter 444 Chapter 444 Imperial Qi Level 7. Yi Xian spent an entire day dismantling the 100 Poison sect's Poison Array. Then, he spent another day dismantling the 5 Poison sect's 10,000 Poison Kill injection. At this time the poison mist had already dispersed. Yi Xian continued to collect. Finally, the poison dragon found him. Roar! The poison dragon roared and drilled out of the cave. It spat out a mouthful of corrosive poison at Yi Xian in the distance. That day Gu Qi and the other two couldn't beat you. Today I want to see what you're capable of. Yi Xian took out the Bahuang sword and rushed forward with the dragon-slaying greatsword. This time he did not even use Beast King Rampage. The dragon-slaying greatsword had an increase in damage to dragons, and the effect of Dragon's Judgment was even more obvious. Coupled with the Beast King bloodline, it was not difficult for him to kill this poison dragon. But before that, Yi Xian still used this poison dragon to improve his Netherworld Ghost Steps. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 40%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 50%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 60%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 70%. Yi Xian trained with this poison dragon for more than 10 minutes before he raised the Netherworld Ghost Steps to 70%. At this time, the Netherworld Ghost Steps was almost catching up to the speed of Silver Feather's movement technique at 100%. It's about time I'll kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his speed instantly exploded. His feet flew in the air, and he swept to the side of the poison dragon. Dragon-slaying greatsword slash. Crack. This sword easily sank into the poison dragon's flesh. The poison dragon roared at the sky in pain. It turned around and swept out its claw, but it was easily dodged by Yi Xian. Crack! 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 The poison dragon was beaten by Yi Xian until it could not fight back. In less than 3 seconds, its head was cut off by Dragon's judgment. Plop! This poison dragon's corpse fell to the ground and smashed out a huge crater. The Baigu group, in addition to refining human bones, can also use other bones. This poisonous dragon of the Royal Qi 6th level is a good choice. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he had learned how to make a white bone puppet, he hadn't tried it yet, so he had to find a few corpses to practice. He peeled off the poison dragon's bones and kept them in the devouring space. Then, he began to sweep through the plantation. This piece of land was affected by the poison dragon, and the value of natural treasures increased. This piece of land allowed Yi Xian to increase his strength by 3 dragons, reaching 505 dragons. After that, Yi Xian found a place and used the materials in Gu Qi's interspatial ring to refine the dragon bone. The poison dragon was originally at Royal Air level 6, but if Wei Zhentian was directly lodged in this dragon bone, he would probably only have the strength of Royal Air level 5, so he had to use a special method to upgrade the bone. Yi Xian spent 3 days to finish refining the dragon bone. Wei Zhentian was so happy that he directly lodged in this dragon bone, and his combat strength also reached Royal Air level 6. Now Yi Xian was only at Royal Air level 5, and if he was in a hurry it would be good to use this Royal Air level 6 bone dragon. Together with a Royal Air level 5 bone puppet, even if he didn't make a move this time, the 5 poison sect would be finished. When he flew above the 5 poison sect on the bone dragon, the entire 5 poison sect was in an uproar. The 5 poison sect had sent out many elders before, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. At this time there were only a few Royal Air level 5 in the 5 poison sect. Yi Xian was not the same as before, and he didn't need to use Beast King Rampage to get rid of them. Kid, you really have guts, crossing over to my 5 poison sect to cause trouble? A 5 poison sect elder with 590 dragons shouted. He actually knew that Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi had teamed up, but he couldn't understand why there was another person from the Baigu group here, and why he came to the 5 poison sect to cause trouble. Is the sect leader of the 100 poison sect, Fengshan, a guest here? Yi Xian sat on the bone dragon's back and asked loudly. Nonsense, why would sect leader Feng be at my 5 poison sect? The elder retorted. However, he was the one who escorted the heavily injured Fengshan back that day. Since you don't hand it over, then don't blame me for being heartless. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly swooped down. What guts attack together? That elder shouted loudly, and immediately several elders of the 5th level of the Imperial Qi realm rushed out. At this time, Yi Xian had already landed in front of the 5 poison sect, and the poison array outside the 5 poison sect couldn't stop him at all. Kill! Tang Huaiji was learning from the 100 poison sect, and this time, Yi Xian was using the 100 poison sect's banner to learn from the 5 poison sect. Right now, the 5 poison sect didn't even have a Royal Air level 6, and couldn't stop Yi Xian and the bone dragon at all. In less than half a minute, the elders all died on the ground, no less than 10 of them. The 5 poison sect disciples were aghast, and hid far away, looking at the 2 killing gods in the distance. Unfortunately, these 5 poison sect elders only allowed Yi Xian to increase his strength by 5 dragons, reaching 510 dragons. After these elders were all dead, Yi Xian searched for Fengshan's whereabouts alone. Finally, he found Fengshan in a cave in the back mountain, with his tendons broken. It's you. When Fengshan saw Yi Xian, his expression was extremely aghast. Don't worry, your daughter is fine, I'll send you over now. Yi Xian removed the shackles on Fengshan's body. At the same time, he could see that Fengshan was poisoned, and there was no true qi in his body, but this was only temporary. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, and directly rescued him from the 5 poison sect, then sent him to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Coincidentally, he had also recovered his cultivation at this time. Then Yi Xian put him down, then floated away. This Fengshan was already so shocked that he was speechless. He knew that this time, he had received the help of an expert. But what he didn't understand was if Yi Xian could control Whitebone, then why did he hide? Moreover, he dared to swagger and fly on the bone dragon. How audacious! However, Yi Xian was his savior, and he wouldn't be so ungrateful as to leave Yi Xian. At this time it could be considered to have come to an end. Yi Xian used this incident to greatly increase his strength, and was the one who benefited the most. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered to care. Now, he was moving in a direction, and the place he wanted to go was the 100 Poison sect. Young Master Shi and Elder Wu had been personally killed by him, and now only Steward Qiu was left. Previously, he had made an oath, and now he naturally had to fulfill it. However, just as he was about to reach the 100 Poison sect, whoosh! A blood-red figure suddenly swept over from the horizon. Yi Xian turned around in shock, and found that a youth in blood-red clothes was rapidly approaching. When Yi Xian saw the flying dragons flying around the blood-red clothed youth, he was completely stunned. There were a total of 73 flying dragons. Chapter 445. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Dark Dragon Abyss. Holy **T. Rank 7 Imperial Qi. Yi Xian was shocked. He did not understand why a rank 7 Imperial Qi expert would appear here. Moreover, it was obvious that the young man in red was coming for him. Wei Zhentian, retreat at full speed. Yi Xian did not care about anything else, and immediately ordered Wei Zhentian to flee at full speed. Fortunately, the young man in red was flying with air manipulation. His speed in the air was about the same as the skeletal dragon. You're the one who massacred the 100 Poison sect? Suddenly, a cold voice entered Yi Xian's ears. He immediately realized that this person must be from the Blood Crow Divine sect. He felt helpless. This was such a big place, and this Blood Crow Divine sect expert was able to find him. His luck was really terrible. What made him even more helpless was that this Blood Crow Divine sect person had confused him with Gucci. Moreover, he could not explain it. This is a tragedy. Steward Qiu, I'll let you live a little longer. Yi Xian rode on the skeletal dragon and crossed the 100 Poison sect, running for his life. This young man was a rank 7 Imperial Qi expert and came from a big sect. His strength must be extraordinary. However, when the young man found Yi Xian, he suddenly threw a blood crow out. It was obvious that he was notifying the others. If Yi Xian was caught by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only run for his life. As long as the young man in red ran out of true qi, he would be safe. Although Yi Xian wanted to kill the young man in red, he held it in. Running for his life was more important. The two of them flew for more than a day, one running and the other chasing. You can't escape. How dare the Baigu group people come to my Blood Crow Divine Sect's territory? I'll bring your head back. The young man in red was still chasing. He had provoked Yi Xian many times throughout the day. However, Yi Xian acted as if he did not hear anything and ran for his life. On the second day, the young man in red finally ran out of pills. He had no choice but to give chase. Damn it, I can't believe he got away. The young man gave up and turned around to leave. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the red-clothed youth leave. The red-clothed youth was really patient. He had actually chased after him for 2 whole days. If not for the lack of supplies, he would have continued to chase after him. The battle between the 3 major powers in the ghost tomb was a bit too intense. However, Yi Xian did not let his guard down and continued to fly forward for half a day. He now had a map of this area. Coincidentally, there was a place called the Dark Dragon Abyss in front of him, which was extremely suitable for him to train in. The Dark Dragon Abyss was filled with dragons. It was said that the big boss of the Dark Dragon Abyss was an Earth Dragon King. Moreover, there were countless flying dragons and earth dragons. This place might be dangerous for others, but it was not a problem for Yi Xian. Yi Xian rode his bone dragon to the entrance of the Dark Dragon Abyss. Refining a white bone battle puppet requires a large amount of bone powder, and the higher the realm, the better. The dragons in this Dark Dragon Abyss are at least rank 5 Qi controlling realm, so I should be able to raise my realm, Yi Xian thought to himself. This was the plan he came up with when he was being chased by the blood-red-clothed youth. To refine a white bone battle puppet, there were not many materials to be found in the Poison King Sect's 9 serenities, so he needed to enter the Corpse Master Sect's burial ground. However, before that, Yi Xian wanted to raise his strength first. Yi Xian landed on the ground, while Wei Zhentian controlled his bone dragon to fly in the sky. To deal with dragons, the draconic slaying sword was naturally indispensable. Yixian estimated that the draconic slaying sword would increase the attack power of dragons by at least 50%. If he used Dragon's Judgment, he should be able to double the attack power. As soon as he entered, he encountered several earth dragons. These earth dragons looked very similar to flying dragons, except that they lacked a pair of wings. Their strength was enormous, and when they ran they could shake the earth. Draconic Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yixian directly slashed at the 3 earth dragons, charging at him 3 times. Rip! The 3 earth dragons were cleaved into 2 halves. Instant kill. Dragon's Judgment is indeed powerful. In this place, even if I don't use Beast King Rampage, I can still instantly kill dragons below rank 6 Qi controlling realm. Yixian thought to himself. He rushed over to collect the 3 earth dragons' corpses and the sacred beast's soul, then directly devoured them. Not bad. If I sweep through this dark dragon abyss, I wonder how much my strength will increase. Yixian thought to himself as he entered the dark dragon abyss. In the sky, Wei Zhentian began to investigate again. This bone dragon's body was huge. Even if it flew high in the sky, it was still very conspicuous. What surprised Yixian was that when Wei Zhentian returned, he brought back a large group of flying dragons. Damn, their aggro is so high. Yixian was shocked. It seemed that these flying dragons saw their own kind's bones being used, so they chased after Yixian and wanted to eat him alive. However, these flying dragons were all here to die. Kill! Yixian shouted and suddenly rushed forward. All rank 5 flying dragons were instantly killed by Dragon's Judgment. As for rank 6 flying dragons, they could dodge a few, but in the end they couldn't escape death. A total of 60 flying dragons were all killed by Yixian in less than a minute. Ding! The host has broken through to 515 dragon force. After that, Yixian continued to enter the dark dragon abyss, his strength rapidly increasing. There were thousands of flying dragons in the dark dragon abyss. The deeper one went, the stronger they were. At this time, Yixian encountered almost all rank 6 flying dragons. After half a day of slaughter, Yixian's strength had increased to 530 dragons. He estimated that if he were to exterminate all the dragons in the dark dragon abyss, he would be able to increase his strength to at least 550 dragons. This was still a conservative estimate. He continued to go deeper, his strength increasing little by little. I don't know how strong the Earth Dragon King of this dark dragon abyss is, but according to the realm of these flying dragons, it should be at most rank 7. Yixian secretly estimated in his heart. He could still deal with a rank 7 flying dragon king, but he was afraid of a rank 8 flying dragon king. That would be a bit troublesome. However, since there were so many flying dragons here, he could just continue to increase his strength. This time, roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar entered Yixian's ears. Following that, the earth began to shake, as if a huge monster was coming. Could it be that Earth Dragon King? Yixian paused and raised his guard. The earth shook, and Yixian's figure constantly rose and fell. But then Yixian frowned. The huge monster coming towards him wasn't just 1, but 2. Roar! The roar was deafening. Yixian turned his head and saw 2 huge heads appear on the cliff. Earth dragons! Yixian jumped in fright. These 2 earth dragons' eyes were bigger than his entire body. It was very frightening. Rank 7 Flying Dragon King? Yixian frowned. It seemed that these 2 were the bosses of the Dark Dragon Abyss. Chapter 446. Chapter 446 Chapter 446 Bloodcrow Divine Sect, Bang! The 2 earth dragons were huge in size. They were like 2 meteorites that landed on the ground. The ground shook from the impact, and one of the stone walls collapsed from the impact. Come! Yixian did not waste time and directly used Beast King Rampage to rush forward. The scales of these 2 Earth Dragon Kings looked very hard, so he had no choice but to use Beast King Rampage. 530 dragons. With the buff from Beast King's Rampage, he would soon reach 700 dragons. Therefore, these 2 Earth Dragons were living targets. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yixian moved quickly and directly used Dragon's Judgment. After the increase of Sword Saint Bloodline, Beast King Bloodline, and 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, This attack could only break the scales of the two Earth Dragon Kings and barely hurt them. Impossible, these two Earth Dragon Kings are Royal Qi level 8? Yi Xian instantly reacted. At this time, the two Earth Dragon Kings also roared and launched an attack. Previously, Yi Xian miscalculated and judged the two Earth Dragon Kings to be Royal Qi level 7 Earth Dragon Kings. However, this did not matter. The corpse of a Royal Qi level 8 sacred beast was 100 times more precious than a Royal Qi level 7 Earth Dragon King. Moreover, these two Earth Dragon Kings were huge. Other than their claws and tails, their attack methods were still not as fast as Yi Xian. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian did not hesitate to use a large amount of true qi, but because the two Earth Dragon Kings were strong, the attack could only hit a little, but it was enough to break their defense. Yi Xian used dozens of times in a row and beat one Earth Dragon King until it was covered in blood. However, at this time the true qi in his body was not enough. Although the recovery speed of the Sacred Tree of Life bloodline was strong, it could not withstand such consumption and needed to rest for a while. At this time, Yi Xian held 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword and attacked. If he only used 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword to attack, the effect would naturally not be as good as Dragon's Judgment. However, Yi Xian was faster, and 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword could also use Underworld Sword technique, so the damage caused was not lower than Dragon's Judgment. These two Earth Dragon Kings were also helpless. Encountering someone with fast speed, they could only take a beating. In less than 2 seconds, one of the Earth Dragons had its hind leg chopped off by Yi Xian and collapsed to the ground. Next, Yi Xian attacked its neck. The other Earth Dragon King chased after Yi Xian and madly attacked him, but it was unable to catch Yi Xian. My Junqi is almost fully recovered. Dragon's Judgment. Swish! 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 This time his aim was very accurate. In addition, this Earth Dragon King's speed was greatly reduced, so all of his dragon's rulings hit. An enormous head was forcefully chopped off like a collapsing stone statue. Then it fell to the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. When the other Earth Dragon King saw that its mate was killed, it immediately went crazy. However, it was still not a threat to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian recovered his Junqi, he would kill it. 2 Imperial Qi level 8 Earth Dragon Kings fell just like that. 2 Imperial Qi level 8 Dragon Bones. Although it can't compare to the human bones obtained by Gu Qi, it's still very good. Yi Xian put away the 2 corpses with satisfaction. The refinement of the white bone battle puppet was based on volume. The larger the bone, the more materials it would consume. Therefore, Yi Xian was prepared to exchange these 2 dragon bones for materials after entering the burial grounds. Of course, he could also directly devour them, which could also increase his strength by a lot. Now that the 2 Earth Dragon Kings were killed by Yi Xian, he could be considered to be no threat in this dark dragon abyss. Therefore, he decided to continue sweeping the Earth Dragons and Wyverns. However, just as he turned around, he saw 3 blood-colored figures suddenly sweeping over from the horizon. Blood Crow Divine Sect? They really are like ghosts that won't go away. They can even catch up like this. This time Yi Xian was not prepared to hide. Because his realm had increased by a lot, it was enough to kill that Imperial Qi level 7 youth from before. Although there were 2 more people, Yi Xian was not afraid. It really is you. I've finally found you. The youth in blood-red clothes who chased Yi Xian that day stood in the air and looked coldly at Yi Xian. At this time there were 2 people standing next to him. Their realms were also above 700 dragons. You guys really are like ghosts that won't go away. Yi Xian said coldly. Kid, how dare you behave so atrociously in my Blood Crow Divine Sect's territory? Die. The youth in blood-red clothes said as he swooped down. This time he was just passing by the Dark Dragon Abyss to kill some Earth Dragons. He did not expect to encounter Yi Xian. This time he was not going to let him go. Good timing. Yi Xian shouted. Although the duration of Beast King Rampage had passed, if he could kill these 3 people, what harm would it do to use it again? Boom! His 530 dragon power soared again. He was only a few dragons away from 700 dragons. This youth in blood-red clothes might have a better movement technique than the Netherworld Ghost Steps, but Yi Xian had a 20% increase in movement speed. He was not afraid at all. In an instant, the 4 of them began to fight. The sound of weapons clashing was endless. Some of the earth dragons and flying dragons who were attracted by the fight earlier stopped to watch. These sacred beasts were not idiots. Yi Xian and the rest were based on them. Naturally, they could see that Yi Xian and the rest were much stronger than them. Blood Crow Rush. 3 clouds of blood-red true qi rushed toward Yi Xian, but they were all dispersed by Yi Xian. The 3 of them were using the same set of sword techniques, and their coordination was very good. The blood-red light flashed and it gave them some pressure. However, Yi Xian was still able to deal with it easily. This kid is so strong. If that's the case, why did he run away that day? The youth in blood-red clothes thought to himself as he attacked. At this time he was glad that he came with his 2 junior brothers. Otherwise he would be in deep trouble. Pung! 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 The sound of true qi clashing was deafening, and it spread like thunder. Looking at the situation, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not big. If the youth in blood-red clothes and Yi Xian were to fight one-on-one, he would have been killed by the Bahuang sword. At this time the youth in blood-red clothes suddenly shouted, "Junior brothers blood crow killing formation." Yes. When the other 2 heard it, they immediately responded. Battle formation? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect the other party to know the formation that the 3 of them used. This was going to be troublesome. The 3 of them instantly got into formation, and their attacks were nearly twice as fierce. This time, Yi Xian was beaten into retreat. If I had met you guys just now, I would have been dead. But now it's you guys who are going to die. Yi Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, he devoured the soul of a level 8 sacred beast. Ding! The host has broken through to 550 dragon power. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. His realm had surpassed the other 2, and he was only second to the youth in blood-red clothes. What? Chapter 447. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation entering the burial ground. Kill. Taking advantage of the other party's surprise, Yi Xian instantly exploded and attacked one of them. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Streaks of aura hit that person, tearing his body apart in an instant. The battle formation was broken as a result. The blood crow killing formation was a battle formation that kept attacking and became stronger as the battle progressed. However, if one of them was injured and reacted slowly, the blood crow killing formation would have to be reorganized. However, it was not as simple as just being injured. Underworld sword style, underworld sword descent. An eerie slash cut through the air and decapitated the blood crow divine sect's disciple. Oh no, retreat. The young man in red reacted quickly and shouted immediately. However, before he could finish his sentence, the other person had already reached the gates of hell. No, he had already stepped into it. Whoosh! Another head was sent flying. Now, the young man in red was the only one left. Yi Xian darted forward and collected the 2's universe rings before devouring them. Ding! The host has broken through to 570 dragon power. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was an organization that was on the same level as the Baigu group. The 2 young men were elites and were quite wealthy. When he saw the flying dragon around Yi Xian's body, the blood-red clothed youth also fell into despair. This F*King breakthrough again, what the F*CK was this? Damn you, the Blood Crow Divine Sect will not let you get away with this. The young man in red's eyes flickered as his body turned red. Just as Yi Xian was about to reach him, he exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. What? Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Why would all the sects in the ghost tomb self-destruct? Poison explosion, bone explosion, blood explosion. All of them were timed. The impact sent Yi Xian flying. Even his right arm was fractured from the impact. At the same time, a blood crow entered his body. F*CK your big cousin. Is it something like the soul-chasing mark again? Yi Xian cursed. Now, he had become a GPS transmitter. If there were other Blood Crow Divine Sect members around, they would definitely come for him. However, this was not a bad thing. If more people came, he would continue to kill. After the young man died, he left behind an interspatial ring. Yi Xian went over and took the interspatial ring. 575 dragons. This battle allowed Yi Xian to increase his strength by 25 dragons, which made him very satisfied. However, just as Yi Xian was secretly rejoicing, Another figure appeared from the horizon. Sure enough, they are here. Yi Xian looked up and his expression changed. This time, the one who came was actually a level 8 Imperial Qi cultivator. Run! Without any hesitation, Yi Xian turned around and left. Although he had just killed 2 level 8 Imperial Qi Earth Dragon Kings, a normal sacred beast could not be compared to a human martial artist. Even the young man in red could kill those 2 Earth Dragon Kings. However, the one who came was a super powerhouse who was 100 dragons stronger than the young man in red. Yi Xian had to leave before the duration of Beast King Rampage ended. Kid, how dare you kill my Blood Crow Divine Sect member? Don't you dare run! The old man shouted angrily. Walk your grandma's leg. Yi Xian cursed. Fortunately, the Blood Crow Divine Sect member came a little later. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be dead meat. With a burst of speed that was comparable to a level 9 Imperial Qi cultivator, he pulled away from the Blood Crow Divine Sect member in an instant. However, this was just relying on Beast King Rampage. If time passed, Yi Xian would be slowly closed in and killed. Yi Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. It felt like he had just snatched a child's lollipop and then met an adult. He felt helpless. Kid, don't you dare run. The experts of the Blood Crow Divine Sect cursed from behind. Yi Xian relied on the Beast King's berserk to open up a distance of 10,000 meters. However, with the imprint in his body, the experts of the Blood Crow Divine Sect chased after him relentlessly. Beast King Rampage's duration is about to end. Damn it, one more time. Yi Xian painfully used Beast King Rampage again and ran for his life again. He could not go on like this. He would be in trouble when Beast King Rampage could no longer be used. However, he already had a plan in mind. The Dark Dragon Abyss was located at the border of the Abysmal Land. The burial ground was just a short distance away. The sects in the 2 territories were hostile to each other. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to enter the burial ground. Perhaps the Blood Crow Divine Sect member would back off. I'm finally here. When Beast King Rampage's duration was about to end, Yi Xian saw an obvious change in the environment. The Abysmal Land was darker while the burial ground was brighter, making it seem more sinister. Smack! When Yi Xian charged into the burial grounds, the large stone in his heart also fell. He turned around and saw that the Blood Crow Divine Sect member was stunned for a moment. Haha, chase me if you dare. Yi Xian laughed out loud. However, he did not expect the Blood Crow Divine Sect member to continue the chase. Kid, don't you dare run back to the burial ground. I'll be scared off. The Blood Crow Divine Sect member shouted. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. You won't die if you don't ask for it, he thought. Both of them went deeper into the burial ground. Just when Yi Xian was about to use Beast King Rampage for the 3rd time, he suddenly saw a few silhouettes passing by in the sky. At the same time, the silhouettes also saw Yi Xian and the Blood Crow Divine Sect member behind Yi Xian. It's the Blood Crow Divine Sect. How dare they enter the burial ground? They must have a death wish. Junior brothers, kill them. A long-haired man shouted and immediately turned around and rushed toward Yi Xian's direction. Seeing that, Yi Xian quickly landed on the ground and summoned his white skeleton war puppet to show that he was not from the Abysmal Land. There are disciples from the Baigu group. The long-haired man immediately ignored Yi Xian and rushed toward the Blood Crow Divine Sect member. He had also summoned a white skeleton war puppet, and so did his 3 junior brothers. The 10 of them immediately launched an attack on the Blood Crow Divine Sect member. That was close. We've encountered people from the Baigu group and they're all at Royal Air level 7. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The long-haired man in the lead had 750 dragon power, while the other 4 had around 730 dragon power. Their abilities were very powerful. Not only that, but their white skeleton war puppet was also at Royal Air level 7, so they were considered as 10 Royal Air level 7 elites. Just 10 Royal Air level 8 elites and you want to fight me? Die all of you. The Blood Crow Divine Sect member was in high spirits as he swung the long sword in his hand wildly. Immediately, a few true energies mixed with Blood Crows swept out. Blood Crow Rush. However, the 5 people from the Baigu group were not weak either. They used all their strength to destroy those slashes and surrounded them. Sky-ripping white bone claw. Heart-piercing bone spike. 9-section bone sealing lock. Chapter 448. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Something was wrong. Yi Xian, who was not far away, was also stunned. It seemed that this burial ground was not to be underestimated. The battle between 10 Qi-wielding level 7 fighters and a level 8 fighter from the Blood Crow sect was intense. The Blood Crow sect fighter had underestimated the opponent's strength in the beginning, which led to him being pinned down. After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. His face darkened. After a cold snort, he stomped his feet and leaped into the air. With that, there were 5 fewer enemies. However, he was too naive. Rock Battle Puppet. In an instant, the 5 skeletal battle puppets disappeared, and 9 rock skeletons appeared. What? The Blood Crow sect fighter's expression changed. He did not expect the opponent to have 5 rock skeletons. This was a tragedy. Damn it, you bastard. You killed my Blood Crow sect member. I won't let this go so easily. Baigu group, just you wait. The Blood Crow Divine Sect's elite scolded before turning around and leaving. Senior brother, should we go after them? A Baigu group disciple turned around and asked. The long-haired disciple shook his head and said, forget it. The Blood Crow movement technique of the Blood Crow sect is better in the air. We won't be able to catch them. The 5 of them decided to give up the chase. Then they landed on the ground. Yi Xian was very grateful to the 5 of them. At the same time, he also understood that they should be the super elites of the Baigu group because Guardian Guqi was only a level 6 fighter. Thank you for your help, senior brothers. Yi Xian quickly gave them a fist salute. At that moment, he needed to disguise himself as a Baigu group disciple. Junior brother, how did you get into trouble with the Blood Crow sect? The long-haired young man walked over. This junior brother, I was walking outside and bumped into a few disciples of the Blood Crow Divine Sect, so I killed them. After that, I bumped into him. Fortunately, a few senior brothers passed by, otherwise, junior brother's life would be in danger. Yi Xian fabricated a lie. I see. The long-haired young man nodded. The next moment he frowned and asked, oh right, why do I feel like you're a stranger? Who's your master? Hearing that, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and said, I'm Guardian Guqi's disciple. He did not know much about the Baigu group and only knew Guqi, so he could only say so. Guardian Guqi? I see. The long-haired youth said with a smile, I see that you're almost at the 6th level of the Royal Air Force. Are you interested in going to a place with us? Where? Yi Xian immediately raised his guard. Let's go to the One-Line Sky. It is said that there is a young heavenly dragon there. This time we are going to kill it and obtain its bones. The long-haired youth said. Sky dragons were also dragons, but they were much stronger than wyverns. They had the strength of 1,000 wyverns. There were a total of 3 stages in the Aura Realm: Aura Control, Aura Refining, and Aura Energy. Just entering the first rank of Qi Refining meant that one had the strength of a dragon. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Xian nodded. It was good to see the world. Maybe there would be other benefits. Okay, we're only a few steps away from the One-Line Sky. Let's fly there. The long-haired young man took the lead and flew in a certain direction. As for Yi Xian, he also raised his flying dragon and followed. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the One-Line Sky, he regretted it. Because there were other people here, and there were many of them. Senior, why are there so many people? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Of course, although that sky dragon is only at level 8, it's very strong. We're here to help Elder Tan. The long-haired young man said. Elder Tan. Yi Xian was stunned. The long-haired young man was surprised and said, why? Elder Tan is your grandmaster. Don't you know that his white bone puppet was damaged half a year ago? What, grandmaster? Yi Xian was shocked and his face turned pale. Why didn't you say so earlier? He claimed to be Guqi's disciple. If Elder Tan was his grandmaster, it meant that Guqi was Elder Tan's disciple. Oh no, what if I expose myself? I have to find an excuse to leave. Yi Xian thought. However, at that moment a figure suddenly flew over from not far away. It was a level 8 Imperial Qi expert. Greetings, Elder Tan. The long-haired young man and the others hurriedly greeted him when they saw him. Elder Tan. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Why was his luck so unpredictable? He actually bumped into Elder Tan. First, he killed 3 elites of the Blood Crow Divine Sect. Then, He was hunted down by the Blood Crow divine sex experts and was saved by the long-haired young man. Now he actually bumped into Elder Tan, his grandmaster. Yixian, what are you waiting for? Why don't you greet your grandmaster? The long-haired young man said. Grandmaster? This surprised Elder Tan. He asked, whose new disciple is he? Guardian Guqi. The long-haired young man said. Is it that kid? He doesn't even cultivate properly. Why is he so eager to recruit disciples? Elder Tan snorted. Hearing this, Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Elder Tan had quite a number of disciples. At the very least, he did not know all of them. All right, Fu Shihao, come with me. Elder Tan could not be bothered with Yixian. He directly called the long-haired young man away. Yixian finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Elder Tan did not suspect anything. However, he had to find an excuse to leave. Although he was not recognized, there were many experts here. It would be a tragedy if he was exposed. After the long-haired young man left, Yixian also gave a fist salute to the remaining four. For senior brothers, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. After he finished, he turned around and was ready to leave. However, at that moment, stop! Suddenly, a disciple called out to him. Yixian stopped in his tracks and turned around with a smile. Senior brother, is there anything I can help you with? The person who called out to him was one of the four. He was short, only about 1.6 meters tall. He walked to Yixian's side and circled him. Junior brother, why do I feel that something is wrong with you? Boom! This sentence was like a bolt from the blue that struck Yixian's head. As expected, he was suspected. Senior brother, what is wrong with junior brother? Yixian forced a smile. Everything is wrong. The short young man circled him again and glanced at the other three. Tell me, what is Guardian Guqi's surname? Yixian's smile froze. He blurted out, Tang. He had heard Tang Huaiji call Guqi big brother. So Guqi's surname should be Tang as well. In fact, the short young man did not know the answer to this question. He was just looking at Yixian's reaction. Then the short young man asked again. All right, senior brother Fu Shihao is the top 3 in the inner disciples. Tell me, what is his rank? Yixian's face darkened again. How would he know? However, there was a 1/3 chance. He could guess. Chapter 449. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Not owing each other at this moment, Yixian was ready to retreat. If he made a wrong guess, he would leave quickly. Third, he made a random guess. As soon as he said that, the short young man and the other 3 people's faces darkened. Fu Shihao was ranked 4th among the disciples of the Baigu group. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Baigu group? You must have killed someone from the Baigu group and cultivated the Whitebone secret manual, right? The short young man's eyes lit up. I've been exposed. Yixian narrowed his eyes. In fact, he really did not want to be exposed by these 4 people. After all, they had saved him once. However, there was nothing he could do. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Baigu group, kid? Tell me, who did you kill? Another disciple walked over and put a hand on Yixian's body. Yixian's face darkened. At this point, there was no turning back. Although he would have to bear the infamy of being ungrateful, there was nothing he could do in this world where the strong were respected. Beast King Rampage. 575 dragons instantly increased to 750 dragons. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds were heard. The arms of the short young man and the other person were cut off. Yixian quickly took their interspatial rings and rushed to the other 2 people. These 4 people in Fu Shihao had saved their lives, so he showed mercy this time. However, the interspatial rings would not do. The short young man was dumbfounded when he saw his arm fly up. He could not understand how a person who had not even reached level 6 of the Imperial Qi could cut off the arm of a level 7 Imperial Qi warrior. When he turned around, he saw Yixian cut off the other 2 people's arms and quickly flew away. At this moment, Yixian's realm had reached 600 dragons. Level 7 of the Imperial Qi? The short young man was stunned again. When Yixian was rushing with him, he was only at level 5 of the Imperial Qi. Now he had reached 780 dragons. Since when were wyverns able to hide? Senior brother, that Yi Xian is impersonating our Baigu group's disciple. The short young man reacted and shouted in Fu Shihao's direction. Fu Shihao, who was talking to Elder Tan, turned his head when he heard the shout. He was stunned. The arms of his 4 junior brothers had all been chopped off, and blood was gushing out from their wounds. Fu Shihao turned his head again and glanced at Yi Xian's back. He did not expect that Yi Xian was actually an impostor. He even concealed his strength and cut off the arms of his 4 junior brothers and stole their cosmos rings. Good lad. You dare to impersonate my grand disciple? Elder Tan also reacted. At this time, Fu Shihao suddenly intercepted him and said, Elder Tan, it was me who had eyes but failed to see, and didn't distinguish that it was an impostor. I'll go and kill him. No need. Elder Tan was also interested in Yi Xian's ability to conceal his strength, so he immediately rushed out. That young sky dragon was in the one-line sky anyway, so it would not run away. He would capture Yi Xian first. Fu Shihao also followed closely behind. This time it was his responsibility. Yi Xian, who was fleeing, glanced back and saw 2 figures running toward him. Fu Shihao with 750 dragons, Elder Tan with 810 dragons. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although Elder Tan's whitebone puppet was damaged, he definitely had a backup, and so did Fu Shihao. Fu Shihao saved my life, so I won't kill him. As for Elder Tan, he's Gucci's master. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately made up his mind, but he did not turn around immediately. Instead, he took out a level 7 whitebone puppet from the devouring space. It belonged to the short young man. Wei Zhentian, stop one of them. Yi Xian summoned Wei Zhentian, who quickly removed the connection points of the whitebone puppet and fused with it. Then Yi Xian took out another whitebone puppet, which was also at level 7. This whitebone puppet was controlled by him. Now it was 3 against 4. Kill. What? Elder Tan and Fu Shihao were stunned. Even though they were members of the Baigu group, they had never seen someone controlling 2 whitebone puppets at once. Wei Zhentian and the other whitebone puppet charged toward Elder Tan. Their mission was to stop Elder Tan for a while. And Yi Xian's primary target was Fu Shihao. To be precise, it was Fu Shihao's interspatial ring. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Get lost. Elder Tan slashed out with his sword with the strength of 810 dragons, directly splitting the whitebone battle puppet controlled by Yi Xian into 2. However, Yi Xian was already in front of Fu Shihao. You saved my life, so I'll spare yours. Yi Xian swept out with his sword, chopping off Fu Shihao's wrist and taking away his universe ring. It all happened so quickly that Fu Shihao and his whitebone puppet could not react in time. But they could not be blamed. After all, Yi Xian was cautious and did not retreat at full speed. Yi Xian only burst out with a speed of more than 900 dragons when his opponent caught up with him. Ding! The host has broken through to 605 dragons. Although it was only an increase of 5 dragons of strength, it was enough. Crack! At this time, Elder Tan also slashed Wei Zhentian in half. However, Wei Zhentian would not be killed by this slash. It immediately reformed into a small bird and left. Its mission had been completed. It had successfully stalled Elder Tan for a moment. Die, Elder Tan! Yi Xian flashed in front of Elder Tan like a ghost and slashed his sword with a sinister aura. Clang! Elder Tan was also considered an expert. He blocked this attack. Yi Xian slashed again and was blocked again. But when Yi Xian slashed a 3rd time, Elder Tan heard a gust of wind behind him. Then a sharp blade pierced his back. Who was it? He turned his head in horror and found a green whitebone puppet. Wei Zhentian. Go to hell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly slashed his sword. Rip! Elder Tan's head flew and fell instantly. Although Wei Zhentian only had 300 over dragons, his attack could not hurt Elder Tan too much. However, he attracted Elder Tan's attention. Yi Xian had been coveting the interspatial ring of a level 8 chi-wielding powerhouse for a long time. Ding! The host has broken through to 620 dragons of strength. Plop! Elder Tan's corpse fell into Fu Shihao's eyes. You! Fu Shihao was so shocked that he could not speak. Yi Xian was even able to kill Elder Tan, so why was he chased by the people from the Blood Crow Divine Sect? Could it be that this was a trap? You saved my life, so I'll spare yours. Now we don't owe each other anything, Yixian said coldly and put away Elder Tan's corpse. He then turned around and left. Chapter 450. Slaying the Sky Dragon. Originally, these people were here to help Elder Tan kill the young Sky Dragon. But now that Elder Tan was dead, what was there to kill? Soon, this group of disciples from the Baigu group rushed back to the sect to report the matter to the sect master. At the same time, they wanted to arrest Yixian. But what they didn't know was that Yixian didn't leave. A Sky Dragon's bones, huh? They should be better than the average level 8 Saint Beast, right? Yixian looked at the backs of the Baigu group disciples as they left and revealed a cold smile. After the Baigu group disciples left, Yixian entered the one-line sky alone. There was a huge cave in the depths of the one-line sky. Presumably, the Sky Dragon was in there. He continued to go in and was very careful. After a few minutes, he saw a slender giant dragon. Earth dragons and wyverns were very similar. But Sky Dragons and wyverns didn't have many similarities. Wyverns were big, but Sky Dragons were a bit like flood dragons except that they had a pair of wings. This Sky Dragon was red in color, and its body seemed to be at least 100 meters long. It looked at Yixian, who was walking in, and snorted a few times. "Sorry, I need a set of dragon bones." After Yixian finished speaking, he abruptly activated the Beast King's Berserk. 620 dragons instantly soared to over 800 dragons. Kill! In an instant, Yixian rushed in front of the Sky Dragon, and then fiercely slashed with Dragon's Judgment. Clang! The slash quickly landed on the scales of the Sky Dragon, but it was only barely able to crack the scales. What a strong defense! The difference between this Sky Dragon and the two Earth Dragon Kings is like heaven and earth. As expected of a powerful species, Yixian couldn't help but sigh. There were many unfairness in this world. At the same level, Sky Dragons were much stronger than wyverns. Roar! The red Sky Dragon roared and opened its bloody mouth to spit out a dragon breath at Yixian. Yixian quickly dodged, but the place where he had been standing had already been burned into a large crater. This was one of the Sky Dragon's attack methods, Dragon Breath. The Sky Dragon's defense is very strong. We have to kill it while the Beast King Berserk lasts. Yixian began to attack crazily. First, he used up all the true chi in his body. Then he used the 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword to slash. This Sky Dragon was indeed difficult to deal with. It was no wonder that the Baigu group had brought so many experts. If those people from the Baigu group were to fight against the Sky Dragon, they would most likely suffer casualties, and they might not even be able to kill it. However, Yixian relied on speed to make a living. This heavenly dragon was the same as those two Earth Dragon Kings. They couldn't catch him and could only let their scales slowly grind off before their heads were chopped off. After the Sky Dragon's head fell to the ground, Yixian's Beast King rampage ended. It's finally chopped off. I thought I would have to use the second Beast King rampage. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he would have to dissect this Sky Dragon and take out the dragon bones. Ding! The host has broken through to 640 dragon power. When Yixian swallowed the dragon corpse and the sacred beast soul, he also heard the system's notification sound. Now, if he used Beast King Rampage again, his speed would probably reach level 1 Chi Refinement Realm. If he improved a little more, he would be invincible in the Chi Refinement Realm. At this time, Wei Zhentian couldn't help but jump out. Don't worry. I'll give you the Sky Dragon bones when I'm done refining them, Yixian said with a smile. This Sky Dragon's realm should be around 850 dragons. If he wanted to refine it, he would naturally need the best materials. When the time came, he might even be able to reach level 9 Chi Refinement Realm. Although he had obtained a lot of interspatial rings, he could only refine a level 8 Chi Refinement Realm at most. It was not enough to reach level 9 Chi Refinement Realm. So, next he would go to a place called the City of Bones. Then, he would sell the finished skeletal war puppets he obtained in exchange for refining materials. In the boneyard, the Baigu group was not the only one who could control and refine skeletal war puppets. It was just that the Baigu group was the only one in the vicinity, so Fu Shihao and the others naturally thought that Yixian was a member of the Baigu group. At this time, Yixian left the one-line sky. The City of Bones was the hub of several nearby bone sects. Many of the sect's disciples would go there to purchase materials or finish skeletal war puppets. Yixian spent 2 days rushing to the City of Bones. Before he entered the City of Bones, He saw a huge beast skeleton at the city gate. It looked like a dinosaur in a museum. When this sacred beast was alive, it was the barbaric bull demon that Yixian saw before. According to others, this barbaric bull demon once killed its way into the City of Bones. With its strength of level 9 Qi refinement realm, it caused great destruction. In the end, the city lord of the City of Bones killed it and refined it. Then he placed it here as a warning. Yixian took a closer look and found that this level 9 Qi refinement realm, sacred beast skeleton, was set up with many formations. No one could take it away even if they wanted to. After entering the city, Yixian also found a place to eat. After that, he went to the largest myriad bone market in the myriad bone city. There were all kinds of people here, and many people would set up stalls to sell their own refined white bone battle puppets. However, most people would refine them with human bones. After all, human beings were smaller than sacred beasts. Moreover, they had the same habits, so it was relatively easier to control them. "Hey little brother, are you here to buy something or to sell something?" As soon as Yixian entered, a person came up to him. "Yes, I'm here to buy," Yixian replied. "Then come to our shop. We buy corpses. Of course, if you have the corpses of powerful sacred beasts, we'll buy them too. But you have to be at least level 6 Qi refinement realm. We also have many finished skeletal war puppets. We even have 10-year and 100-year skeletons," said the man with a treacherous smile. 100-year skeletons were the skeletons of powerful warriors who had died 100 years ago. Such skeletons were better than those that had just died. The skeletal war puppets refined from such skeletons were stronger. "I have many finished skeletal war puppets," Yixian replied again. The man was stunned, then smiled and said, "I understand. Little brother, this way please." Generally, sects would have a group that specialized in refining skeletal war puppets. These skeletal war puppets were specially used. However, such sects usually sold them together. They would never be sold by one person. Therefore, Yixian obtained these skeletal war puppets by killing people. The man led Yixian into a shop on the side. This feeling was similar to when he went shopping in the electronic city in his previous life. Then the man led Yixian into a private room. There are 123 skeletal war puppets that have been refined. Among them, 33 are level 6 Qi refinement realm and 13 are level 7 Qi refinement realm. Yixian took out the useless skeletal war puppets. The man was shocked. There were even 13 skeletal war puppets of level 7 Qi refinement realm. It seemed that Yixian was not an ordinary person. Chapter 451. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations. The matter was exposed. The man was in this line of business, so he began to distinguish the quality of the white bone puppet fighters. However, when he saw a level 7 human-shaped puppet fighter, his body could not help but tremble. "Golden-threaded puppet fighter?" the man said in shock. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, because he knew the refiner with the golden-threaded lines on the surface of the skeleton. "Are these puppet fighters all from the Baigu group?" The man frowned, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently, because his shop was one of the Baigu group's strongholds in the City of Bones. The white bone puppet fighters refined by the disciples and elders of the Baigu group would occasionally be sent here to be sold. At the same time, the shop also bought materials and sent them to the Baigu group. The refiner of this golden-threaded puppet fighter was an elder of the Baigu group, and then he gave it to one of his disciples, whose name was Fu Shihao. The man was a protector of the Baigu group. How could he not recognize this? "Good boy, you killed my Baigu group's people, and you dare to come here with something. You're walking right into a trap." The man narrowed his eyes. Because his back was to Yixian, the latter didn't feel anything strange. He just thought that the man was checking the golden-threaded puppet fighter. Soon the man checked them one by one. When he saw the other white bone puppet fighters, he was even more surprised, because one of them was the puppet fighter of Elder Tan of the Baigu group. This person's strength is actually so powerful that even Elder Tan died at his hands. The man had his back facing Yixian as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was only at the 6th level of Imperial Qi, so he naturally wasn't Yixian's match. After all, Elder Tan was at level 8 Qi realm. The sect leader and the elders are also in the City of Bones. I'll inform them. This boy is dead. The man immediately adjusted his mentality, then turned to Yixian and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, I've seen all your white bone puppet fighters. They're all upper grade. Do you want them? Or do you want to exchange them for refining materials?" "Exchanging all of them for refining materials," Yixian replied. Right now, he had 3 corpses of Qi controlling Realm 8 in his Cosmos Ring, 2 human bones and 1 heavenly dragon bone, so he needed a lot of refining materials. Among them, the human bone dug out from the 9 serenities was the best. After all, it had been dead for many years, and there was death Qi in its bones. When refined, it would be more powerful than others of the same level. Exchanging all of them for refining materials? Alright, I've estimated the price of your skeleton puppets. The man quoted a price. Before entering Myriad Bone City, Yixian had learned about the price of these skeletal puppets from some people's interspatial rings, so he estimated the price of these skeletal puppets. However, the price that this man quoted shocked him because it exceeded his expectations. It was almost 50% higher. Just now, he said that these white bone puppets were all upper grade. It seems that the Baigu group is very good at refining white bone puppets. Yixian didn't think much of it and immediately agreed. Then he made a list for the man. Most of the items on the list were materials for refining white bone puppets, and there were also a lot of ores for Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian only had 300 dragon power now. He was too weak and could easily die. Moreover, the higher his realm, the easier it would be to control and the stronger his combat power. Alright, we have these things, but we don't have enough in our shop. We have to get them from other shops. Please wait a moment, sir. The man said. Okay. Yixian nodded and put away the white bone puppets. Then the man left quickly. At this moment, Yixian didn't doubt him. After the man left, Yixian waited alone in the private room. He waited for a while, but the man still didn't come back. However, the materials he needed were a little complicated, so it was reasonable that the man took his time. Yixian was a little helpless, so he decided to wait outside the shop and see the world. But just as he stepped out of the shop, he saw a group of people hurrying toward him, and that man was among them. Oh no! Yixian's face suddenly changed, because he saw that this group of people were wearing the same clothes. They were actually people from the Baigu group. Now Yixian understood. It turned out that this shop was opened by the Baigu group, and that man obviously recognized those white bone puppets, so he went to inform them. There were many people from the Baigu group, and the leader had reached 880 dragon power. In addition, there were several experts of Royal Qi level 8, and dozens of Royal Qi level 7 experts. Yixian was a little shocked, and he secretly sighed that the Baigu group was so powerful that there were so many experts in their stronghold in the City of Bones. However, he didn't care at all and just watched quietly. This group of people came aggressively, and the people around them immediately packed up and jumped away. In the blink of an eye, there were not many people on the street. They're people from the Baigu group. What's going on? What are they doing? My god, that's the leader of the Baigu group. He already has 880 dragon power, and he's very strong. He's actually in the City of Bones? Hey, that kid is their target. What's going on? Why are so many people alarmed? Did this kid kill an elite disciple of the Baigu group? The people around them flew into the sky and whispered to each other. Although there was a city lord in the City of Bones, there were 3 major forces in the City of Bones that no one dared to provoke, and the Baigu group was one of them. If they gossiped and were targeted by the Baigu group, they would really die without a complete corpse. In the burial ground, there was no such thing as the dead is the best. If one died in the burial ground, their corpses would generally be sold. The good ones would be refined into battle corpses, and the bad ones would be dissected and their bones taken out and refined into white bone puppets. The leader of the Baigu group led a group of people and rushed in front of Yixian. At this time, only the people of the Baigu group and Yixian were left on the street. The leader of the Baigu group looked at Yixian and said, "It's him." The man who received Yixian just now nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. He took out the golden thread puppet, and he even has Elder Tan's puppet." Elder Tan? When they heard this, the crowd who was watching the show in the air turned pale with fright. This kid actually killed an elder of the Baigu group? No, it should be said that this kid actually dared to kill an elder of the Baigu group. They had seen many geniuses, but at this time, Yixian's courage was even more shocking. Good boy, you even dared to kill an elder of the Baigu group. Tell me your name. The leader of the Baigu group asked coldly. He had lived for so many years and had developed a cautious character, constantly reminding himself not to judge a book by its cover. Yixian gave him a very mysterious feeling. When he heard the leader of the Baigu group, Yixian just said lightly, "I don't talk to dead people." Boom! Chapter 452. Lord of 10,000 Bones. Dead people. This brat actually dared to call the leader of the Baigu group, an expert with 880 dragon power, a dead person. Even if you want to die, you don't have to be so direct, right? However, there were still many people who wondered if Yixian had some sort of background. After all, in this region, not many people dared to kill a disciple of the Baigu group, let alone an elder. Who are you? Why do you have the white bone puppet of an elder of the Baigu group? The leader of the Baigu group couldn't help but ask. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this nonsense? Yixian was getting a little impatient. If it was in the past, he would definitely quibble and say that he obtained those things by chance. But now he already possessed great strength, so why waste time? Good boy, let me have a go at you. An elder of the Baigu group didn't believe it. He left the team and rushed toward Yixian. Although there was a rule against fighting in the 10,000 Bones City, the Baigu group had some influence in the 10,000 Bones City, so small fights were not a problem. Be careful, the leader of the Baigu group reminded him. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, the head of this elder with 820 dragon power flew into the air. Instant kill. So fast even I couldn't see his speed clearly. How is this possible? Elder Zhang is 830 dragons stronger than Elder Tan. That brat also has 830 dragons, no 840 dragons. The people from the Baigu group were shocked. But at this moment Yixian made his move. Since things had already come to this, they might as well go all the way and wipe out the Baigu group. This elder could be considered wealthy, allowing him to increase his strength by 10 dragons, reaching 650. Adding on the Beast King's rampage, he reached 840. Although he was slightly slower than the leader of the Baigu group, his speed was definitely not something these people could keep up with. Kill! The leader of the Baigu group shouted. Now that things had come to this, he could only fight. Immediately, all the people of the Baigu group took out their whitebone puppet fighters. However, if the person controlling the whitebone puppet fighters died, these whitebone puppet fighters would just be decorations. Yixian activated Beast King Rampage and rushed into the crowd, slaughtering everyone. Yixian rushed into the crowd, and the first person he killed was the Baigu group's sect master. He only used one strike to kill the Baigu group's sect master, an expert with 880 dragon power. In less than 5 seconds, more than half of the Baigu group's team had been killed or injured. Screams of agony rang out continuously on this avenue. Blood splattered everywhere, and there were already more than 30 corpses. After the Baigu group members died, their interspatial rings were taken away by Yixian and devoured. Ding! Host has broken through to 660 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 670 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 680 dragon power. Now Yixian did not deliberately hide his Beast King Rampage. Anyway, with his strength he could almost do whatever he wanted in this area. Just as the people of the Baigu group were about to be killed, a figure suddenly swept across the sky. This figure was so fast that it landed on the ground in an instant, and then attacked Yixian. Who is it? Yixian was a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He just swung his sword at the newcomer. Bang! This sword was blocked by the opponent. At the same time, Yixian also saw the person's face clearly. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. However, when Yixian saw the flying dragon flying around this person, he was also stunned. Sky Dragon. This middle-aged man actually had the Sky Dragon power, which meant that this middle-aged man had surpassed level 9 Qi refining and reached level 1 Qi refining. This Thousand Bones City actually has such an expert? Yixian was shocked and quickly retreated. This middle-aged man did not take advantage of the victory to chase after Yixian. He quietly looked at him. When the people in the sky saw this middle-aged man, they could not help but exclaim, "City Master?" This middle-aged man was the city master of Thousand Bones City. Everyone was flabbergasted because in their memories, the 10,000 Bones City's city lord only had 950 dragon power, but now, He had actually reached one heavenly dragon. However, they could understand why. After all, the last time the city master of Thousand Bones City fought was several years ago. It's the city master of Thousand Bones City. This is troublesome. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Now he was fighting in Thousand Bones City, and Thousand Bones City was the city master's territory. It would be strange if the city master did not intervene when he fought in his territory. You don't know the rules of Thousand Bones City? The city master of Thousand Bones City looked at Yi Xian. They want to kill me. Am I supposed to stretch my neck out for them to kill? Yi Xian replied coldly. The city master of Thousand Bones City narrowed his eyes. Even so, you broke the rules I set. I can't just sit by and watch. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Yi Xian did not waste words. He would fight first and then talk later. Now Yi Xian had 680 dragon power, and with the addition of Beast King's Rage, he was almost 900 dragon power. With the addition of his dexterity, he was faster than the city master of Thousand Bones City. However, there was a huge gap between the Qi refining stage and the Qi controlling stage. Yi Xian's speed did not pose a threat to the city master of Thousand Bones City. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. As expected of a first-stage Qi refining stage, the city master of Thousand Bones City doesn't seem to want to kill me. Otherwise, we would have to fight to the death. Yi Xian thought to himself. The two fought for 30 rounds, then separated. You are very strong. I have decided not to hold you responsible this time. The city master of Thousand Bones City suddenly said something that shocked everyone. Not to hold him responsible. The surviving elders of the Baigu group looked at each other in confusion. Did the city master of Thousand Bones City really say that? City master, he killed our sect leader. One of the elders hurriedly said. But before he could finish, the city master of Thousand Bones City punched through his chest and killed him instantly. Damn! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This middle-aged man was really something. He killed him without hesitation. Noisy! The city master of Thousand Bones City said coldly. Now Yi Xian finally understood why the city master of Thousand Bones City did not continue the fight. This time he had wiped out the Baigu group. Wouldn't that mean that the city of Thousand Bones City had one less power in the future? As for why the city master of Thousand Bones City did not do it himself, it was because of his status. If the city master of Thousand Bones City destroyed the Baigu group himself, the world would think that the city master of Thousand Bones City was greedy. Who would come to Thousand Bones City then? However, it was different if Yi Xian did it. You really won't hold me responsible? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I won't. You can go. The city master of Thousand Bones City nodded. If you won't hold me responsible, why do you want me to leave? I want to buy some refining materials. Yi Xian replied. The city master of Thousand Bones City said again. Then you can go now. What do you want? What do you want? Tell me. Is that so? Chapter 453. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Up to no good intentions, the onlookers were also stunned. The two men who were fighting fiercely just a moment ago were now buying things on the spot. At the same time, they were extremely envious because the things Yi Xian took out were enough to establish a sect. The price is a little high. The city lord of Myriad Bones must be up to something. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. After buying all the useless things, he left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He left just like that? What's wrong with the city lord? Why did he let him go? This person's background is definitely not simple. The city lord must be afraid of the power behind him. Poor Baigu group. It's going to be destroyed by the other two sects. The onlookers muttered in low voices. Soon Yi Xian disappeared from everyone's sight. However, he did not leave the city. Instead, he found a nearby inn to stay. Now, he was going to start refining the heavenly dragon bone. Originally, he could have devoured the materials, but Wei Zhenqian kept asking him to refine the heavenly dragon bone, so he had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, he had enough materials this time. After all, he had killed many powerhouses, including those with 880 dragon power. He also gave the body of the Baigu group sect leader to the city lord of Myriad Bones. Before he left, he saw the surviving elders of the Baigu group looking like they were going to eat him alive. Yixian spent 2 days refining the heavenly dragon bone. Yixian only spent a day digging up the corpse of the level 8 chi-controlling warrior in the abyss. As for the other corpses, Yixian took them all. Although the corpses were a little shocking, he really did take them. With these 2 white bone battle puppets, Yixian's strength had increased by quite a bit. After all, these 2 white bone battle puppets were meticulously refined by him. After consuming a large amount of refining materials, they had both reached the 9th stage of the chi-resisting stage. It's time to leave. Yixian stretched. He had been inside for 3 days, refining the heavenly dragon bone in pieces, so the others did not know what he was doing. He came out of the house and looked around. Sure enough, someone was spying on him, but he didn't know which side they were from. However, if anyone dared to target him, he wouldn't mind killing them again. Then he left the Thousand Bones City. He flew in a random direction for a while, but didn't find anyone following him. Am I being paranoid? Are you just afraid that I'll cause trouble in the city? Yixian thought about it for a moment and decided to ignore him. Since the other party was here, he was going back to the 9 Serenities to take revenge. However, his thinking was too simple. Half an hour after he left the 10,000 Bones City, a figure appeared in the sky. Yixian turned to look. Sure enough, it was the city lord of 10,000 bones. The lord of the 10,000 Bones City had used Yixian's hands to destroy the Baigu group. He had let Yixian leave in front of so many people, and now he was chasing after him. He probably wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. City Lord of 10,000 Bones City, why are you looking for me? Yixian said as he landed on the ground. After all, his realm was only 680 dragons. The ground was his home ground. You know what I'm going to do. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City looked down at Yixian. If that's the case, why don't you make a move? Yixian narrowed his eyes and took out 2 skeletal war puppets. Sky Dragon Bones? The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City was surprised, but he was even more confused about why Yixian took out 2 skeletal war puppets. Sky dragons were huge and harder to control than wyverns. Besides, there was already a humanoid skeletal war puppet. What was this one for? In the next moment, he saw a small green thing suddenly shoot out from Yixian's body. It enlarged infinitely and attached itself to the heavenly dragon bone. The entire heavenly dragon bone seemed to be covered in a layer of green armor. What is this thing? The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City saw the sky dragon bones fly up. He knew that it was not Yixian controlling them, but that strange thing. However, he was just curious. He did not care at all. He was a first-level chi refinement realm cultivator with the strength of a sky dragon. He could destroy the sky dragon bones with one punch. I have to thank you, City Lord of 10,000 Bones City. If it weren't for the materials you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to refine this sky dragon bones. Yixian's lips curled slightly. So what if you're a first-level chi refinement realm cultivator? I'll fight you all the same. That day, because they were in the city, Yixian could not go all out. Today there was no one else and the space was very spacious. With 2 9th-level Imperial Chi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets, Yixian was not afraid of the City Lord of 10,000 Bones City at all. At such a young age, you can control 9th-level Imperial Chi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets. Your aptitude is not bad. However, your realm is not enough. You can't use the true strength of this 100-year-old war puppet. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City said. He had a unique vision. At a glance, he could see that this humanoid war puppet was at least 50 years old. Is that so? Then you can try. Yixian did not move. Well, then I'll see what ability you have. How dare you attack my City Lord of 10,000 Bones City? The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City shouted and rushed toward Yixian with his bare hands. Capture the leader first. As long as he killed Yixian, the 2 9th-level Imperial Chi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets would not be able to move. However, he was too arrogant and underestimated the 2 skeletal war puppets. Not to mention the sky dragon bones, even the humanoid war puppet was very strong. This forced him to change his plan and focus on the humanoid war puppet first. You want to destroy my skeletal war puppet first? Have you asked for my permission? Yixian's arrogance surged, and he attacked crazily with the skeletal war puppet. Not only that, Wei Zhentian in the air was also constantly waving his claws and swinging his tail. The city lord of 10,000 Bones City kept retreating. That day in the city of 10,000 Bones City, the city lord of 10,000 Bones City did not want to kill Yi Xian, so he did not reveal his true strength and fought to a draw with Yi Xian. Today he had used all his strength, but he could not do anything to Yi Xian because of the 2 9th-level Imperial Qi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets. He was very regretful. If he had given Yi Xian so many things in order to pretend to be better, he would have killed Yi Xian today. However, Yi Xian was a little worried. He was not sure that he could kill the city lord of 10,000 Bones City who was in the first level of Qi Refinement Realm. The two sides fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds, but the city lord of 10,000 Bones City also found Yi Xian's weakness, which was his slow flying speed. Therefore, he directly jumped into the sky and attacked Wei Zhentian first. Demon-slaying fist. The city lord of 10,000 Bones City punched. Wei Zhentian, because of his huge body, could not dodge and was hit directly. Bang! Wei Zhentian's whole body shook violently, and a hole was punched in his green armor. Fortunately, the Sky Dragon bones were very hard, so he was not injured. However, at this time, the Sky Dragon bones were exposed to the air, and Wei Zhentian had not repaired the hole. Demon-slaying fist. Chapter 454. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The second celestial dragon. Damn it. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If he and the White Bone Battle puppet worked together, the 10,000 Bone City's lord wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But now, the 10,000 Bone City's lord was using Wei Zhentian as an example. At this moment, he was wondering if he should leave with Wei Zhentian. If this continued, the situation would not be good. However, just as Yi Xian's Beast King rampage was about to end, a red figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Yi Xian glanced at it and was surprised. The Blood Crow sect? When the elites of the Blood Crow sect flew, they would emit a red light. However, this time Yi Xian was mistaken. The one flying toward them was not an elite of the Blood Crow sect, but a sacred beast, a celestial dragon. What? The city lord of 10,000 Bones was a little surprised. Celestial dragons were rare in the ghost tomb. Now there was another one, and it seemed to be a Qi Refinement celestial dragon. This was bad. With such a situation, the city lord of 10,000 Bones did not dare to continue attacking. Instead, he dodged to the side to see what the celestial dragon was going to do. However, the Qi Refinement celestial dragon flew directly toward the city lord of 10,000 Bones and launched an attack. What's going on? Coming to the rescue of injustice? Yi Xian was stunned. A celestial dragon came to his rescue. What was going on? In the next moment he understood. Perhaps the celestial dragon was helping him because of Wei Zhentian. However, he felt that something was not right. Wei Zhentian was only residing in the dragon bones. Could it be that the young celestial dragon I killed was this celestial dragon's child? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Most likely, it was because he had taken out the heavenly dragon bone to battle that this heavenly dragon sensed it and rushed over. Then it saw the city lord of 10,000 Bones attacking Wei Zhentian, so it was angry. Forget it. No matter what, let's kill this city lord of 10,000 Bones first. Yi Xian threw caution to the wind and activated Beast King Rampage again, charging forward. Although the Sky Dragon had joined the battle, it was still 3 against 1 because the humanoid skeleton puppet could not fly, so it could only watch from the ground. However, Yi Xian's battle prowess had more than doubled. Damn it, damn it. The 10,000 Bones city lord cursed in his heart. Originally, he already had the advantage. If he was given more time, he would be able to destroy the heavenly dragon bone, and then it would be Yi Xian's turn. It was a pity that a heavenly dragon whose realm was even higher than his suddenly appeared. This sky dragon was far more threatening than the flying Yi Xian, so the city lord of 10,000 Bones prioritized dealing with it. Bang! 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 Thunderous sounds continued to spread. This battle was extremely intense. The sky dragon attacked the city lord of 10,000 Bones like a madman. At the same time, Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian also attacked with all their might. Under their combined efforts, the city lord of 10,000 Bones city lord was finally injured. He was hit in the shoulder by Yi Xian, and a small piece of flesh was cut off. Blood dyed his green robe red. His expression became extremely gloomy. If this continued, he might die here. So he could only run. He immediately turned around and prepared to flee back to the city of 10,000 bones. However, the sky dragon was the overlord of the sacred beasts in the air. This sky dragon was much faster than him, and Yixian was on the ground. There was no way he could escape. Damn it, am I going to die here today? The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was very unwilling. He originally wanted to kill and steal the treasure, but he did not expect this to happen. This was really a tragedy. Even if I die, I will not let you have it easy. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord gritted his teeth and burned his vital energy. It was not easy for him to break through the shackles of 999 dragons. If he burned his vital energy, he would fall back to level 9 of the chi-controlling realm. However, there was no other way. However, this sky dragon was not to be trifled with. It began to fight desperately. As for Yixian, he could not help but retreat, afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. The man and the dragon fought fiercely. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord burned his vital energy. Although his strength increased a little, he still could not kill the sky dragon. Then, his level began to fall and he finally fell to level 9 of the chi-controlling realm. However, he also severely injured the sky dragon. This is a good chance. Yixian's eyes lit up. He attacked crazily with the sky dragon and Wei Zhentian. He knew that the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was finished. My life is over. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was in despair. He could not kill the sky dragon even after burning his vital energy. Now that his level had fallen, there was nothing he could do. After his level fell, his speed decreased. The sky dragon focused and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Boom! The heat wave instantly surrounded the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord. However, the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was still a city lord. The city lord of 10,000 bones city was much more powerful than the Baigu group. How could he be killed by the dragon breath? However, just as he was gathering his vital energy to block the dragon breath, a sharp slash came from not far away and hit his chest. Bang! The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was suddenly hit. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his whole body was burning. His screams were like the tolling of a bell. No! The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord let out an unwilling roar. In less than 3 seconds, his body was burned to ashes. He's dead? Yixian's eyes widened. The dragon breath was too powerful. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord, who was at level 1 of the chi-refining realm, did not even leave behind a corpse. At this time, the sky dragon suddenly turned its head and looked at Yixian. Oh no! Yixian's face darkened. He immediately dodged. The next moment, a scorching pillar of fire came at him. The sky dragon's breath. The sky dragon really wanted to kill everyone. Fortunately, Yixian dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit. Yixian quickly dodged, but the sky dragon's eyes were fixed on Yixian. Its head moved with Yixian's movements. Unfortunately, the temperature of the sky dragon's breath was too high. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord's interspatial ring was burned. Otherwise, Yixian would have killed the sky dragon in an instant with the interspatial ring. The sky dragon's breath was still going. Yixian's speed was not enough. The pillar of fire was getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, a sharp object suddenly stabbed into the sky dragon's eyes. It was Wei Zhentian's claw. Good! Yixian shouted. The sky dragon was probably avenging its son. Although it risked its life to kill the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord, it still wanted to kill Yixian. Therefore, Yixian had to fight back. The sky dragon was so angry that it wanted to kill Yixian with its breath. However, it was attacked by Wei Zhentian and lost its sight. It immediately let out a deafening roar. Chapter 455. Annihilated? Dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation, Dragon's judgment. A slash pierced through the air. Yixian's attack power was far superior to that of the myriad bones city lord. After all, the dragon-slaying sword of the 8 desolation was specifically used to slay dragons. This slash landed directly on the heavenly dragon's huge and slender body, instantly causing great damage. This attack was definitely stronger than the Myriad Bone City Lord's 3 punches. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian did the same as before. He quickly used up all the true qi in his body and crazily used the Dragon's Judgment, all of which landed on the Heavenly Dragon's head. After a few rounds, the Heavenly Dragon, which was already heavily injured, slowed down significantly, and its reaction speed was greatly reduced. The threat to Yi Xian was infinitely close to zero. Roar! The Heavenly Dragon, like the Myriad Bone City Lord, let out an unwilling roar. In fact, it had been holding on from the beginning, but now it could not hold on any longer. It flapped its wings and directly fell from the sky. Plop! The Heavenly Dragon's body fell, deeply embedded in the ground, and wailed there. I know you want to avenge your son, but after all, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Go! Yi Xian muttered, and used his recovered true qi to use the Dragon's Judgment again. Xiao! A huge slash sank into the Heavenly Dragon's forehead, splitting its head open. A first-level qi refining Heavenly Dragon was also slumbering here. After its death, Wei Zhentian could not help but descend. Yi Xian thought it was emotional, but unexpectedly it was cheering, urging Yi Xian to quickly refine the Heavenly Dragon's bones. After all, Wei Zhentian was not a human, but a strange beast. It was not even an animal, so how could it have feelings? Well, watch me collect it. Yi Xian sighed in his heart, then rushed down and collected the Heavenly Dragon's corpse. Ding, the host has broken through to 740 dragon power. The Heavenly Dragon's flesh and blood and the Holy Beast's soul directly increased Yi Xian's strength by 60 dragon points. His qi refinement rank was truly extraordinary. Although it was a pity that the City Lord of Myriad Bone City lost his interspatial ring, the Sky Dragon's corpse had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. Now that the City Lord of 10,000 Bone City was dead, what Yi Xian had to do was to plunder his City Lord mansion and take away the Imperial Qi Stage 9 at the city gate. Immediately, he headed toward the 1,000 Bones City. Even the 10,000 Bones City Lord couldn't do anything to him before, so even if the entire 10,000 Bones City worked together, they wouldn't be a threat to him. First, he came to the entrance of the city of 10,000 Bones and destroyed the defensive formation around the barbaric bull demon White Bone battle puppet, then took it away. Then, he began to loot the City Lord's mansion and its properties. The entire city of 10,000 Bones was in an uproar. Who was so bold as to attack the city of 10,000 Bones? However, these experts of the city of 10,000 Bones were all here to give Yi Xian benefits. When Yi Xian left the city of 10,000 Bones half an hour later, his strength had increased to 760 dragon points, a total of 20 dragon points. Then he found a quiet place to refine the Sky Dragon Bone of the first stage Qi refinement realm. Fortunately, the materials he looted were just enough for him to refine the Sky Dragon Bone. He felt that it was a pity because if these materials were used to refine humanoid battle puppets, he could have made at least 3 of them. However, since Wei Zhentian liked it, it was worth it. At this time, Yi Xian was already on the Sky Dragon Bone of the first stage Qi refinement realm, flying toward the abyss. His strength was also above the first stage Qi refinement realm, and the Blood Crow Divine Sect was just a force on par with the Baigu group. Even if he didn't do it himself, he could easily destroy the Blood Crow Divine Sect. It took him 2 days to fly back to the abyss. Then, he first went to the 100 Venom Sect and killed Steward Qiu in an instant with lightning speed. Steward Qiu was still doing some kind of exercise on a female disciple when his head suddenly fell off, and blood spurted all over the female disciple. The entire 100 Venom Sect was in an uproar. Someone sneaked into the 100 Venom Sect and killed someone. Did they have a death wish? However, there was a more important news that spread outside at this time. A mysterious group of assassins suddenly appeared in the abyss, and they had already slaughtered dozens of cities and sections. If the dead were to be added up, the number was calculated in hundreds of millions. Not only that, many of the dead people in these sects and cities had turned into resentful spirits. The so-called resentful spirits were mutated after death after suffering unbearable torture in their lives. These resentful spirits would actively attack the living things around them. Moreover, they were difficult to injure with swords and could penetrate buildings. Only true Qi could destroy them. This mysterious group of assassins came from the Land of Ghosts in the Ghost Tomb region. This was the Land of Ghosts, and they captured people's souls to cultivate. They were extremely bloodthirsty. At this time, Yixian was heading toward the Blood Crow Divine Sect. Soon he arrived at the Blood Crow Divine Sect. However, the situation here was beyond Yixian's expectations. The Blood Crow Divine Sect had been reduced to ruins. All of the disciples in the sect were dead, and no one survived. When Yixian arrived, there were still many wailing sounds coming from the sect. Who is it that is slaughtering the Blood Crow Divine Sect? Yixian was shocked. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was similar to the Baigu group in the burial grounds. If one wanted to slaughter them, one would need to have at least the combat strength of level 9 Imperial Qi. However, there was no news of any level 9 Imperial Qi powerhouse in this area. Yixian sat on the back of the Sky Dragon skeleton and watched in the air. At this time a figure suddenly swept into the sky. "Tsk tisk, there's someone from the burial grounds." A sinister voice fell into Yixian's ears. Yixian was shocked. He turned around and saw a young man in white. The young man had a wicked smile on his face. He was dragging a strange black bead in his hand. The way he looked at Yixian was a bit like looking at a prey. When Yixian noticed the young man's level, his body trembled. This young man was level 1 Qi Refinement Realm. To be exact, it was 1050 dragons. There was a level 1 Qi Refinement Realm powerhouse here. How is this possible? Who are you? Yixian frowned and asked. The Thousand Wraith Sect. The young man with the sinister smile answered simply. The Thousand Wraith Sect. When Yixian heard that, he immediately reacted. This was because he saw vengeful spirits in the Blood Crow Divine Sect. This Thousand Wraith Sect should be a force in the Land of Ghosts. In the Land of Ghosts was the strongest of the 3 territories in the Land of Ghosts. This was because they were only vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits were not afraid of poison, nor were they afraid of white-bone battle hounds. Therefore, they were the most difficult to deal with. He did not expect to see a powerhouse from the Land of Ghosts today. Aren't you afraid that the Poison King sect would send people here to kill a sect at level 1 Qi Refinement Realm? Yixian asked. Chapter 456. Great changes in the 9 serenities. With that, the young man waved his hand. The black pearl in his hand lit up, and a vengeful spirit flew out. This vengeful spirit was a middle-aged man. He had an ordinary face, but his eyes were red. His entire body was translucent, and his fingernails were long and sharp. It was unknown what level this vengeful spirit was at. Go! With the young man's shout, the vengeful spirit pounced towards Yixian like a fierce tiger. So fast! Yixian's eyes flashed as he activated Beast King's Rampage. 760 dragons' power increased to 990 dragons, almost reaching the peak of the Qi controlling stage. Oh, you're quite capable. The young man was surprised. He had only released this vengeful spirit to test Yixian's strength. It only had 800 dragons' power. Vengeful spirits were different from when they were alive. Their entire body was full of weak points. Once they received a certain amount of damage, they would die. However, the most effective way to kill them was to cut them in half. Although Yixian only had 760 dragons' power, he still had the Bahuang sword and the underworld swordsmanship. It was extremely easy for him to kill a vengeful spirit that only knew how to attack with its fingernails. However, after Yixian killed the vengeful spirit, the young man released 2 more vengeful spirits. This time they were Qi refining vengeful spirits. If you're dead, go reincarnate. Why are you scaring people? Yixian didn't care at all. In an instant, he burst forth with a speed that made the young man's heart palpitate. He killed the 2 vengeful spirits of the first level Qi refining vengeful spirits. Looks like I've kicked an iron plate. How dare you kill 2 of my first level Qi refining vengeful spirits? I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The young man thought to himself. He raised the black pearl in his hand. In an instant, a large number of vengeful spirits appeared around him. There were at least 100 of them, and among them there were even 4 first-level Qi refining vengeful spirits. How can this kind of thing do anything to me? Yixian snorted coldly. He charged forward and ordered Wei Zhenqian to attack the young man. To be honest, Yixian hated race because there was no benefit to killing them. In order to capture bandits, one must first capture the leader. Charge! Yixian instantly increased his speed and charged towards the young man with Wei Zhentian. Not good. The young man's expression changed. Yixian's strength had exceeded his expectations. The people from the land of wandering souls were not as strong as the people from the land of 9 serenities and the land of buried bones. If Yixian got close to him, he would be dead for sure. Humph, you think you can kill me? The young man snorted and released another vengeful spirit from the 100 Spirits Pearl. This spirit was given to him by his master. It was at the second level of the refinement chi realm, but he could only control it with some effort. So what if you're in the second level of chi refining? Yixian's eyes glowed brightly. His sword gleamed like a gust of wind and swept out, clearing away the surrounding resentful spirits. Although the attack power of a second-rank chi refining vengeful spirit was astonishing, its speed was still inferior to that of Yixian. Die! Yixian directly passed by the second-rank chi refining vengeful spirit and arrived in front of the young man. Just as the young man was about to retreat, he was caught by a giant claw. Immediately Yixian chopped off his head. Although the people from the land of wandering souls were strong, they usually moved in groups and used the vengeful spirits to kill their opponents. However, the people from the land of wandering souls neglected their own strength in order to master the control of the vengeful spirits. If the vengeful spirits could not do anything to their enemies, they would be easily killed unless they could suppress their enemies in terms of level. This young man obviously specialized in controlling vengeful spirits. Unexpectedly, he encountered Yixian, who relied on his speed and was easily killed. Once the young man died, the released vengeful spirits broke free from his control. However, after Yixian obtained the 100 Spirits Pearl, they instantly calmed down, including the second-rank chi refining vengeful spirit. Controlling vengeful spirits really requires a lot of mental strength. Come in, all of you. Yixian thought to himself. When he obtained the young man's interspatial ring, he had already learned the secret tome of wandering souls of the Thousand Wraith sect and learned how to control vengeful spirits. However, he could only control them temporarily. In less than 2 seconds, the vengeful spirits around him were sucked into the 100 Spirits Pearl. At this time, Yixian felt a slight swelling pain in his head. This was the aftereffect of using too much mental strength. After all, he had just learned about controlling vengeful spirits and had not cultivated his mental strength before. Then, he began to check the contents of the young man's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 800 dragon power. It was another qualitative leap. From 760 dragon power to 800 dragon power, he had reached the 8th level of the royal chi realm. Before Yixian could get excited, he found something in the interspatial ring. It was a list. The names on the list were all sects and cities in the region, and even families that were established outside the region. This is a planned cleanup. Are they trying to turn this area into a wasteland? Yixian casually threw the list into the devouring system. He did not pay much attention to it. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, he still felt that it was better to inform the 100 Poisons sect. After all, the 100 Poisons sect was once a springboard for him to become stronger. However, just as Yixian arrived at the 100 Poisons sect on the heavenly dragon bone, he saw a figure laughing coldly in the air above the 100 Poisons sect. Inside the 100 Poisons sect, there were cries of anguish. I'm too late. No, it's not too late. Feng Yaqing. Yixian's eyes narrowed. He saw that the 100 Poisons princess Feng Yaqing was fighting a vengeful spirit. Not far away, Feng Shan was also fighting a vengeful spirit. There was actually such a low-level vengeful spirit. It seemed that the person who massacred the 100 Poisons sect was not very strong. Ha ha ha, despair. I like to see people in despair. That woman, yes, that woman. I want to see her in despair. The person in the air was laughing loudly. However, what he did not know was that a figure was already flying toward him. Rip! A head flew into the air. This person was instantly killed by Yixian. Yixian did not even know his realm, so he estimated that he was not higher than Imperial Chi Tier 8. After the man was killed, the vengeful spirits below paused for a moment before continuing their attack. Now they were all out of control. Go, vengeful spirits! Yixian took out the 100 Ghost Pearl and released some vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits were all of high realms. Just a few of them would be enough. What? Fengshan was a little surprised. He watched as the vengeful spirits killed the vengeful spirits. In a short while, the vengeful spirits attacking the 100 Poison sect were killed and dissipated. Then another figure descended from the sky. It's you? Fengshan and Feng Yaqing recognized Yi Xian. Are you okay? Yi Xian stood in the air and asked tentatively. Little brother, you saved our lives again. Chapter 457. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Conspiracy. Why are you here? Feng Yaqing looked at the heavenly dragon bone behind Yi Xian, and the 100 ghost pearl in Yi Xian's hand that absorbed the vengeful spirit. I was just passing by and saw the people from the land of ghosts massacring the sections, so I came to take a look. You guys better find a mountain to hide in, Yi Xian said casually. Is there a huge commotion? Fengshan gulped. All the sects in this area are targeted by the land of ghosts. I don't know if it's the same in other areas. Anyway, I saw the Blood Crow Divine Sect destroyed, Yi Xian said. The Blood Crow Divine Sect. Everyone in the 100 Poison sect was stunned when they heard the name. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was the overlord of this area. It was a 5th grade sect in the Ghost Tomb region. The 100 Poison sect was only a 6th grade sect. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. You guys better find a place to hide. After Yi Xian said that, he left immediately. In the Ghost Tomb region, the sects were divided into 6 grades. The Poison King sect was the 1st grade sect in the land of ghosts. There were a few 2nd grade sects under it. These 2nd grade sects were in charge of 3rd grade sects, 3rd grade sects were in charge of 4th grade sects, and 4th grade sects were in charge of 5th grade sections. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was a 5th grade sect. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was in charge of 6th grade sects like the 100 Poison sect and the 5 Poison sect. It was a gradual progression. Yi Xian suspected that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, so he decided to check out the other areas. In the 100 Poison sect, many of them looked at the direction Yi Xian left in puzzlement. A person who came riding on a heavenly dragon bone was holding a 100 ghost pearl. What was going on? If they knew that Yi Xian was once captured to be tested for poison, what would their expressions be? Feng Yaqing was also looking at Yi Xian's back and fell into deep thought. She was extremely curious about Yi Xian's identity. After leaving the 100 Poison sect, Yi Xian headed for the hinterland of the 9 Serenities. The Baidu branch that old Monster Hong had taken him to that day was actually at the border of the Ghost Tomb region. In fact, it was also at the border of the 9 Serenities, which was the border of the land of buried bones. However, the land of wandering souls was very far away. For their people to be able to kill their way here, they had to travel a lot of distance. Therefore, this must be premeditated. Yi Xian headed straight for the center of the 9th Serenity. Along the way, he saw many cities that had been reduced to ruins, as well as many low-level wraiths. Other than that, he also saw many people from the land of drifting souls. Naturally, these people were all killed by him. However, after Yi Xian stepped into the territory of the Blue Feather sect, a 4th grade sect in the 9 Serenities, he had to treat him with caution. This was because there might be quite a few qi refining experts here. The Blue Feather sect could be considered a relatively orthodox sect in the 9 Serenities. They relied on normal cultivation. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the Blue Feather sect, he found that the Blue Feather sect had also been massacred. There were no survivors in the entire sect. Corpses were everywhere, all cut to death by sharp blades. These wounds were caused by the claws of the wraiths. How terrifying! Even the Blue Feather sect, which had a 3rd stage qi refining cultivator, was destroyed. Could it be that the land of wandering souls has declared war on the 9 Serenities? Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. A war between 2 great forces would be on a very large scale. Moreover, they were all first-class ruthless people in the Ghost Tomb region. If a war broke out, the casualties would definitely be unimaginable. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed over. Whitebone War Puppet, are the people from the land of buried bones also here? Die! A man's voice sounded. Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye, and found that the person was a 2nd stage qi refinement cultivator. This 2nd stage qi refinement cultivator didn't waste any time, and directly released a 2nd stage qi refinement cultivator's wraiths to attack Yi Xian. On the way here, Yixian killed many first-stage qi refinement cultivators and raised his realm a little. Now he had reached 820 dragon power. If he unleashed his full power, he would be able to reach the first-stage qi refinement realm. Coupled with the enhancement of his various bloodlines, it would be nothing to fight against a second-stage qi refinement realm cultivator. However, to be safe, Yixian also let the heavenly dragon bone that had been refined to the second-stage qi refinement realm, and the wraiths of the second-stage qi refinement realm to help. What? This powerhouse was shocked. He was blind this time to provoke such a powerhouse. The second-stage qi refinement realm heavenly dragon bone and the wraiths of the second-stage qi refinement realm coupled with Yixian, who was known for his speed, he was instantly defeated and fell in less than 5 rounds. You overestimate yourself. Yixian cursed. Although he didn't know which force this person was from, killing on sight had angered Yixian. Ding! The host has broken through to 840 dragon power. This time the increase of 20 dragon power made Yixian very satisfied. Although I don't know what happened, I finally found a way to improve quickly. Yixian thought to himself. It seemed that he would soon reach the qi refinement realm. At that time his true qi would have a qualitative leap and it shouldn't be a problem for him to jump a few levels. This person had a lot of ores in his yin and yang ring, which could help Wei Zhentian increase his realm by a lot. Little Tian, this heavenly dragon bone might not be useful anymore. Refining it takes too much time. You should just devour it. Yixian said to Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian was very unwilling, he could only accept his fate. Although he could transform, he couldn't transform into such a huge creature. Wei Zhentian's current growth rate was extremely fast, almost catching up to the devouring system. If he ate the ores, he would grow in less than an hour. An hour later, Wei Zhentian reached the qi refinement realm before Yixian. After that, Yixian also put away the heavenly dragon bone. He didn't even want to use the 100 ghost pearl. He was afraid that he would encounter a 3rd or 4th qi refinement realm expert. He wandered around the Blue Feather sect and found a few experts from the land of ghosts who were still slaughtering the city. Moreover, their realms were between the 1st and 2nd qi refinement realm. Because of that, he directly killed those people. His cultivation also continued to increase. Ding! The host has broken through to the 1st qi refinement realm. After he killed more than 10 people, he finally broke through to the 1st dragon realm. He couldn't accept the speed of the breakthrough. Just as he broke through and was waiting for Wei Zhentian to grow, a person suddenly rushed over from afar. This person was actually a 3rd qi refinement realm expert. Everyone has gathered. Why are you still here? The man asked in surprise. Gathered. Yixian frowned. Now that he had cultivated the Land of Ghosts' secret manual of ghosts, he could sense that the person in front of him was an expert from the Land of Ghosts. Therefore, the man must have thought that he was from the Land of Ghosts. You don't know how to gather? The man also frowned and said in a commanding tone. Release a vengeful spirit. Yixian quickly thought in his heart. Then, he took out 100 ghost pearl and released a 2nd qi refinement realm vengeful spirit. After the man saw it, he lowered his guard and said, That means I didn't inform you. Follow me. Chapter 458. Betrayal? This was the first 3rd level qi refinement realm cultivator that Yixian had seen since he entered the 9 serenities. From the man's tone, it seemed that the Land of Ghosts was gathering experts for a big operation. If Yixian were to unleash his full power, he might be able to fight the man. However, he was more interested in seeing what the Land of Ghosts was up to, so he followed the man. Along the way, they encountered many people from the Land of Ghosts. However, this time he could not attack them. The gathering point of the Land of Ghosts was in a valley. When Yixian arrived with the man, there were already dozens of people gathered there. Wow, so many experts. Which sect are they attacking? Yixian was shocked. He landed with the man. Immediately after, the man turned around and asked, How many resentful spirits have you collected? How many resentful spirits have you collected? Yixian was shocked again, but he controlled his expression and maintained a calm expression to avoid being seen through again. Immediately after, the people who came with Yixian each took out a few 100 ghost pearls. The 100 ghost pearls could absorb resentful spirits. The limit was 999 resentful spirits, while the 1,000 ghost pearls could absorb 9,999 resentful spirits. Yixian glanced at them and realized that one of them had taken out 1,000 ghost pearl. How many people did he have to kill? The probability of resentful spirits being born was not high, and those with high cultivation levels were even rarer. Yixian quickly thought for a moment, then took out a few hundred ghost pearls. Not bad. The man kept the 100 ghost pearls, then walked to the front of the crowd and handed them to an old man. Seems that the old man is the leader. Perhaps he has reached the 4th level qi refinement realm. Yixian thought to himself. At the same time, he guessed that the Blue Feather sect might have been destroyed by this old man. However, he did not know why he handed over so many resentful spirits. He waited for a while. Although he stood in place, he was eavesdropping on the conversations of the people around him. However, he did not hear anything. He only knew that they were going to attack a faction called the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. The Earth Fiend Sword Sect had a 4th rank qi refining expert, which was why they needed to gather so many people. The Ghostland relied on the human wave tactic. Even if there were only 100 of them, if each of them released 100 race, that would be more than 10,000 race, not to mention a 4th stage qi refinement cultivator who could control hundreds of race at the same time. During this period of time, more experts from the land of ghosts arrived one after another. When the old man saw that almost everyone had arrived, he shouted, "All right, almost everyone is here. Let's move out." Then, he flew up with a group of people. Yixian glanced at it. Sure enough, this old man was in the 4th rank of qi refining. There were 6 3rd rank qi refining cultivators, and the rest were either in the 2nd rank or the 1st rank. Yixian mixed in with the group and followed the elder as they flew in a certain direction. After flying for about half a day, they finally arrived at the Earth Emanation Sword Sect. "All right, let's go." The old man didn't waste any more time and directly shouted. At the same time, he took out 1,000 ghost pearl and released 2 4th stage qi refining vengeful spirits, as well as many 1st to 3rd stage qi refining vengeful spirits. The others did the same. In an instant, a huge group of vengeful spirits appeared in the sky. There were more than 5,000 vengeful spirits, and some even reached 7,000 to 8,000. This huge group of vengeful spirits covered the sky and pounced towards the Earth Emanation Sword Sect, scaring the disciples of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect half to death. Quickly inform the sect leader that the Land of Ghosts is attacking. The entire Earth Emanation Sword Sect was in chaos. Fortunately, the Earth Emanation Sword Sect had a protective mountain array. However, this protective mountain array couldn't hold for long. In less than 5 seconds, the protective mountain array was broken, and thousands of vengeful spirits attacked. The sound was so loud that the experts of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect came out. They had already heard the news and were prepared. They immediately split into 2 groups. One group resisted the vengeful spirits while the other rushed towards the dozens of people in the Land of Ghosts. The Land of Ghosts was prepared as well. They released more vengeful spirits in an attempt to resist. Yixian, who was mixed in with the crowd, only released a few 1st rank qi refining vengeful spirits. He was hiding his strength. When he saw the people of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect fighting with the vengeful spirits, his eyes flashed. Now it was time for him to strike. Beast King Rampage. Boom! A surge of energy appeared spontaneously. Yixian's heavenly dragon strength instantly soared to more than 1,300 dragons. The speed of 1,600 dragons burst forth. The Land of Ghosts relied on the tactic of using numbers. Their own strength was very weak. Yixian's burst of energy instantly killed the people around him, including 2 3rd rank qi refining experts. His cultivation level increased again. What? The 4th rank qi refining elder widened his eyes in disbelief. He had personally checked this group of people. They were all people who had cultivated the secret manual of ghosts. But now, why were they killing his own people? However, he didn't have time to think about this because Yixian had already charged over. "Do you think I didn't have a backup plan?" The 1,000 ghost pearl in the elder's left hand emitted a demonic glow. He released another 4th rank qi refining vengeful spirit. However, it was useless. Yixian was as fast as lightning. He passed by the vengeful spirit and chopped off the elder's head. In an instant, hundreds of vengeful spirits went out of control. Yixian quickly kept the elder's interspatial ring. His cultivation level increased again, and he continued his slaughter. Even a fourth-rank qi refining expert was instantly killed by him, not to mention the rest. In less than 5 seconds, the people of the land of ghosts were all dead. Yixian also used this opportunity to break through to the third-rank qi refining. His cultivation level increased very quickly indeed. After all, these people were ruthless people who had massacred many sects and cities. There were many things in their interspatial rings. Vengeful spirits, come back. Yixian used his vital energy to hold up the 100 Ghost Pearl and 1000 Ghost Pearl. In the next instant, the vengeful spirits attacking the Earth Emanation Sword sect suddenly turned around and returned to the pearls. This. The people of the Earth Emanation Sword sect were all stunned. They hadn't even broken through the vengeful spirits, and everyone in the land of ghosts was dead. They couldn't understand why Yixian, who was from the land of ghosts, would suddenly kill everyone. Your Excellency, you are. The sect leader of the Earth Emanation Sword sect asked in surprise. Yixian looked at the disciples and elders of the Earth Emanation Sword sect and said coldly, I am not from the land of ghosts. I am just here to blend in. This was an explanation that everyone could understand. So you are an expert sent by the higher-ups. Thank you for your help. I thank you on behalf of the entire Earth Emanation Sword sect. The sect leader of the Earth Emanation Sword sect bowed in gratitude. Chapter 459. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing an Aura Chi tier expert. It's fine. However, do you know why the land of ghosts is attacking us? Yixian asked. The Earth Fiend Sword sect leader paused and shook his head. We don't know either. However, with such a large number of people, they must have been hiding in the Ninth Serenity for a long time. They must be up to something big. Nonsense. Of course I know there's a big conspiracy. Yixian rolled his eyes, feeling helpless in his heart. Then he asked again. Do you know which sects haven't been attacked yet? I'm not very sure either. We've been staying in the sect for the past few days, and no one brought us any news. The Earth Fiend Sword sect leader shook his head. Forget it. Yixian sighed and left. Although he did not get any useful information, he still managed to advance from level 1 to level 3 Qi refinement. If he did it again, he might be able to advance to level 4 Qi refinement. Therefore, he followed the map and went to another sect to take a look. The land of ghosts was purging the forces of the Ninth Serenity to collect vengeful spirits. Now Yixian had more than 10,000 Qi refinement vengeful spirits in his interspatial ring. If he added the Qi refinement vengeful spirits, the total number would exceed 50,000. This time his target was a sect called the Silver Snake sect. Like the Earth Fiend Sword sect, the Silver Snake sect had level 4 Qi refinement experts. He traveled at full speed for a day and found the Silver Snake sect. At this time, the Silver Snake sect was under attack by a group of experts from the land of ghosts. What a coincidence! Yixian's eyes lit up. Looking at the group of experts from the land of ghosts above the Silver Snake sect, he released several level 3 Qi refinement vengeful spirits. There were 2 level 4 Qi refinement experts in this group. Their vengeful spirits also attacked the Silver Snake sect. Yixian approached quickly. Someone noticed him. Why are you only here now? Hurry up! A level 3 Qi refinement martial artist shouted at Yixian. Yixian had cultivated the Ghost Secret Manual, and had a few vengeful spirits at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. This caused this martial artist to naturally mistake him for someone from the ghost lands. Yes. Yixian leaned over with a smile on his face. Then, his smile abruptly disappeared as his eyes shot out 2 rays of murderous intent. Beast King Rampage. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd level of Qi refinement had risen to the 7th level of Qi refinement. His speed had already surpassed the 10th level of Qi refinement, and reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. There were 3 stages in the spirit realm: controlling Qi, refining Qi, and aura Qi. Among them, controlling Qi only had 9 stages, while refining Qi and aura Qi had 10 stages. In any case, Yixian's current speed had already exceeded everyone's reaction time. Swish! 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 Yixian rushed into the crowd and started a massacre. In less than 3 seconds the dozens of people were all dead, and because of this he broke through to the 4th rank of Qi refinement. Then he recalled everyone's race and left quickly. The people from the Silver Snake sect did not understand what was going on. They stood there in a daze for a full 10 seconds. Was there a traitor in the land of wandering souls? After that, Yixian kept wandering around these sections. If he saw anyone from the land of wandering souls, he would immediately kill them. His cultivation level also increased rapidly, as if he was sitting on a rocket. He went deeper into the land of 9 serenities, and the people he encountered had higher cultivation levels. There was indeed a huge conspiracy in the land of wandering souls. These experts could not have arrived recently. They had been hiding in the land of 9 serenities for a long time. Out of curiosity, Yixian also captured a few experts from the land of wandering souls. However, these people were only following orders. They were in charge of collecting the wraiths and handing them over to their superiors. Moreover, the land of wandering souls plan was very meticulous. They first investigated the backgrounds of these forces, then sent experts to destroy them. At this time, Yixian had already destroyed nearly 10 waves of experts from the land of wandering souls. His cultivation level had already reached the 8th rank of Qi refinement. Now he encountered a group led by an Aura Qi expert. At the same time, he also infiltrated them. This time, the sect they were going to destroy was a level 3 force. They also had an Aura Qi expert. Everyone listen to my order. Kill. The level 1 Aura Qi expert shouted. Hundreds of experts from the land of wandering souls instantly released countless wraiths. There were already more than 20,000 of them. A large group of wraiths covered the sky and rushed toward the sect. Yixian hid among them like before. Just as the wraiths rushed over, he suddenly activated Beast King's rampage. More than 1,700 dragons. His strength increased to 2,300 dragons, and he reached the 4th rank of Aura Qi. The leader of the group was only at the 1st rank of Aura Qi. However, this was only an increase in strength. From the 9th rank of Qi refinement to the 1st rank of Qi refinement, there would be a qualitative leap in one's true energy. From the 10th rank of Qi refinement to the 1st rank of Aura Qi, a new technique would appear. It was called the Aura Defense. This Aura Defense could greatly weaken true energy attacks. Yixian might not be able to kill this 1st rank of Aura Qi expert with the strength of his 8th rank Qi refinement and Bahuang's sword. However, he could find trouble with others first. Rip! 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 Crisp sounds rang out as heads and corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 100 experts from the land of ghosts were dead. At least 30 of them had fallen. Yixian's strength was still rising rapidly. What? The 1st rank of Aura Qi expert was shocked. What a bastard! You actually dared to infiltrate our land of wandering souls team. The 1st rank of Aura Qi expert was furious. He charged at Yixian with his sword. However, at this moment, Yixian had just broken through to the 9th rank of Aura Qi refinement with 1,800 dragons of power. After breaking through, Yixian ignored him and continued to slaughter the people around him. By the time this expert caught up to him, most of the people in the land of ghosts were already dead. Whoosh! The expert with the 1st level of astral energy flashed in front of Yixian. His sword descended, but it landed on the afterimage. Yixian had already circled behind him and swung his sword. Bang! Yixian's true qi was weakened by the 1st rank of Aura Qi. When the Bahuang sword landed on the 1st rank of Aura Qi defense, his wrist trembled. Clang! The martial artist hurriedly blocked with his long sword and growled. You think you can kill me? He could tell that Yixian only had strength. His true qi was very weak. If he was really a 3rd rank of Aura Qi expert, he would have been killed instantly. Haha, I think I can kill you. Yixian sneered and swung his sword again. This time he used martial arts. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Rip! A head flew up. Yixian only wanted to see the effect of the 1st rank of Aura Qi. He did not use martial arts. The 1st rank of Aura Qi defense is really good. It weakened my true qi greatly. If Beast King's rampage could increase my realm instead of my strength, that would be great. Yixian shook his head helplessly. If Beast King's rampage could increase his realm, he would be able to fight against a 4th or 5th rank of Aura Qi expert. Chapter 460. Meet the Devourer again. The host has broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining. 9th level of Qi refining, 1800 dragon power. The disciple of the third-grade power was also stunned as he watched these powerful wraiths being taken away by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to ask a few more questions when a large group of black figures suddenly appeared in the distance. No, it was a large group of white figures. When he turned around, he discovered that it was not the experts from the land of wandering souls, but the experts from the land of buried bones. Those white figures were all white bone war puppets. The people from the boneyard are finally here. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With such a huge matter happening in the Nine Netherland, the boneyard would definitely not be able to sit still and come to get a share of the loot. He estimated that those who were able to come here wouldn't be very strong. He immediately rushed out. The strongest person in this group from the boneyard was only at Tier 2 astral energy. They could not stop Yi Xian at all. In just a short while, this group from the boneyard was completely annihilated. It was because of this that Yi Xian broke through to the 10th rank of Qi refining. He was only one step away from attaining the Aura Qi rank. Now, the Nine Netherland could be considered to be riddled with holes. None of the sects on the periphery could survive the crisis unscathed. Even the Poison King sect and the 6 second-class sects were the same. Although Yi Xian still didn't understand why the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirits sect wanted to attack the Nine Serenities, he knew that as long as he ventured deeper, he would understand. Therefore, he continued to advance toward the center of the Nine Serenities. However, just as he entered the territory of a second-class sect, he witnessed an unprecedented battle. At this moment there were two groups of people fighting in front of him. The commotion was extremely great, and it resounded through the clouds. When Yi Xian saw the realms of these people, he was completely dumbfounded. The strongest among the 20 or so people had actually reached the 3,000 dragons, which was the 3 heavenly dragons. Level 10 gang energy. Heavens, what am I seeing? Peak of the Aura Qi realm. He's only one step away from the Soul Essence realm. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Rank 10 gang Qi was already the pinnacle of the ghost tomb. He took a quick look around and could tell that this was a battle between the Poison King sect and the Fallen Spirit sect. The Poison King sect naturally used poison, while the Fallen Spirit sect controlled vengeful spirits in battle. Although Yi Xian's cultivation base wasn't high, he could tell that the Poison King sect wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Little Tong, let's go. A loud roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Then Yi Xian saw a petite figure rushing towards him. Seeing this, the leader of the Poison King sect reminded, "Not this way." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He discovered that this petite figure was actually a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The reason the middle-aged man reminded him was because he saw Yi Xian. However, the little girl continued to charge towards Yi Xian. "Big brother, please help me," the little girl cried out to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body trembled again. F***CK, this little girl is actually a rank 1 gang Qi expert. She's a rank higher than me. He could only watch as the little girl rushed over. Then the little girl took off the interspatial ring around her neck and cried, "Big brother, this is for you. Please help us." Yi Xian looked at the little girl who didn't even reach his waist and shook his head helplessly. "Little girl, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and said with 2 streaks of tears, "I believe you." Yi Xian was stunned by this sentence. In fact, he had wanted to run for his life. He was afraid that he would be implicated. How could he possibly help? "Brat, if you dare touch her, I'll take your life," the middle-aged man from the Poison King sect shouted angrily. Clearly, this little girl's identity was not ordinary. Yi Xian glanced at the battle in the distance and silently took the interspatial ring. But in the next moment he couldn't help but gasp. There were too many things in this interspatial ring to count. Not only that, there was something in the interspatial ring that made him almost want to devour everything. "You want to use this interspatial ring as a reward for my help?" Yi Xian asked. "Yes." The little girl nodded. "Okay, I agree." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Now he didn't care about anything else. He directly devoured everything in this exquisite interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 1 gang Qi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 2 gang Qi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 3 gang Qi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 4 gang Qi. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 5 gang Qi. The little girl didn't have many natural treasures, and there weren't many sacred beast souls, but it was still enough for Yixian to rise by 6 ranks. But that was not the point. The point was that there was a Devourer's corpse in the interspatial ring. The Devourer's corpse was a black rabbit. Ding! Host has obtained 1 advancement point. Finally, he obtained the 3rd advancement point. Then, he chose Agility advancement point without hesitation. Ding! Beast King Bloodline Agility advancement successful. Current advancement point 3. After advancing Agility advancement point 3 times, Yixian's speed increased again. Now, he was more than 2,400 dragons. Even if he didn't use Beast King's Rage, he was still beyond the spirit realm. But he didn't dare to be careless. This group of people were the elites of the elites. They definitely had high-grade heaven-level martial arts. The little girl's interspatial ring also had high-grade heaven-level martial arts, which made things easier for Yixian. Ding! Host has learned the hidden dragon swordsmanship. Current proficiency 10%. Ding! Host has learned the black dragon swordsmanship. Current proficiency 10%. These 2 martial arts were both high-grade heaven-level martial arts. But because he had just learned them, he only had 10% proficiency. Big brother, hurry up and help Uncle Hua. At this moment, the little girl's words pulled Yixian back to reality. Can you stay here? Yixian regained his senses and immediately rushed out. Now, he was using the black dragon steps that he had just learned. However, there was not a single flying dragon around him. This was because his spirit realm had exceeded the spirit realm. He had more than 3,100 dragons. In the spirit realm, even if one was at the 10th level of astral energy, they would at most be able to cultivate to the strength of 3 heavens dragons. However, Yixian had 100 more dragons than them. At this time, his speed had reached the extreme. There was no one in the ghost tomb who could compare with him. If it was calculated in terms of dragons, it would be 4,100 dragons. Ding! Black Dragon Steps proficiency has increased. Current proficiency 20%. Chapter 461. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Ghost Tamba Yixian charged into the fray. His high-grade heaven-class movement technique was enhanced by 20%. His speed had already surpassed the ghostly steps of the netherworld. His speed sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Their faces were filled with shock as they realized that there was not a single flying dragon around Yixian. This meant that his strength had exceeded 3,000 dragons. Both parties were frightened to death. The middle-aged man from the Poison King sect glanced over and realized that the young lady was staring at him from afar. The middle-aged man immediately understood that Yixian was here to help them. At that moment his morale soared. Kill! The middle-aged man bellowed. The Poison King sect members were not fools. They could tell what was going on. As for the Fallen Spirits sect members, their faces darkened. They had already released all of their vengeful spirits and could barely suppress the Poison King sect members. When they had attacked the Poison King sect members with all their might, they could not even release a single vengeful spirit. They could only watch as the young lady ran away. At that moment, Yixian had already traversed a few thousand meters and charged into the midst of the Fallen Spirits sect members. Essence Soul Stage, here I come. Yixian's eyes lit up as he began his massacre. Everyone in the land of wandering spirits was the same. They specialized in controlling vengeful spirits and were weak in terms of strength. As such, the moment Yixian charged into the midst of the Fallen Spirits sect members, he began his massacre. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them had fallen. Ding! Host has broken through to level 6 of Earth Energy. Ding! Host has broken through to level 7 of Earth Energy. When Yixian broke through the Earth Energy defense of the Fallen Spirits sect member who had the strength of 3 dragons and chopped off his head, everyone from the Poison King sect was stunned. This group of Fallen Spirits sect members who had almost killed them had died at the hands of the same person in less than 3 seconds. This was hard for them to accept. Ding! Host has broken through to level 8 of Earth Energy. After Yixian devoured the last universe ring, he broke through to level 8 of Earth Energy, following which, the vengeful spirits were summoned back by him. The Poison King sect's people all stopped and looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, even if Yixian didn't go into Beast King Rampage, he would still be able to kill all of the Poison King sect's members. But he didn't want to. Big brother. At this moment the little girl ran over. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Yixian smiled at the little girl. Big brother, thank you. The little girl was so emotional that she started crying. The Poison King sex group had a total of 10 people, led by the middle-aged man. After a while, the middle-aged man landed on the ground and knelt on one knee. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for saving my life." In response, Yixian also hurriedly descended and said, "Senior, please rise. I was only entrusted by her." The middle-aged man stood up, took the little girl's hand, and wiped the tears off her face. "You're from the Poison King sect, right? What happened in the 9 Serenities?" Yixian couldn't help but ask. The Poison King sect was the overlord sect of the 9 Serenities in the Ghost Tomb region. They definitely knew what happened here. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked, "You don't know? I just came from another territory and happened to pass by." Yixian casually replied, "That's true." The middle-aged man thought about it and agreed. There were only 3 Soul Essence Realm experts in the Ghost Tomb region. Yixian was so young, how could he be from the Ghost Tomb region? He hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, my Poison King sect has been destroyed by the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect. There are only 11 of us left in the Poison King sect." "What? Destroyed?" Yixian exclaimed. The Poison King sect was one of the 3 overlord sects in the Ghost Tomb region. How could it be destroyed just like that? "Yes, it has been destroyed. Even the Soul Essence Realm Old Sect Master has fallen." As the middle-aged man spoke, he glanced at the little girl beside him and said, "Little Tong is the Old Sect Master's granddaughter. We just escaped from the Poison King sect and are preparing to leave the Ghost Tomb region to find her aunt in the Eastern Mountain region." "So all the Soul Essence Realm experts have fallen." Yixian's heart froze. The old sect master of the Poison King sect should have been killed by the 2 great experts of the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect. At this moment little Tong cried again. "Big brother, my father, mother, and grandparents were all killed by them. Can you help me take revenge?" Yixian scratched his head. He was most afraid of people crying. But now, he didn't even know why the Poison King sect was destroyed. Thus, he turned his head and asked, "Then why was the Poison King sect destroyed?" "Little brother, there is a legend in the Ghost Tomb region. It is rumored that there is a ghost tomb in the Ghost Tomb region that was built by a spirit realm expert after his death. There were originally 2 entrances to the Ghost Tomb. One was originally the burial ground, but that entrance was destroyed. As for the other entrance..." Although the middle-aged man did not finish his sentence, Yixian understood. The second entrance was in the Poison King sect. The second entrance is indeed in the Poison King sect. Originally, no one knew about this, not even me. However, half a year ago, a strange phenomenon appeared in our Poison King sect. The howling of 10,000 ghosts lasted for an entire 3 days. It was seen by the people from the burial ground in the land of ghosts, so they used it to kill their way over. The middle-aged man explained. Now Yixian was confused. Since they were exposed, why didn't they give up the Poison King sect's foundation and move? Could it be that the Poison King sect wants to monopolize the Ghost Tomb? Yixian asked with a frown. "No, little brother, you misunderstood. Although the Ghost Tomb is under the Poison King sect, there is a seal. The Poison King sect was destroyed in order to protect the Ghost Tomb and prevent the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect from entering." The middle-aged man shook his head. "What do you mean?" Yixian asked in astonishment. Since the Poison King sect knew about the tomb of a spirit realm senior, why didn't they send people to explore it? Was it because it was too dangerous? The seal of the Ghost Tomb requires 9,999,999 vengeful spirits to break through. Moreover, there is a powerful Ghost King in the Ghost Tomb. If it is accidentally released, the entire Ghost Tomb will be destroyed. The old sect master was afraid that the Ghost King would appear, so he guarded the entrance to the Ghost Tomb. The middle-aged man said. So that's how it is. Now Yixian's doubts were finally solved. Simply speaking, the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect discovered that the entrance to the Ghost Tomb was in the Poison King sect. Thus they killed their way in. However, the Poison King sect swore to protect the entrance, which led to their destruction. Due to the seal on the entrance, It required 10 million vengeful spirits to break through. Thus, the fallen spirit sect began to kill and capture vengeful spirits. Then, did the fallen spirit sect and corpse master sect enter the ghost tomb? Yixian asked again. Chapter 462. Entering the ghost tomb, when they attacked my Poison King sect, they gathered nearly 10 million wraiths. I'm afraid that they have already entered the ghost tomb. The middle-aged man replied. After he finished speaking, his eyes flashed and he continued, Little brother, your strength is enough to enter the ghost tomb. If you are interested, you can compete with the fallen ghost sect and corpse master sect. Yixian immediately saw through his intentions. The middle-aged man saw that he was strong, so he wanted to let him enter the ghost tomb. Firstly, it was a favor, and secondly, it was possible that he could help the Poison King sect take revenge. This ghost tomb was built by a spirit stage expert. It must be very dangerous inside, right? Yixian's gaze fell on the middle-aged man. I'm not too sure about this. The legend of the founder being a spirit stage expert has yet to be confirmed. However, it is said that this ghost king can fight with experts who have opened 3 earth veins in the spirit stage. The middle-aged man shook his head. Now, Yixian also understood the specific levels in the spirit stage. The spirit stage was divided into the royal qi, refinement qi, and aura qi realms. The spirit stage was to open the meridians. There were a total of 108 meridians. First, it was the 72 earth veins, then the 36 heaven veins. Opening 3 earth veins was just the beginning of the spirit stage. At the spirit stage, the physique was not very useful. After all, the experts of the spirit stage could communicate with the world's origin qi and borrow it to increase the power of their martial arts. Yixian was still a bit worried because the last time he entered the red refining cave, he encountered a resurrected boss. How long has this ghost tomb been? He asked again. At least 1,000 years. My Poison King sect has a history of 800 years. The middle-aged man replied. Yixian was a bit hesitant. He had not reached the spirit stage yet, but he was almost there. This was a rare opportunity. With his current strength, he should be considered the strongest person in the ghost tomb territory. To be on the safe side, he asked a few more questions about the ghost tomb. At the same time, he felt that the middle-aged man was not lying. After that, Yixian left and rushed towards the Poison King sect. The ghost tomb had been opened a few times. Many people had explored it and there were many opportunities. Therefore, Yixian could not fall behind. Otherwise, everything would be snatched away. By the time Yixian arrived at the Poison King sect, he discovered that the sect's protective array was in shambles. The Poison King sect had also been reduced to ruins, but there was not a single corpse. Presumably, they had all been taken away. However, at this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed over from not far away. That's strange. Both the Fallen Spirit sect and the Corpse Master sect should have already entered. Yixian hid in surprise. He focused his eyes and realized that the leader did not have wyvern strength. It was obvious that he was a soul essence realm expert. He realized that these people should be from the forces in the territories around Ghost Tomb. It seemed that he had quite a few opponents. At this moment, Yixian suddenly descended from the clouds and was exposed to the group of people. Huh, there are still survivors? A martial artist with stage 9 supreme force said in surprise. Then he turned his head to look at the leading soul essence stage expert. The soul essence stage expert shook his head and said, "He should be here to fish in troubled waters. Let him go in and die." After all, they were a large force. It was too degrading for so many people to bully a stage 8 supreme force. These 20 people flew above the Poison King sect and searched for a while. After a while they found the entrance. The entrance to the ghost tomb was under the Poison King sect's Poison King Pagoda. Yixian followed behind this group of people and saw all of them enter the Poison King Pagoda. Not long after, he saw another team flying over. This time there were actually 2 Soul Essence stage experts. Soul Essence stage. I can't see the realm. I wonder if I can fight with a Soul Essence stage expert now. Yixian thought in his heart. From the Spirit stage to the Soul Essence stage was a huge breakthrough. His strength would also undergo a qualitative leap. At this moment, although he could increase his strength to more than 3,000 dragon power, the Soul Essence stage allowed him to mobilize the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. Whether it was attack or speed, it was much stronger than a stage 10 supreme force. Therefore, he was still relatively careful. After this team entered the Poison King Pagoda, Yixian couldn't sit still and dive down. At this moment he was at stage 8 supreme force. Next was stage 9, stage 10, and then soul essence stage. According to the middle-aged man, there was a great treasure in the ghost tomb. It was the Ghost King Pearl that was used to seal the Ghost King. If someone could obtain it and refine it, then they would have an additional soul essence stage combat power. Yixian went down a secret passage in the Poison King Pagoda. After a while he saw a gloomy door. The door was inlaid with human skulls. They're real skulls. I'm afraid they were all high-stage supreme force when they were alive. Yixian was a little surprised. The gloomy door had been pushed open, but Yixian couldn't see what was inside. There was no doubt that there was a formation here. This was the third seal used to restrict the Ghost King. This seal was only effective against dead creatures. It was useless against living creatures. Yixian directly passed through. Immediately he saw a gloomy graveyard. Damn, these graves have all been dug up? Yixian was shocked. He walked in front of a tombstone and took a look. Nalan Yuan, an expert with 16 earth veins in the Soul Essence stage. In the Soul Essence stage, one must first open 72 earth veins, then 36 heaven veins. The owner of this graveyard only had 16 earth veins when he was alive. It wasn't very strong. Yixian walked around a few more times and found that their strength was about the same. The highest was only 20 earth veins. These graves were built by the owner of this ghost tomb. He buried the corpses of the experts he killed when he was alive. What spirit stage? At most, it's the soul essence stage who has opened 30 earth veins. Yixian felt helpless. However, this graveyard was quite large. He couldn't see the end of it. In addition, the environment was a little dark, causing the atmosphere here to be very strange. Yixian didn't have a map of this ghost tomb, so he could only walk forward. However, he had only taken a few steps when a crisp sound entered his ears. He turned his head and found that a white bone arm suddenly stretched out in front of a grave 1,000 meters away. Yixian was shocked. He watched as a skeleton climbed out of the grave. No one is controlling it. It actually climbed out by itself? Yixian was a little confused. He glanced over and found that the owner of this grave was an expert who had opened 5 earth veins. Of course, this referred to when he was alive. I'm not afraid when you're alive. Why would I be afraid when you're dead? Yixian tightened his grip on the Bahuang sword in his hand and rushed over. In an instant, he tore apart the skeleton. If the skeleton of a soul essence stage expert could be refined into a white bone battle puppet, its strength would be quite good. Chapter 463. Ghost Tomb's 4th floor. Following that, Yixian continued to walk forward. As expected, he encountered skeletons again. However, they were not strong and were easily killed by him. 10 minutes after he entered the ghost tomb, he suddenly discovered a passage that led downwards. It was obvious that there was a 2nd floor to the ghost tomb. Yixian continued to walk downwards and arrived at the 2nd floor of the ghost tomb. This floor was still a graveyard. However, Yixian was shocked. This was because the tombstones on the 2nd floor were all experts who had opened more than 30 earth veins. The highest one was an expert who had opened 72 earth veins. Could it be that the owner of this ghost tomb was really a spirit stage expert? Yixian was somewhat suspicious. He walked around the 2nd floor and discovered that the tombstones were all empty. Furthermore, there were some traces of battle. The skeletons should have been taken away by the Corpse Master sect. Immediately, Yixian entered the 3rd floor of the ghost tomb. As expected, the spirit stage experts who had opened their heaven veins were all buried here. Although they were spirit stage experts when they were alive, the skeletons were not that strong after they died. They could even deal with a martial artist of the aura stage. Yixian walked around the 3rd floor of the ghost tomb and discovered the tombstones of experts who had opened 36 heaven veins. If what was written on the tombstones was true, then the owner of the ghost tomb was indeed a spirit stage expert. At this moment, Yixian had already arrived at the entrance to the 4th floor. Before he entered, he heard a rumbling sound. There were people fighting below. He walked in without hesitation and gripped the Bahuang sword tightly in his hand. This time it was not only the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect. These 2 sects were considered the strongest in the ghost tomb. However, people from other territories had also come. The last force that Yixian saw had 2 spirit stage experts. Therefore, the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect were nothing. He had to be careful. He entered the passage and carefully walked to the exit. Sure enough, there was a group of people fighting in front of him. However, their opponents were not humans but a large group of skeletons. No, it was a sea of skeletons. Not only that, but there were also some corpses mixed in with the skeletons. Yixian looked from afar. Undead creatures were everywhere thousands of meters away. The danger level of the 4th level was truly terrifying. Charge, we have to charge through. 2,000 meters away, the team was madly attacking the surrounding undead creatures and slowly advancing, continuously roaring. Yixian stood at the exit and looked up. He saw that there were still many bone spikes flying in the air. If anyone dared to fly up, they would probably be turned into a sieve in an instant. There are even bone spikes flying in the air. The danger level is even higher. It seems that we can only break through this sea of undead creatures. Yixian pondered for a moment before Yixian jumped into the sea of skeletons. Now that he was at the 8th level of astral energy, the strength of his true chi was not weak. Therefore, he directly shattered the Bahuang sword and used the heaven break that he had not used for a long time. Kacha! 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 In an instant, the skeletons that were blocking Yixian's path were directly swept away. Yixian was like a bulldozer as he quickly moved forward. His speed was much faster than the team that had 2 Soul Essence Realm experts in front of him. Not long after, Yixian caught up with this team. Due to the large number of skeletons, they did not notice Yixian. In the blink of an eye, Yixian passed by them. F***CK, how many experts did they have to kill to form such an army of undead? Yixian thought as he moved forward. Although these skeletons were not strong, there were too many of them. Yixian destroyed at least 1,000 skeletons along the way. However, these 1,000 skeletons and corpses were like a drop of water in the sea to the entire undead army. Yixian was very calm. After all, this was just a large number of skeletons. Moreover, his true chi was almost inexhaustible. Even if he used Heaven Break while using the Hidden Dragon Sword art, his true chi would recover faster than it was consumed. He rushed forward for about 100,000 meters before he saw a stone wall. What? The passage isn't here? Yixian looked around in surprise. Previously, when he went all the way to the 4th floor, the passage was right in front of the entrance. However, this time it was not. It seemed that the passage to the 5th floor should be somewhere. He immediately began to search around again. It had to be said that the 4th floor of the ghost tomb was really huge. He ran around the stone wall for 10 minutes, but he still could not see the corner. At this moment, roar! Suddenly, a deafening sound entered Yixian's ears. His body trembled as he turned his head to look. He saw a huge figure mixed in with the undead army in the distance. What a big guy! Yixian's eyes immediately lit up. These skeletons and corpses that were blocking him were all humans when they were alive. As for that big guy, it should be a holy beast. Moreover, it was very likely that it was a holy beast that was comparable to the Soul Essence realm. For Yixian, this was a huge amount of experience. Yixian immediately moved in the direction of the big guy. When he got closer, he saw that this big guy was an ape corpse that was dozens of meters tall. It stood there quietly with its back facing Yixian. At this moment, roar! The ape corpse suddenly turned around and saw Yixian. It immediately opened its mouth and roared. Then it raised its big foot and crushed the skeletons below it. It's a Soul Essence realm giant mountain-splitting ape. Yixian recognized it. The giant mountain-splitting ape was extremely strong. It could split mountains and split the earth with a single punch. It's targeting me. Yixian's face darkened. The giant mountain-splitting ape was a few thousand meters away from Yixian. It stomped its foot down and forcefully stomped on the ground, leaping towards Yixian. 8 Desolate Wind killing array charge. Yixian immediately used Skybreak to open a path and dodged the attack. Bang! The giant mountain-splitting ape landed on the ground, and the entire ghost tomb shook. Yixian condensed the 8 Desolate Sword and used Dragon's Judgment on the giant mountain-splitting ape's foot. This slash pierced through the air and landed on the giant mountain-splitting ape's calf. However, to Yixian's surprise, this attack did not break through the giant mountain-splitting ape's defense. It's so strong. If I get this corpse, I can at least break through to rank 9-star energy. Yixian's eyes lit up as he charged over. Although the giant mountain-splitting ape was strong and had a strong defense, Yixian's speed was twice as fast as it. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. Hidden Dragon Stab. Yixian charged all the way to the giant mountain-splitting ape's foot and then stabbed with his sword. This time he finally broke through the ape's defense. Although it was only half an inch, it was still very good. It's a pity that I haven't reached the Soul Essence realm. Yixian was slightly helpless. The Soul Essence realm could use the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. Whether it was sword techniques or movement techniques, they had far surpassed the spirit realm. If Yixian was at the Soul Essence realm, he could instantly kill this giant mountain-splitting ape even if he only opened one earth vein. However, Yixian's Hidden Dragon Sword Art was only at 30%. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Chapter 464. Fallen Spirits Sect. Ding! Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 40%. Ding! Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 50%. Ding! Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 60%. Yixian fought with the giant mountain-splitting ape for a full 5 minutes before he finally raised the Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level to 60%. He was still in the spirit realm, so he was unable to raise the Heaven Tier Martial Arts proficiency level to 70%. The highest he could reach was 60%. Right now, Yixian was already able to cause quite a bit of damage to the giant mountain-splitting ape. Since the giant mountain-splitting ape was a corpse, its blood had already been drained dry. Yixian chopped at its right leg, and in a short while the giant mountain-splitting ape's leg was chopped off. Then its huge body fell to the ground, smashing into a pile of skeletons and corpses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian jumped onto the giant mountain-splitting ape's body. Then he ran to its neck and attacked crazily. After a short while, the giant mountain-splitting ape's head was chopped off by Yixian. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 9. Although the giant mountain-splitting ape's corpse did not contain the soul of a sacred beast, it allowed Yixian to break through to rank 9. Now, Yixian was only 2 steps away from the spirit realm. If it was someone from the Fallen Spirit Sect or the Corpse Master Sect, it would be troublesome. However, it is not a threat to me at all. Yixian shook his head and started to kill the surrounding skeletons again. Since there was a spirit realm sacred beast's corpse here, there should be a second one. Yixian searched for the entrance to the 5th floor, while looking for more giant mountain-splitting apes. He searched along the walls and found a second giant mountain-splitting ape. However, this giant mountain-splitting ape was currently fighting with a group of people. Vengeful spirits? Yixian looked from afar and saw many translucent vengeful spirits flying in the air. These vengeful spirits ignored the bone spikes in the air and attacked the skeletons around them. Vengeful spirits were special creatures. Weapons could not hurt them. Hence, these skeletons were not a threat to them. However, when a vengeful spirit attacked, its fingernails would condense into a physical form, so it was very difficult to deal with. This was the first time Yixian had seen a vengeful spirit since he entered the ghost tomb. Thus, he reckoned that this group should be from the Fallen Ghost Sect. Although the Poison King Sect has nothing to do with me, the fact that I was able to devour another devouring beast and increase my strength by leaps and bounds has a lot to do with Little Tong. Since we've met, I'll help you take revenge. Yixian's eyes flickered as he held the Bahuang sword and directly charged over. This time, Fallen Spirit Sect had sent over 20 people. All of them were at least level 9, and there were even 5 who were at level 10. As for the elder leading the group, he was naturally the sect leader of the Fallen Spirit Sect, Dali of the Essence Soul Realm. At this point, he was holding back the giant mountain-cleaving ape alone. The rest of the Fallen Spirit Sect disciples had formed a circle to fend off the skeleton army. The sect leader of Fallen Spirit Sect was defending against the flying bone spikes and attacking the giant mountain-splitting ape. All of a sudden, he felt something. He turned around and saw Yixian charging towards him. However, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, Yixian was only a 9th-order Earth Force cultivator. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. After Yixian charged over, the elders under him began to die one by one. The vengeful spirits he controlled also lost control and launched a counterattack. How is this possible? The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The people he brought were all elites, but they were all slaughtered by a rank 9 astral energy warrior. He even suspected that he was dreaming. You broke through? The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect trembled once more as he saw the number of dragons in Yixian's flying dragon count increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the number of dragons had increased to 2,900. Level 10 gang energy. Fallen Spirits sect leader's face fell as he turned around and charged towards Yixian. Golden platform demon vanquishing palm. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect made use of his own vital energy to control the surrounding Yuan Qi. He gathered the Yuan Qi in his palm and blasted it out. Yixian, who was in the midst of killing the elders of Fallen Spirits sect, turned around and saw a gigantic golden palm coming towards him. What the F***CK? Is this the Buddha's palm? Yixian felt a strong sense of pressure as he hurriedly activated his Beast King's rampage. With the speed of nearly 5,000 dragons, he managed to evade the gigantic palm attack. You wasted one of my Beast King's rampage. See if I don't kill you. Yixian was enraged as he swiftly dealt with the remaining elders of Fallen Spirits sect before charging towards Yixian. What incredible speed! I can't fight him head-on. To be able to become the leader of an intermediate-level territory, the sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was not to be trifled with. When he saw Yixian's strength, he immediately turned around and fled. Although the bone spikes in the air were fast and there were many of them, they could not do anything to a spirit refinement stage cultivator who had already unblocked 2 earth veins. Trying to escape, Yixian did not fly up into the air. Instead, he was like a sharp blade as he broke through the waves of bone spikes and chased after the sect leader. Hidden Dragon Swordplay, Hidden Dragon Pierce. A ray of cold light flashed past and penetrated the sect leader's shoulder in the blink of an eye. What? The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was shocked. This time, if not for the fact that Yixian had miscalculated, his head would have been pierced through. Shio! Another ray of cold light shot towards him. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was forced to throw out a punch. However, he did not expect that his punch would be destroyed by this ray of cold light. Pooh! The ray of cold light penetrated his palm and pierced through his entire arm before exiting from his back. This arm of his would be crippled in a short period of time. If it was only his arm that was pierced through, it would still be alright. However, his bones had been pierced through as well. His arm was now limp as it rested weakly on his thigh. You deserve to die. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was enraged as he charged towards Yixian. Just in time, Yixian shouted out. If he could kill this sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect, he might be able to break through to the spirit essence stage. Fight! In an instant, the two of them started exchanging blows, completely ignoring the skeleton army around them. The spirit essence stage already possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The skeleton army around them was instantly cleared out and retreated by more than 10 meters. This was the first time Yixian was fighting against a spirit essence stage expert. Luckily, he was prepared and activated the Beast King's rampage. If not, based on his speed, he might not be able to catch up with the sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect. However, after activating the Beast King's rampage, the sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was no longer able to do anything to him. A high-grade heaven-tier martial art. At most, you should be at 50% completion. Since that's the case, you can go and die. Yixian was filled with killing intent. At this point, he had already broken through to 60% completion in his Azure Dragon steps. His speed increased tremendously once again. This person is so strong. Where did he come from? Not only did he kill all the elders of Fallen Spirits sect, even I won't be able to escape death. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was in despair. All of his attacks had been dodged by Yixian. This meant that he would not be able to kill Yixian. Chapter 465. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Vengeful Spirit. However, before the Fallen Spirits sect leader could finish his thoughts, a long sword pierced through his head and came out from his forehead. The Fallen Spirits sect leader was dead. At that moment, Yixian kept the Fallen Spirits sect leader's Qian Kuan ring and devoured it. Unexpectedly, the fallen spirits sect leader's Qian Kuan ring did not contain many items. He only managed to break through to the spirit essence realm with 2,997 dragons. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to the spirit essence realm. However, Yi Xian did not mind at all. At that moment, a huge figure was charging towards him. The giant mountain splitter ape. Pung! The giant mountain splitter ape stepped on Yi Xian's previous position. Just as it landed on the ground, Yi Xian was already behind it. Golden platform demon exterminating palm. Yi Xian struck out with his left palm. The golden palm landed on the giant mountain splitter ape's back, causing it to fall to the ground before it could even stand up. Many skeletons were crushed to death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian dashed forward and attacked crazily. Under the Beast King's rage, Yi Xian's attacks were extremely powerful. In less than 3 seconds, the giant mountain splitter ape's head was chopped off. Ding! Host has broken through to 3,000 dragons of power. Ding! Host has broken through to the spirit essence realm. Ding! Host has opened up 1 earth vein. After hearing the 3 consecutive notifications, Yi Xian could not help but howl towards the sky. Spirit essence realm. He had finally broken through to the spirit essence realm. At the moment of breaking through, the aura in his golden dantian had also turned into a spirit essence. Now, he could use the yuan qi of heaven and earth to attack. Let me try the power of the spirit essence realm. Yi Xian leaped into the air and struck down with his palm. In an instant, thousands of skeletons were turned into dust. He had just started learning the golden platform demon exterminating palm, and had only opened up 1 earth vein. However, the power of his martial arts was already so strong. He was indeed worthy of being in the spirit essence realm. Hoo-hoo! Just as Yi Xian nodded his head satisfactorily, a gust of wind blew into his ears. Kacha-kacha! The Bahuang sword instantly shattered, cutting off the bone spurs that were shooting towards him. Originally, his cultivation level was his weakness. Regardless of whether it was kinesis flight or anything else, he was always inferior to others. But now he was no longer afraid. However, royal air flight had nothing to do with strength, so his agility advancement had no effect. Yi Xian felt a lot more relaxed now that he could fly. After all, the skeleton army below did not have wings. He returned to his original position and searched along the stone wall. Fallen Spirit Sect had been in the ghost tomb for at least a day. Yi Xian had entered so late, yet he had encountered Fallen Spirit Sect. It seemed like the entrance to the 5th level was difficult to find. Yi Xian searched along the stone walls to see if there were any more giant mountain-splitting apes. However, right at that moment he suddenly felt that something was strange. He turned around to take a look. What he saw almost scared him to the point of peeing his pants. No wonder Yi Xian felt so creepy behind him. It turned out that there was a vengeful spirit following behind him. If this were any other time, Yi Xian would definitely have slain this vengeful spirit. However, this time he did not do so. This vengeful spirit was very small. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old and was even a little girl. This little vengeful spirit looked at Yi Xian with her large scarlet eyes. She floated in the air motionless. Yi Xian had killed at least 8,000 people, if not 10,000. However, he had never killed a child before. Fallen Spirit Sect is really cruel. They won't even let the vengeful spirit of a child go. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then he turned around and left. He still could not bring himself to do it, even though this was just a vengeful spirit. However, after flying for a while, he turned around again. He realized that this little vengeful spirit was still following him, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters. "Why are you following me?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. He did not know if a vengeful spirit retained their memories after death. However, the vengeful spirits he had seen before would pounce on a living person the moment they saw one. This little vengeful spirit did not. It was a little strange. At that moment, this little vengeful spirit suddenly stretched out her hand. Her fingers curled, making a circle. Circle. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This little vengeful spirit could actually understand his words. This meant that this little vengeful spirit had consciousness. In the next moment he understood. He immediately said, "100 ghost pearl?" After hearing this, the little vengeful spirit nodded. It turned out that this little vengeful spirit wanted to be kept in the 100 ghost pearl. Fine. Yixian casually took out 100 ghost pearl. Then, he activated the secret tome of ghosts and kept the little vengeful spirit in it. People in the land of ghosts could refine vengeful spirits to cultivate. Yixian also cultivated the secret tome of ghosts, but he did not do so. Besides, instead of spending a lot of time refining a vengeful spirit, he might as well go out and kill some sacred beasts. After that, Yixian continued to look for the entrance to the 5th level. However, what he had forgotten was that the little vengeful spirit was able to keep up with his soul essence realm speed. At this time, it had been an hour since Yixian entered the 4th level of the ghost tomb. During this hour, he kept looking for the entrance to the 5th level in the sky. It had to be said that he was unlucky this time. He went around in a big circle before he found the entrance to the 5th level. There was also a seal at the entrance to the 5th level. It was the 2nd seal of the ghost tomb. After finding the entrance, Yixian directly rushed in and arrived at the 5th level in the blink of an eye. The 5th level of the ghost tomb was completely different from the 4th level. The 5th level was not big, and the surrounding stone walls were built into a palace. At this time, in front of Yixian there were 8 huge pillars. After Yixian arrived, he heard a series of rumbling sounds. In front of him there was a huge chaotic battle. He looked around and saw another passage not far away. It seemed that that was the other entrance to the ghost tomb. However, none of this mattered anymore. He went over and found that the 100 people were not fighting each other, but 2 vengeful spirits. So strong. 12 soul essence realm experts can only fight to a draw with these 2 vengeful spirits. Yixian frowned. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Another soul essence realm expert is here. Come and help." The soul essence realm expert that this person was talking about was none other than Yixian. The 12 people who were fighting with the 2 vengeful spirits turned their heads and saw Yixian running towards them. There was no flying dragon trash. This meant that he was at the soul essence realm. "Little brother, come and help," a strong man shouted. Yixian was puzzled. He had just come down. It was good enough that he did not cause trouble. These people were calling for him to help. Was this a joke? He roughly observed them. Among the 12 people, even the weakest 4 were on par with the fallen spirit sect leader. The other 8 were much stronger. He estimated that he could at most fight with 4 of them. If 8 of them came, his life would be in danger.